And we are live. Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. I am your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. Guys, a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Streamlabs.com/whatever. The Streamlabs link is in the description. Essentially, if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3, basically a payment processing fee. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered at intervals throughout the show. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. That is $99 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all other triggers and full details. Guys, please keep the super chats, donations, TTS respectful. Playful roasting is okay, but if you go too far with it, we reserve the right to not show or read it. We have channel memberships. To become a channel member, hit that join button. We have 6 different tiers of support. Check out all the perks. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships, 50 gifted for a fit check. Guys, we're also live on Twitch right now. Do me a favor, pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Look at that. We got Shaggy McNasty just gave us a Prime. Thank you, man. Jax88, thank you for the Prime yesterday. So twitch.tv/whatever. If you have Amazon Prime, it's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We'll check back in here a little bit later. Re-up your Prime. Yo, Cody, thank you for the Prime. Admatus, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. We got merch. Shop.whatever.com. Stuff that, that's the one. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. That's important in society. I think it's actually a crime if you're not clothed. So go buy yourself a shirt. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM whatever on Instagram if you're interested in being on. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Be sure to check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, BLM. Grassroots movement. Okay. If you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels. Link for that is in the description. If we get our main Clips channel to 1 million subs, we're about 350K away. I will reveal what the 7 on my lapel means. Go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is KEEKO. I'm 23 and I'm a bartender.
Hi, my name's Jenna. I'm 36 and I'm a gas station clerk / OnlyFans content creator.
Did you say age?
36.
Oh, 36. Okay.
Hi, my name is Mia Lynn. I'm 26 years old, and in the interim of getting my PhD in psychology, I've started a male dating advice platform called Men Ask Mia.
Hi, my name is Madison. I'm 18. I'm a student at Santa Barbara City College studying econ and accounting. I work on the Whatever podcast, and I'm a host at a bar.
Chat, were you able to hear Madison well enough? Okay, what about you?
I'm Nicole from California. I'm 39, and I'm an investor.
You invest in what?
Stock market, and as of 2 days ago, real estate.
Stocks. Did you ever have a normal person job?
I worked in fashion for a lot of years. Yeah. I don't know if it was a normal person job, but I traveled a lot and worked in fashion, and then I left that to...
Were you a fashion designer?
I was a trend forecaster, so...
Trend forecaster?
Yeah, so I would decide what everyone likes before they know they like it, and we would push it out, and then you, chums, would buy it.
Not me. I don't buy that shit.
Yeah, you're stuck in your flannel. We know you don't shop, Brian.
Let's fucking go. Stuck in the 90s. Okay.
Hi, my name is Michaela. I am 22 and I'm from Mobile, Alabama. I currently go to the University of South Alabama studying in recreational therapy.
The University of South Alabama, you said?
USA.
Okay. What's how many students are there?
It's a big campus. I couldn't tell you.
30,000, 40,000, 20,000?
if I had to guess, probably around 30.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Hello, my name is Priya. I'm 22 years old. I'm from Sacramento, California, and I co-run a family business. I'm a full-time student at ASU, and I'm an athlete.
You play badminton, or what do you?
She a
Yes.
horse girl.
I ride horses.
Horses, equestrian. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Billy, what about you?
My name's Billy Ray. I'm 25, and what do I do?
Yeah, what do you do?
What do I do? I make men's self-improvement / dating content.
And I'm Dan. I go by DM Dating on the interwebs. I am in sales and also am a dating expert and attraction coach.
Rock and roll. Oh yeah, age.
I am 32.
32. All right, welcome, welcome. And we might react to some of your guys' videos a little bit later on in the show. So let's go around the table once more. So what is your current relationship status? Are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule? How long have you been single, if you're single? And what's your longest relationship? Go ahead.
I'm happily in a relationship, same relationship for this whole past 7 months. And my longest relationship is like 2 years, 2.5 years.
How long has your current relationship been?
About 7 months.
7 months. It's going strong. It's going strong. Okay. What about you?
I've been dating the same guy for about 12 months. And I would say my longest relationship would be 6 years on and off.
So you've been dating your current boyfriend for 7 months?
No, almost a year.
Oh, excuse me. Year. Sorry. Got you mixed up with KEEKO. And you said your longest was 7 years. Is that
Yep,
correct?
6 years.
6 years.
But
Jesus.
on and off. So I don't know. Like,
Okay. And I think in your pre-show notes you told us you're a mother, correct?
I am.
Okay. How many kids do you have?
4.
4 kids. Okay. Same father or?
I have 3 baby daddies.
3.
I do.
Good times. So 2 from one, and then 1 from.
See, this is where it gets really confusing. Because I kind of just dipped out from the second guy. But he knows now, so it's not.
So you originally didn't tell him.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah, so for the longest time, there was only 2. And then I eventually told the other guy. So now there's 3.
Well, there were always 3.
Well, there's
You
always
just didn't
3,
include
but right, like
include
they
them in
only
a
knew the one
kid's life.
guy's not. So yeah.
Okay. So.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
I have a question too.
So you say you like later on decided to tell your child's father.
Right.
Did the
Oh.
man who, like the other father, did he think that was his actual child, or did he know
No.
the whole time that was somebody else's child?
He knew it was somebody else's, and he wanted to act as if it was his own.
Okay. As long as it made a knowledgeable decision.
And the other guy knew that I was pregnant. The guy who got me pregnant knew I was pregnant and just kind of dipped out. So
Wait,
I didn't really feel bad.
Okay, let me build
Nah.
the timeline here. So the first guy.
Oh God.
So let's talk about child number 1.
Right.
Child number 1.
Right. 17.
17
Yeah.
was with guy number 1.
Right.
Child number 2 was with guy number 1 again.
It wasn't really ever a thing.
What?
Like we were just casually dating.
No, but I'm just okay. So
No, he's trying to figure out if the first baby daddy was the father of the first 2
Oh,
kids.
no.
Okay.
No.
So
Okay,
the first
so-
one was only
Right.
So
sorry,
one-
got it.
okay. So and then number 2 was with number 2.
Right.
Number 3 was with number 2.
I had 2 boys with the third one.
So wait, number 3 is with number 3.
Oh well.
No,
what?
so first dad had first kid. Second dad had the second 2 kids.
No.
No.
Just one.
1, 2.
Got it. That's what we were trying to figure out. So last baby daddy had the last 2 kids.
Okay, so. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. I'm figuring this shit out here.
Ryan,
what I
we
did not want
realized
to
you weren't a
happen.
math major, but
First
come
dad,
on.
first kid.
Second dad, second kid,
Third dad, third and fourth kid.
And which
Holy
one
fuck,
didn't?
that's complicated.
I've been called the
figured
ultimate
it out.
baby mama. This is normal where I come from.
So then the second.
Wait, and you're from
number
Ohio.
2 raised number 3?
No. Ew.
Wait, where are you from?
Gross. Why would you say
Michigan.
that?
I think number
Sorry.
3
Michigan.
raised number 2, 3, and 4, right?
What's that?
Yeah, which one didn't know?
Raised 2, 3, and 4, or the number 2 raised
No.
2, 3,
Okay,
and
that
4?
sounds horrible. All right, number 1. You got. Well, no, you got to say.
I'm
okay.
shortening the word.
Right.
It sounded good.
Right. Well, you gotta think. When I had my first child, I was 19.
Okay.
So me and the father did not work out.
And then
so we split up
let's
after
do
I
the
had him.
age. Let's do the age breakdown for each of the kids. So, second child, how old were you?
I had her 2 years after I
So
had him.
21,
So I
and
was-
then
Yeah.
and then with the third guy, what with the number 3 and 4? Kids 3 and 4?
Well, like
AJ,
I got pregnant like right after I had my daughter. I was like
22.
so like
23?
4 months after I got pregnant. So there's only a year between those two.
22. Oh.
GP_Panda donated $99.
Yo, thank you, man.
17 and having the first kid. No shiz for the streets, yo.
17. I was 19.
Oh.
I
Were you
got
saying-
pregnant when I was 18.
Oh.
Were you
I
saying
had
your
my first
kid
kid when I
was
19.
17? Your
Yeah,
first
my
kid?
child-
I think they
Yeah,
thought
my
that
child's
you had your
17.
first kid at 17.
No, my oldest is 17. I'm old.
At 19, you had your first kid.
Right.
Gotcha. So
Yeah.
you were, and so your last kid you had when you were 23,
24.
24. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, got it.
Sorry.
Are you aiming? You've been dating a guy for a year now. Are you aiming to have more kids, or what's?
No,
what-
I'm all done having
all
children.
done?
I'm totally satisfied with what I
Done
have
with the
going on.
kids?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just- yeah.
So
Okay.
do the 3 kids know their dads?
Yes.
Okay. Are they in their lives or?
Yeah. Yep.
So
Yep, everything.
did one of the I think I might have heard this correctly. One of the dads thought one of the kids was his, but wasn't, or did I mishear that?
No. We were trying to establish, because she said that the second.
Do you want me to explain it?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah. So basically what happened was I had my first kid. Okay, you gotta think I was 18, I got pregnant. I had him when I was 19. We split up. After that, that father went to Alaska at the time. And then I was having a casual dating thing. And you gotta think my baby at the time was a year old. And then I got pregnant again and didn't know I was pregnant and was dating somebody new. And I had to explain to them that I was pregnant. And he's like, we've never had sex, so how are you pregnant? And I'm like, obviously, yeah. So. But he wanted to be there, so he stepped up.
And then you went on to have 2 children with him, right? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, got it. So it was the guy that you were seeing at the time. That's not the father of your 3rd and 4th child. The one that you were seeing when you found out you were pregnant with your 2nd child.
No,
I'm sorry. This is
Say that again.
So you said, so for your second
Thank you,
child,
Captain
you didn't
Caveman.
realize that you were pregnant for a minute and you were dating somebody new.
Right.
Is the person that you were dating at that time the father of your 3rd
and 4th,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
That was what I was trying
Yes.
to figure out was
And
if he was the one that was wanting
yeah.
to step up and like father
Right,
your
but the
child.
guy who got me pregnant, okay, this is where it's going to get really complicated because this is going to get icky. He also has, I think, 5 kids now.
Okay.
And all different moms.
Got it.
Okay. So I'm just like, so I'm just like in the middle of his situation. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
yeah, totally.
You know, yeah. So where I come from, that's kind of normal.
Got it.
I want to say it's normal. That doesn't sound right, but you know, it is
But it
what
happens.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, I getcha.
You know, small town.
You said
Not much to do.
Oh, God.
Not much to do. People get bored.
Next.
you said this is fairly common
Where I come from.
where you come from in Michigan, correct?
UP, yeah.
So, like, how many people would you say
Partake
Or
in
my
these activities.
situation.
are in a
Multiple
situation
baby
like this?
daddies.
Oh God, a lot. I couldn't even tell you.
I don't
how
think
many.
he means just multiple kids with multiple dads. I think he means like that many different kids with that many different dads who also have that many kids with different moms.
Oh, a lot.
So is it all just all the same people?
It's a group of like 20
Is it-
people.
is it-
and they
is
just-
it a town of 10?
It's a really
It's just a
small
conglomerate.
population.
They're
Like it's a really small town.
People have to be. Maybe this is where we get the dating, the I mean, if it's a small town and she has one of her kids' son or father has 5 with 5 different women, like the odds of dating someone you're at least related to by like step is like it's getting higher and higher. You know what I mean?
Oh no!
I only have one other
Move
question.
out of that town. Move out of that town.
Fortunately,
Go away to college.
all my kids know who's on the menu, so we're good. We're
You mind if I ask, how were you raised? Like, were you raised from a very similar situation?
No, I was raised very traditionally.
Okay, so like
white
parents,
picket fence, one boy, one girl,
Parents
mom and dad
together.
And that, like,
still
they-
happily married.
like they only ever had children together,
Right,
like no children with other.
right.
Got it. Interesting.
Did you say that the dads have multiple baby mamas too, type situation, or?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
GP up _
Thank you,
Panda
Panda.
donated $99. Let me interrupt for a second. After hearing this novel, let's hear the first thoughts from each person in the room, lol.
It happens. It happens. Sure, I guess we can go around.
I find it interesting that this happened coming from, I guess, what you would describe as like a traditional nuclear family. Like, did you have a good relationship with your parents growing up?
I still do, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's. I'd love to kind of like unpack.
Do you want to know like a big factor of why?
Yeah, I'd love to know.
Maybe I am the way I am.
Sure.
Was
I'm
it
mentally.
the water in Michigan?
I have a mental illness.
Oh.
I'm bipolar 1.
Okay.
Is anybody else here bipolar?
What a
KEEKO?
question. What a question.
Loaded question.
Wait, but I thought you didn't you
but-
say in the previous show, KEEKO, that you have bipolar?
No.
Maybe you were just thinking that she was.
Didn't you?
The internet is out to get KEEKO. They think she's bipolar and on OnlyFans.
No, I
and
could have
don't think it's
sworn. Is it a different thing?
Anxiety and depression is a little bit different than bipolar disorder. Yes.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
tend to
for
be
some
two different
reason,
things.
I don't know where I
Come
got
on.
that from. I don't know, but
It's a square rectangle thing.
wait. So there's
I don't want to blame it on that. You know what I mean? That seems like a cop out, but I feel like that is a lot of issues.
well,
that you have,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
So there's 2 kinds of bipolar.
right.
There's type 1, type 2. What
Right.
what is the difference?
So I got like super excited when I found out it was 1, right? Because I was like 17 when I got diagnosed, and I was like, "Ooh, bipolar 1, that's gotta be good, right? Number 1." No, that's the worst
Wait,
you can
what?
have.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So like I can have manic episodes. It's awful. It's like ugh.
So type 2 is kind of more tame.
2's more up
Ish.
down up down up down. 1 you're more like all the way down. You know,
Oh, it's just a mid-
and then don't
Okay.
want to get out of bed, not moving, and then I have other moments where I'm like on cloud 9. They're like a lot of artists are bipolar.
Can I ask you a question? Is it like hypomania or mania?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
So you experience like tame forms of mania and then like extreme forms of mania.
Right, exactly. Like
Where
I'm
you're-
medicated now, and so I've been actually pretty healthy for the last probably about a year and a half, I would say, and really not that long, to be honest with you.
Good for you.
So,
And just in terms of your children, like, first of all, how are you taking care of all of them, or are you taking care of some and fathers are taking care of others?
it's a group effort.
Okay.
I actually went to jail and I lost, like, I don't want to say I lost custody because I still had custody, but like I had them full, and then it turned to like every other weekend. And I don't know if you've ever tried to bond with your child over every other weekend. It doesn't really work. My oldest son has always been with me, just because me and his dad are like on good terms. But with the other 3, I would say we're getting there. You know what I mean? Every year it gets a little bit better. We're getting better at co-parenting and stuff like that.
How does you talked a little bit about the bipolar stuff. How does that manifest itself in your life? Is it
Is
Like,
it-
are there certain things that set it, or you used to set it off at least?
Oh, like a trigger?
Yeah.
That's, it's interesting that you said that, because I really don't know what my trigger is yet, which is crazy, right? Because I'm 36, and you'd think I would know by now, but I do not know what my triggers are.
So what are the like symptoms for you? Is it impulse control type stuff? Is it
Right. I'm really impulsive. Like, the biggest thing is you don't want somebody to go manic. like if I go manic, I mean, I think there's like, you know, I can fly. I'm gonna jump off the roof.
Yeah.
Based. Based.
You know what I mean? It
Sounds
gets
tough.
bad.
Sounds really tough.
Oh,
There you go.
Yeah,
you know,
based
it's,
jumper.
it's the
Based
reality
jumping.
of what it can be.
Have you-
I think people just think it's up, down, up, down, up, down, but it can be worse.
What's the tallest building you've ever jumped off?
Thankfully, nobody's ever let me jump, so I don't know. Maybe off of like a small roof or
I think,
something, you know.
like, if second story, you survived that, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Likely,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm sure I've fallen
Most
out
likely.
trees. That, you know, yeah.
Have you ever skydived?
No, but I would love to. My grandma has. Does that
But
count?
so when you're in a manic state, you want to literally jump off of buildings, not
like you're just
because
wild. You're just out there.
Okay.
You just, and it's like you're.
Interject real quick? The definition of mania is essentially like eccentric behaviors that aren't defined by your norms. So like gambling, being sexually promiscuous, spending lots of money, things like that. Things that can like self-sabotage or damage your life in some way.
Can
Whereas-
dogs be bipolar?
You know
Yes,
what?
actually.
Dogs, yeah.
Because my dog used to like try to hump everything.
and then have periods of
No,
depression.
I don't know that.
Wait,
Totally makes sense.
Qualified.
We're probably
Wait, would
the
your
one.
dog have like periods of depression or something?
No, he's just horny as
He's
fuck.
just horny then. He's just
Just
horny.
like trying to hump inanimate objects too, like fucking fire hydrants and shit. So
Yes, me and your dog have
yo,
that in
chat,
common.
was my dog bipolar? Okay, so
Sorry,
the original soup chat was, hey,
Keep
what's
your thoughts, keep your thoughts.
everyone's
Reaction.
first reaction? I don't want to linger on it too long, just so we can move on. But Billy Ray, any?
I was just thinking about the child support. It's significant.
Yeah.
Well, but what if they're like, I mean, are they doing okay financially? The dads,
Well, the
or-
great news is my son actually works at McDonald's. He makes as much money as I do. He's 17, right? He's a hard worker. And my daughter, she actually probably makes more money than her dad does, babysitting.
Okay.
And then my two youngest boys, they're still pretty young yet.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So they're just starting out, but one's trying to work at Domino's, and I mean, they're all good kids. Like I got really lucky.
Sure.
I'm the only mess.
Okay. Good times. Good times. Wow. Did anyone else have a thought? Otherwise, we'll move on.
That's a very complex situation to be in, and what I think of when I first hear that is just like all of the emotions and how the kids are impacted by that and how they feel about it and what you've gone through, et cetera, et cetera. It's a very complicated situation.
Hold on, we got.
KEEKO Roast Enjoyer donated $100. To KEEKO, discount Ariana Grande. What's it like being the least popular girl at the orgy?
Oh my God.
Just joshing you, I love ya. You should team up with Brian to start a nov. You could make $200 per month easily. I kid. Your boyfriend is a saint. Proverbs 21:19.
Kiko, any your response?
Thank you for your comment. That was a lot to unpack. Only thing I can take away from that is I will never be starting an OnlyFans. No hate towards it, but that's just not.
Never.
Never, no. And I've never partook in an orgy, so I don't know how that feels. How did it feel for you?
Okay, there you have it.
Do you mind me asking you a question? And you can, of course, you don't have to answer it at all. Are there any specific things that stick out in your head that maybe your bipolar has affected the way that you parent your children?
I mean, obviously the biggest thing is just not being able to be there for them, right? Being in and out of jail is, that's devastating for a child.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing, you know what I mean? I'm really lucky that my kids love me, you know what I mean? Like, genuinely. Because, I meet a lot of people that do not have the bond that I have with my children.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Are all your children, are they located close to
Yes.
you? I know you said that you have them, or
Yes.
most of them part-time, so I
yeah,
didn't know if they
my
travel
daughter's
or not.
the farthest one away, and she's only 40 minutes.
Okay, not bad at all.
So, yeah.
All right, let's keep it moving. Relationship status situations.
I really don't know how to follow that one up, but I did get roasted last time for saying that I was dating, talking to, courting, whatever, to 2 different men. Non-sexually.
Okay. So you're not single, but dating 2 men.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But not intimate with either of them.
Sure, we talked about that last stream, but you're not sleeping with either of them.
Not until there's a commitment.
Allegedly.
Not until there's a commitment, but they can sleep with other women if they'd like.
Are there any other men in the picture?
No.
None?
None.
Are you on any dating apps or?
No, I don't do that stuff.
You don't do dating apps?
No.
Okay. Longest relationship?
3.5 years, and almost 4, and we lived together. It was a monogamous relationship, closed on both ends.
Okay.
Ended about almost 2 years ago.
Are you dating someone here while you were in California? Like
someone in Phoenix that came to California. Yeah.
Okay. No, because you've been in California for like a week, right? No fling type situation or anything?
No, I don't do that. No.
Okay. Madison, what about you?
I am taken. I'm in a very committed relationship. My current relationship is my longest. It's almost 11 months and like 5 days or something like that.
All right. Did you guys have a question for Mia? It looked like you maybe had something on the...
Well, just in... So you're courting 2 men.
It's difficult to do the labels because like if you say you're talking, that can mean that you're sleeping with them.
Yeah.
I say courting because that implies that like you're just talking.
Do those men know that you're seeing multiple?
Yes, they actually both preferred that like they date other people and that I have the option to date other people as well until there's a finalized commitment.
Okay. And how do you think that they actually view this? Like if they're allowed to sleep with other people, they're not getting anything from you sexually, but you guys are dating?
Yeah. Well, one of them is completely abstinent. We met at Mass.
Got it.
The other one is a little bit older, about 10 to 15 years older than me.
Okay.
And he just got a divorce like a year ago, so he's just taking it very, very slow, essentially.
Okay. Now, the guy who's abstinent, that's a religious choice? He doesn't want to have sex until he's married?
Yes.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask, are you a virgin?
No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay.
I'm not. I grew up Christian, though, like Protestant, suburbs, like white picket fence, like she said, the whole shebang.
Now, the guy who's abstinent, I mean, it's very odd, like to know that you're just head to head with another guy. The divorcee, I can see him being like kind of, no offense, I can see him kind of shrugging it off, being like, all right, I'm out of a marriage and now I'm dating. All right, do you want to see another guy?
That's how I see it.
But a guy who's looking at you as potentially the girl who's going to take his virginity, who he's going to dedicate his life to. Has he been like very open and honest with you about like how he feels, and what has he actually told you?
Yeah. Oh God, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that because our conversations are so private. But we've had in-depth conversations about sexuality, the church, what that means, what I want, what he wants, where we'd be going, how we should take it slow, et cetera, et cetera. I get what you're saying about the divorcee, and I think you're spot on about that one. In terms of finding someone that's going to want like a long-term commitment from me, like a guy that's abstinent from church, dating a girl who had a little bit of a wild phase in the beginning of college and then simmered down a bit. I totally understand that, but you know, a lot of Catholics practice forgiveness and understanding.
Are you going to have a problem if you have to wait till marriage if you decide to settle down with this man?
No. I've made that promise.
Yeah. And what is it about him? So you said you already have your doubts a little bit about the divorcee and what his intentions are. So what's keeping you from just deciding on? I feel like I'm putting you on the spot here.
Go ahead.
But what's keeping you from just saying, oh, like this is the guy who's going to commit to me long term. I love him. It's awesome. And like what's keeping you from just saying this guy?
Sorry, are you talking about? Can you phrase the question? Are you talking about
the abstinent guy? What's keeping you from just saying?
Can I say the truth?
Sure.
I would if he asked me to be his girlfriend right now, I would 100% say yes. Okay. It's because he wants to date other people. So I just like.
So he also wants to date other people.
Yes. Yeah.
Even though, and this is the guy that's waiting for marriage?
Yes. Yeah.
And he's Catholic?
Yeah.
So
he's a Catholic in New York City. They like to get girls' numbers. They like to flirt, but then they don't take it further than that.
How long have you been dating him?
I guess that's fair.
About a few weeks.
Oh, so it's super early on.
Yeah, it's new.
Got it.
I do have a question for you.
Sure.
You had said that you made a promise. Does that mean like you're waiting till marriage as well, or?
So yeah, I mean, if we're gonna get into it, I grew up Protestant, and when I went off to college from like about 18 to 20 years old is when I believe that postmodern feminism, like on Twitter, like really indoctrinated me. I wasn't taught anything about sex. It was like spread your legs, act like a man, and just give it out to anybody, and that's it. And I learned the hard way that that is no way to live at all. So yes, I did make a promise to myself, to the church, to God, that I would not have sex on the first date, second date, third date, fourth date, fifth date, whatever.
Stop the cap.
Brian, are you kidding me? I literally lay everything out here. Come on. Come on.
That's bullshit.
No, come on. This notorious, like, you can't be like a 304 and then like come back to your traditional beginnings is just BS. Come on.
I think it's
You
awesome.
can.
Thank
but
you
like,
so much.
I
Thank
don't-
you so much.
You can.
Brian,
you can.
come on,
I
people
just
can
don't
make
buy
180
it. I
change.
just don't buy
Okay,
it.
well, why?
Isn't that what
Why don't
Chase
you buy
is?
it?
Yeah, it's literally
I mean, well,
Yeah, you're having a double standard here,
Nothing against Jay. I
Brian.
love Chase. I'm just
Like at the
saying.
women at the well.
Chase stopped after 8,
no,
correct?
I'm saying it absolutely happens, like, and you hear about it all the time. That is quite, I suppose, literally what someone who's a born again virgin is. They had sex in the past, and now they're changing their standard, and they're going to be waiting until marriage.
But you can understand that.
you
like,
know,
I
because you are
understand.
dating a guy. It sounds like the other guy who you're dating.
The divorcee?
There's no. Is he also a religious guy who's waiting until marriage?
No, but he
So-
understands my
Why would a guy would? Okay.
Yeah,
You tell me.
Can I give my opinion?
Go ahead, unsolicitedly,
Okay.
sure.
Tell us about the trend.
I think drop the
divorce.
older divorcee,
Yeah. Mhm.
be committed to the good man who's Catholic, who's abstinent, because he will be a good man to you and for you and will help you in this. The other one, I mean, if you're serious about going back to the church and waiting for marriage and you truly have this good Catholic abstinent
Let's
man,
not
why
get-
why not drop the other guy?
Because I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I'm like some good Catholic girl. That
No,
just
Catholic, no.
like, you know what I mean? Like,
I
my
know, I know.
devotion is not.
I know, but you can get a good man, and the good man can help you become a better
Yeah,
woman.
1000%. But if that man that I'm attracted to at Mass is saying, hey, I would like to court and date other people before we make a commitment, I'm going to respect that. And if it's somebody that I like, I'm going to respect that. And I'm also okay with polygynous relationships, in which is closed on my end and open on the other. So I'm not
But
one
wait.
for conventional
Okay, so you're okay-
relationships. I'm not trying to promote traditionalism. I'm just trying to say what works best for me,
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
neurochemistry, my body, and my brain.
Okay, so you're open to polygamy. Is
No,
that what you,
polygyny.
Oh, polygyny.
Which means closed on my
Closed on
end,
your end.
open on the man's end.
Okay,
Correct.
but if you marry him, you won't. Will you get married in the Catholic Church because they won't allow that?
It depends. I
Yeah.
mean, that's a whole journey ahead of me.
Okay,
There's still
just
time
curious.
to work.
I'm just rooting for the abstinent Catholic man.
Trust
Aren't-
me,
aren't we all?
so am I.
I'm
So
like,
am I.
get that man.
Can I ask you a question, actually?
Sure.
Because, like, I'm curious, because I have a lot to learn. I think I mentioned that I have, like, I'm starting, like, a male dating advice sort of forum called Men Ask Mia. Right now it's free because I don't feel like I'm educated enough on the subject to give out paid advice. But I, like I said, I did grow up in the church. I resented it. My parents were monogamous, and I did not like them. We did not have a good relationship. We do not speak. So when I went off to college with no education, no sexual education, well, I was left to my own devices, and I was in the New York City. So I just got sucked up by the secular world, and I don't think it's that crazy that someone that grew up in the church is coming back to the church in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just learning how to fit it into my life, into like a way that's not like I'm perfectly Catholic and traditional now, but also honest about my past. You think a guy in the Catholic Church like would accept that?
Yes.
Yes, I think there are plenty. There are
Yes.
plenty of guys in the church who are not like
View me as tarnished.
Like they're not like looking that like if you were a virgin, great, but not every guy is looking for a virgin. And I've made this point on my channel before.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the modern dating world, when people say that body count is different for men versus women, they are absolutely correct.
Correct,
It is
yeah.
definitely different for men versus women. But a lot of the numbers that I hear men throw out Like, I think a lot of the numbers are harsh for the exact reason that you brought up, which is women, how old are you?
I'm 26 years old.
Women your age and pretty much up to your age were completely indoctrinated into thinking, into having a completely diluted view of what sex actually is, the men included. So it's not that I give women a pass. I think that they still need to be accountable.
Right.
And I still think that what you're doing right now, this whole like kind of born again, I'm going to save my body for the man who I want to dedicate my life to, I think that's great. I think there are plenty of men who will see that and be like, good enough, like more than good enough. That's great.
I know. I just don't like the concept of being tarnished. I don't like that.
But look, just because you see that word used in comments does not mean that men will look at you as, it does not mean that a lot of men are going to look at you as just a completely used up asset. Like, there are certain types of women who completely take pride in how sexualized they are, who take pride in how many bodies they rack up. There are women who think, oh my God, like, I'm really behind when they hear their friends' body counts. That's
what I used to think.
That's horrible.
That's what I used to think.
And I think that a lot of the stuff that I talk about and a lot of the stuff that we talk about, it's really because we don't want to be raising kids in a generation where a lot of the stuff that has become normalized is normalized.
I know.
I don't want my daughter growing up thinking like OnlyFans is a good option
Neither
for
do
her
I.
career. I don't want my daughter growing up in a world where she thinks that she needs to use sex to make a man love her. I don't want my son growing up in a world where he's exclusively objectifying women. And we can, I know you're a psych girl, we can get into the psychology and the hormones and all that stuff at a certain point later, but no, I do think that she's spot on. And the other thing that I would ask you is, why won't you ask for the relationship? This is something that women, women always want men to make the first move, but what about this move?
To be honest, I'm a little scared.
Okay.
A little scared.
So,
I'm intimidated.
Question for, well, I know Brian's opinion on this, but question about your opinion on this. I think that a lot of the times men want the women to ask about.
Do you really?
I think the women should ask.
Well, I'm not saying necessarily that they should ask, but I think a lot of the times men want the woman to ask.
How can
once
you
you get to a certain point.
Everything is nuanced. Myron Fresh and Fit spells this out pretty well. Men are working from a deficit, essentially. So in order because you guys have so many options relative to the options that most men have, it's a very small subset of men that have the abundance that allows them to be truly, truly like picky, right? Women, for the most part, a lot of men are objectifying them. Check your DMs, check your comments, check your email. Her email, she gets marriage proposals every day.
Oh,
okay?
No.
Because you're working from a deficit in terms of what you have to do in order to get that abundance, you want the girl to almost be bought in a little bit more because it's going to be
to balance out that power.
Because you're going to want to stay more than her. Because you don't want to have to go back and have to put in all that work again to attract someone. You don't have to put in the same amount of work just to get through the attraction. That's why I call myself an attraction coach. Men need help attracting women. Women need help retaining men.
Absolutely.
So I would say women need relationship advice. Men need attraction advice.
Agreed.
I do think there are different options though. Like for instance, me and her, we had like the most basic on-off relationship in the sense that like we dated for a brief period of time. We ended up breaking up for logistical reasons, and then like less than a year later, through a weird sequence of events, we ended up getting back together. I was the one who had broken up with her, and what?
Just lay it out there.
Just getting ready.
Well,
just throw her under the bus.
The reason why I say that is because at that point, it's going to be really difficult for me to expect her to ask me for a relationship when I've left it before.
Sure.
So like I didn't ask her for the relationship. I basically told her, I was like, hey, I know you're falling in love with me. I'm falling in love with you too. This is like we're doing this. So I didn't ask. I basically told her like we're in a relationship now. But you also just you know, like when you know, like
yeah,
it's like it's that kind of thing. Like at a certain point, you're just like, I know this is exclusive. I know we're not dating different people. Like I want you, you want me. Like we're doing this. So yes, I think that a lot of times men wanting women to ask first makes a ton of sense because of that deficit that I talked about and the work that men need to put in to attract the women.
It's intimidating.
But again, that's because I think women also have this weird delusion where they like being chased, but they hate the guys who are chasing them. They want the thing they're chasing, which is the guys who aren't chasing them. So you like this idea of a guy coming to you and asking, but you don't actually want that guy.
Mm-hmm. Also, just to add to that thing, when it comes to maybe women should be the ones asking for the relationship, do you think it's also related to women gatekeep sex, but men tend to gatekeep commitment or relationships?
That's what I was going to say, because you said, like, women have an issue retaining men, like keeping them. So I feel like that's the reason why a lot of women don't want to ask a man for a relationship, because if I feel like I have to ask him, I feel like that puts a doubt in my mind that, like, does he even want to be here? And especially when men are more known to have wandering eyes and not wanting to. So it's like, if he wants to go see and date other women and she's like, no, I want this. And even if he agrees, like, I feel like in the back of my mind, I'd always have doubts. Like, he's abstinent, so we know he's not sexually engaging them, but, like, is he still, talking around, dating around? Because if he has
That's
a
exactly what I meant when I said I was scared to ask.
So how long ago did you guys have this conversation about having like an open?
We went to like a young adults mass.
Sure.
And we met there, and we basically just laid everything out on the table.
Okay.
There was an immediate attraction.
But this was when you first started to talk to each other. Have you had a previous conversation after that? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you? What's your relationship status?
Oh, I'm single.
How long have you been single?
I've been single for about a year and a half.
1.5 year. Longest relationship?
2 years, 2-ish years.
2 years. Okay. So you were on our show 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
2 or 3 Sundays ago.
Okay. And you posted publicly on your Instagram, you had actually met a guy while you were here in Santa Barbara. Is that correct?
I did, yes, the next morning after I was on your show. Getting roasted that I hit my wall.
So the day after you were on the show, you met a dude who...
I did.
And I don't know if we got some screenshots actually of your story that you posted. Life is wild. One day you're on a podcast being told your standards are too high because of your age, and the next day a man who has every quality you mentioned approaches you, eating your burger and reading a book, and asks you to come hang out with him all day. For inquiring minds, 36 years old, 6'3", never married, no kids, business owner, financial planner, who has all his money ducks in a row, funny, kind-hearted, paid for everything, including the burger I was having solo when he approached me. Women, know your worth. Oh, man. Extending my Santa Barbara vacay through Wednesday.
Love it. Heck yeah.
And I think is there one more tab over? Dressed well, not in flannel.
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
And wearing a real watch. If you watch, so yeah, on the episode, you said something about if a guy doesn't have a watch that... I don't remember exactly what you said.
You want me to recap the watch?
Yeah, well, okay, so a couple questions here.
Yeah.
This guy approached you. What happened? You're still single.
I am still single.
Are you going to meet up with him while you're here, or what?
I'm not.
What happened?
He doesn't have the values that I want. He's a great guy. I have nothing negative to say about him, but I am Catholic. And when we got a little deeper into that, I was like, no, I think I need to actually just fully focus on a man who's religious and has faith. And he didn't, but he had all of those fantastic qualities, and it was nice.
Did y'all?
No.
Come on.
No.
You didn't? You know?
No.
You know, didn't?
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So, okay. How many
we just
days
met.
How many days did you, well, you just met.
I mean, you're asking if I slept with him after going out with him once?
It's people do that fairly, right? It's pretty common. It's
pretty
common.
Fairly common.
Okay.
But
no,
didn't you meet up with him twice?
In our younger
we did.
generation.
How many times did you meet up with him?
Only 2 nights.
Okay,
two nights. So one was like afternoon, right? When he approached me when I was eating my lunch and I was reading a book, and he asked what I was reading, and he was very nice, gentleman, had a great afternoon. And then we went out to dinner the second night. Mm-hmm. Again, great conversation. But through conversation, learned a couple of things that for me would be difficult in a long-term partnership. So,
Besides, what are the couple things?
The religious stuff, right?
Just the religious? That's one thing.
Yeah, so he doesn't, he's, I think, agnostic or not really religious at all.
Okay.
And then just a couple things about him that would just be difficult for me.
Male stripper? What?
No.
What's the issue here? What?
You showed sort of a photo of him, and so I don't want to say anything because that's his private life, and I don't feel it's mine to share.
You posted it publicly on your Instagram, so.
Yeah, but I didn't post publicly what you're asking me. So I'd like to pass on that question.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Do you think that you can be any age and get any man that you want?
No.
You don't think that?
No, I don't.
So what do you think?
I think that at different ages, men and women can obtain different partners. So, for example, I'm 39. So is a 25-year-old man going to marry me? Most likely not. Do I want to marry a 25-year-old man? Also no.
Hold on just a sec.
Prometheus
Thank you,
donated
Prometheus.
$100. Hey Brian, I experienced a not so great situation with someone I worked with who lied about her intentions and caused emotional trauma a couple of years back. Flash forward to today, I'm hesitate to show interests to a person that is interested in me.
I worked with who lied about her intentions and caused emotional trauma. So are you, did you get Me Too'd, Prometheus? If you did, sorry to hear that. It sounded like you had something you wanted to...
It honestly, I mean...
Very vague.
Yeah, it's a little vague, but I take away from that abuse goes both ways, that it can traumatize both men and women. Sounds like he's super scared to even approach girls, if I'm reading that correctly. Definitely afraid even if he gets on a date to share his true intentions or get into something because he's afraid he's going to get his heart broken. That's what I took away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he says he's hesitant to show interest in a person that is interested in me.
Because he thinks he's going to get tricked.
Mm-hmm.
Tricked into what?
Tricked. What I didn't... Again, that
it's
was
not
the vague
clear,
part.
yeah, what happened, but... you could just swear off women. That's an option. I'm just, just swear them off, That's a solution. That's a easy solution. It could be.
That sounds terrible.
Live a life
Listen,
of
Option you could devote
AI
to church,
AI
but-
girlfriends are coming, I guess.
That's what you're gonna.
Do you
That's
want
what
to start on
Let's
that
not
topic?
promote that.
Well,
Let's not promote that, Brian.
I've got many arguments
Chase will
against
definitely not
this.
come on.
I feel like Brian would absolutely have an AI girlfriend and
He
be
wants
happy
a
about
robot
it.
perfect girl.
No, why would I have what? Why would hold on? When you say an AI girlfriend, like a digital to keep me company, huh?
No,
So,
no, no.
So, Brian, they're creating these essentially VR, these ways to have virtual reality girlfriends.
Like that movie. What was that movie?
Yes.
Like
Her.
You're talking about
her.
X?
Was
Yep.
it
Her.
With,
Exactly.
No, with Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, Spike Jones, the director. It's called Her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, that shit would be kind of lame.
No, but I'm saying what if they do a physical body and make it warm as a human
There
body's
are-
temperature?
There's.
I'm down.
You- See, what did I say? What did I say? I
Let's
said you
fucking
would.
go. Why not? Shit, let's go for it.
Sister
I said
or
it.
sister wives?
And it
They're
could
all-
perform other tasks too, like fucking do my laundry. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay,
I'm
honestly,
down.
So there are
honestly fair.
articles
Fair.
that have come out recently about these AI girlfriends or sex robots that basically talk about how they can give the exact same sexual pleasure and emotional pleasure that real people can, and so there's no need for real life relationships.
That's
if what you're
wild.
after in a relationship,
They probably can't give birth, or
No, they
Right.
absolutely
Yeah.
can't, and that's the problem.
Well,
But-
they might be able to give pleasure, but is that
That's
about
it.
it? A lot
I mean-
more to life than pleasure.
Well, absolutely, but I mean, I'm arguing against
Oh,
it.
no,
but-
She's like, I have one.
I think it's absolutely
Prometheus
got one.
stupid. and
Hold on,
horrendous.
we have a follow-up here.
$100. Being used, sorry for the lack transparency. She showed romantic antics only to lie about her intentions with me. This same person is causing inappropriate actions within the workplace. It's women I work with that I'm hesitant trusting.
Oh,
Don't
you
date
worked with
people
her.
that you work with.
Yeah, don't,
Ever.
I wouldn't do
Absolutely
that.
not.
Oh, well, you know what
I
though?
do.
I kind of disagree with that a little bit because that's once you're out of college,
It depends on where you work, right? If you work at McDonald's, then yeah, you could date the person. But if you're like a high up, it's dangerous. It's tricky for a man.
No, but like, let's say there's not like impropriety because you're her
Superior?
You're a superior. You're both on the same level. Let's say maybe you're in different departments. I don't think is it that like workplace?
I think it can
romances.
get messy.
No, it can get messy because the work is
his
involved.
exact reason why. Because obviously he works at a job that he's not willing to leave for this reason. So if you're going to date someone at a career that it's a career and not just like a part-time job for you, and you're not willing to step away from that, it's no relationship is 100% positive to go well. So when you start that, you're willing to not just like you're inhibiting your whole workforce by doing that.
So idealistically, I think it's okay to date coworkers. However, in this current dating landscape, in the current workplace landscape, I strongly recommend against it, especially if you're a man.
There's always exceptions to the rule, and I totally get that, but I don't think it's something that should be.
But on the most basic level, I don't object to coworkers dating each other. But because of the current landscape when it comes to the male-female dynamics in the workplace, strongly recommend against it. But I don't have any quarrels with it, generally
I live
speaking.
in a really small town, so working with somebody and dating, you know what I mean? That's really...
You said you're currently working at a gas station?
I did bartend with my boyfriend for several years, and I liked it.
Sure.
So I think that there's a different dynamic around a place like a restaurant or a bar as a workplace compared to like a corporate job or...
Did he say where he worked?
No, he said he showed
so vague.
romantic.
No, it is very
vague,
vague, but I totally understand what you're saying. There are
Did he get used? He said he was used.
I think what it was is this woman made her intentions seem like she was really interested in having a relationship with this man when they really weren't, and she maybe skewed the situation a bit.
I would venture a guess that maybe he was someone above her in some sort of corporate setting, and she basically like honeypotted him into like maybe getting fired or like maybe being demoted.
Well, why don't you send another TTS and let us
know
some more details?
Give us some more details, slowly but surely.
We need some more details.
Fat bastard donated $100.
Nice.
Get in my belly. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. Ribs, I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. Ribs. Chili's baby back ribs.
All right.
Nice.
For $100.
Thank you, Fat Bastard.
Yeah. Right? Yeah.
You could get those ribs for like $15 at Chili's, probably.
I think I'm going to do a Dr. Evil impersonation the rest of the show.
No.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Fat Bastard. Appreciate it. Okay. So just going back to you.
You still are on the relationship status, huh?
Yeah, I know. We're still on that. So. Okay, you met the guy. It didn't work out. You didn't smash. No smash. Zero smash. What was the thing with the watches and the flannel? I think we were going to get into that. You're not a fan of the flannel.
So I was, okay, are we going to start with flannel or watches?
Yeah, just recap real quick.
Okay, so I had said last time I was on here about watches that when a man shows up to a date wearing a real watch, a non-iWatch, I appreciate that. And I think an iWatch I think an iWatch can come off as a little bit rude, like a phone on the table. Like it's like, because it's there to connect you and you keep all this stuff. I also think from a style perspective, like a timepiece is very personal for a man. It's something that's passed down. It's something that completes an outfit. And I'm not saying, people are like, oh, are you saying it's a red flag if he's wearing an iWatch? No, I'm not. Of course, I'm not saying that. It's perfectly fine to wear an iWatch. What I'm saying is if he shows up wearing a proper timepiece, it's very attractive. Like a woman showing up in heels. Sure, she can show up in flats and that's cute. And maybe you don't like heels and that's fine. You don't need to wear them. But they give you that extra little something. And people had a problem with me having this opinion about a man's watch. That's it.
What about if there's no watch? Is that a kind of a...
No, I mean, it's
negative?
No, I wouldn't say it's a negative. I would just say my first preference is that he's wearing a classic watch.
Classic watch.
Classic watch. It doesn't need to be expensive. It doesn't need to be...
Is this a good watch?
It's great. It doesn't need to be expensive.
No, but is that...
I'm not saying that it
on the
needs to be an
tier-
expensive watch.
Is that like a 10 out of 10 watch?
You would appreciate that.
Yeah, I would appreciate
That's-
that.
it is a nice
It
watch.
doesn't
He has a
need to
nice
cost a lot of money. It just
Okay.
needs to suit you, and it's just like a little reflection. It's like men don't have a lot of accessories like women. Okay, he's got like shoes, belt, watch.
To me, it's like cologne.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
cologne.
what I was about to say. Are you putting
I
it
don't
at
know what got people so upset about me talking about
Just
the
seemed
watch.
a little specific.
Targeted.
Yeah, it's a little
specific.
specific, but see, it's a little outward token that's like a reflection of something else about a man, right? It's about the watch, yes, but it's just a reflection of part of his personality. A watch tells a little something about a man. You can deny that, but it does a little bit.
What does a no watch tell about a man?
He's probably unorganized and runs late.
No watch.
And
Zero watch.
I'd have to disagree.
no,
I very much disagree with that. That's
I'd
a
have to
ridiculous
disagree.
generalization about men wearing watches. That's ridiculous.
but no watch is just neutral.
I never noticed.
iWatch
watch
is
isn't
whatever.
neutral.
I just
What's the issue
appreciate
with
a
the
real
flannel?
watch.
What's the flannel issue?
I'm actually pro iWatch. I love a man that cares about his steps.
Oh.
You know?
Okay, thank you, Kiko.
I more have a
See
problem
how
with
stairs
your
are climbing.
current pants situation than the flannel.
Well, it's
today,
warm
but-
today. It's freaking 80 degrees or some shit. I'm wearing
Can
some
you show
shorts.
your
So why are
socks?
you
Can
wearing
you show your,
flannel
can you
in
show your
either
diabetic
socks?
socks?
Listen, I am wearing. I am role playing today as a.
down
I'm
in
not
the
going to even
school.
say it.
No, don't say that.
I'm not going to say
I
it,
already
but
said it.
I got some tall socks on. I'm not trying to like.
Are they compression socks, Brian?
Yeah, they're compression socks.
It's like world's strongest man.
Do you have poor circulation?
It's just like
He's wearing
we
some-
sit for a long time, so
They're
I
like
need
knee
Tall
high.
compression socks. And these like
gotta get
oversized
some,
boxers.
Get him, Priya.
They look like boxers. Yes, they look like humongous boxers.
I'm wearing boxers under.
I believe
okay,
you.
You just gotta own it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, Priya, let me speak on your attire right
Go
now.
at it.
Sure. would you like to?
You look like you're about to go on safari. First off, can you stand up, please? Stand up. Show them this. And also, look. Do you see how bunched up that is? When you're sitting, it looks like you have a boner. Okay. You have the fabric.
linen.
You have a fabric boner.
Linen
hold
just
on. Hold on.
wrinkles.
All right. Oh, I work at the hospital. Yeah, I guess it's best to keep my pen from mixing with the company ink.
Yeah.
Brian, I'm pro flannel. Alice in Chains. Let's fucking go. It's a kick-ass band. What? Alice in Chains. What was their good? Fuck.
Rooster.
Well, it's like Rooster and then
Right?
Alice in
I feel
Chains.
like they're
It's like
actually
grunge,
Rooster.
early '90s, mid '90s grunge. Yeah, thank you, Prometheus. Much appreciated. Yeah, Pearl Jam's one of my favorite bands.
I'm a Nirvana.
But okay, Priya, you literally like you have too much fabric.
Can you
here.
can you
It
can
looks
you
like
stand
have
up
a
and show
penis.
them
No,
what
I'm
you're
not,
wearing?
I'm not going to stand up.
Yeah.
Bro, it's about to be August in California.
It
It's
is-
fucking hot.
Yeah.
You can't see below the tape, so I'm wearing some shorts. I'm wearing shorts.
So
bro.
is she.
These are shorts. Haters are gonna hate. Haters are gonna hate. But that's the wrong camera.
Brian, I have stated my stance on your flannel so many times. Just don't wear it on a date. You can
You know
wear it at
what?
home
I'm doubling
all you
down
want.
on. You can't. I'm doubling down.
No,
I'm
you
gonna
c-
wear
yeah.
this on a date,
what
son.
do you
I'm
wear
gonna wear
on
my
dates?
shorts.
This.
I'm gonna wear my shorts. No,
This
I
is
wouldn't
what
wear the
he
shorts.
wears. He wears this and
I'd
not
wear my
those
sweatpants.
pants, but he wears sweatpants.
I'd wear my sweatpants.
That,
I'd wear my
that
sweatpants
is
on the date.
actually
Thank
an
you.
acceptable outfit where I come from.
I was about to
For a
say,
date?
maybe a flannel
Yeah.
isn't bad.
Yeah, it's flannel.
Yeah, it really is.
I don't mind
yeah,
flannel.
The
that-
flannel's
that's acceptable.
fine. I think the
that would be
pants-
considered casually dressed
See,
up.
you gotta understand, right?
So, yeah.
California is a little more relaxed than all you uppity people. You got New
I
Yorker
live in
over
California.
here.
I'm sorry, how long
Yeah,
have you
but-
lived
I
in
said the flannel's
California?
fine.
Long time, since I was 5.
I was born and raised.
Oh,
So-
congratulations.
And I'm telling you,
Ah,
flannel on the date. Flannel
Yeah,
on
but-
a dinner date with sweatpants, Brian.
It's just the pants.
Bro,
it's
I don't
just
give
the
a
pants.
fuck.
Wait, are they
though.
gray
I don't
sweatpants?
give a
That's fine.
fuck.
That's
I
totally
don't give a
that's
fuck.
valid.
Are they gray sweatpants?
No, they're black.
Bro,
Oh.
sweatpants are in, first off.
I mean, if they're gray.
Hold on just a sec.
Doc Venabilly's donated $100. Nicole,
Thank you, man.
your watch comment goes over the head of most young daters. You are absolutely right. A nice watch reflects understanding of precision craftsmanship and reflects sophistication. Stick to your guns.
Tell you what, I'll show up to a date well dressed when the majority of women don't show up to the date with a double-digit body count. How about that? You guys want to talk about being a gentleman? Y'all stop being so promiscuous. I'll show up to the date dressed to the nines. But here's the thing, y'all you've got like a fucking long line of previous dicks. It's miles and miles of dicks. I'm not gonna show up wearing a fucking suit on the first date. I'm wearing my fucking sweatpants. I'm wearing my flannel.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm wearing
Why
my
are you going
diabetic socks. I don't give a fuck.
Brian, why are
Brian,
you going on dates with those women then?
Behave like the person that you want to attract. What are you doing?
That's what he's trying to attract. Somebody that's going to take care of his
No, he's
beaties.
saying it's like
Right?
every girl that he's
Sweatpants
meeting
is
is
gonna
what he's
attract this
saying.
girl's number.
Bro, hello.
You want a
like-
nurse?
Brian only dresses up for funerals. We made that
Nurse,
clear.
Right? He's looking for a nurse.
We made that clear.
Somebody
Brian
on the
dresses
funeral.
up
Can I
for
ask you a
funerals.
You
No
only
nurses.
have a funeral
No nurses?
suit?
Oh.
No nurses. What's up?
Oh.
Are you on dating apps?
No.
Not at all.
No.
So how do you meet your women?
So okay. Hold on.
Let's go.
Hold on. Okay, first off, I was banned from Tinder and Hinge because I was using it to try to get guests on the show. Then I got banned on Hinge months ago because I was using it to get guests on the show.
How did they find that out? Like,
Because the first message I would send, I'd match with everybody. I'd be like, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And I wasn't even genuinely trying to date anybody. But listen, some people think, hey, that's wrong. A lot of women are on dating apps. Here's my Instagram. Here's my Cash App. Here's my Snapchat. Do you have a yacht?
Oh my god.
I'm the one dude who's doing the reverse finesse on the dating apps. So,
right. the one and only.
what?
Oh, I heard that. No.
Okay.
You are not the only one.
Well, okay. There's obviously other dudes finessing
Have we
on there,
not
but
learned from the Tinder swindler?
Oh, yeah.
yeah, but see when
Oh, yeah.
here's the difference though. Tinder swindler.
He was stealing.
They make
thousands of
documentaries.
dollars.
They make documentaries about it. One dude doing this. Women are doing that shit on the daily.
It's not one though. We brought it up on this. There's this Facebook group that is common in a lot of big areas. There is
Are we
multiple.
dating the same guy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a magnitude of men who, and I mean, hey,
But
We
that's
should
not-
bring awareness
that
to this,
women
actually.
do that too.
No, we should
No,
bring
but
more
like-
awareness
Oh,
to
yeah.
this.
This like
is
they do this on
toxic.
another level, which is like most of the time though I'm like, how can you be so gullible like these
Yeah.
women? But like, yeah, there's women who will go on dates and they have no intention. They get a free meal. Okay, there are men who are scamming thousands of dollars from women on these apps.
It's
how
not
are
as
they
common as the
scamming?
reverse.
I mean,
How are they
Sure,
doing
maybe
it?
not, but
so
it
like
still
there's men who will
exists.
be like, oh, like I want our date to be this concert. I get a hookup on tickets through my company.
Yeah.
Just send me $300 for this, or like a hotel room.
You have
And
to be
then-
stupid to
right?
do
you
that,
have.
seriously.
I
Yeah, I'm not
agree,
sure that's as prevalent
But it
as
does
you're
happen
saying.
to men too who get scammed from women that way. And then when we say, oh, you have to be smarter than that, it's like they're like,
I
oh,
think it's in a
well,
state of
don't blame the
desperation,
victim, but like. It happens to women all the time too, so it's like it goes.
It's about
both ways.
frequency, right? It's like about which one is more common. Would you expect a man to try to
I don't know
finesse a
what's more
woman out of
common
money?
or which is a bigger deal in a sense. Is it a
Okay,
bigger deal?
how could you
to
assess
get,
that between genders when they're totally different?
Well, I'm saying the reason why I'm saying it is because the one that gets brought up with most women is the free meals. A free meal, okay, maybe was the most expensive was you took her to a $100 steak dinner and she scammed you out of it. Where the other side is men scamming hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I don't think that's.
Bro,
I don't think
But-
that's it.
but
I don't think
that-
that's it.
But the whole what you just described would require the most insane con to get her emotionally connected to you,
Psychopathy, yeah.
to get her to do. Whereas what you said before, which is the $100 steak dinner, there are women who will make guys do that 10 to 20 times, never sleep with them while simultaneously sleeping with other men.
Very true.
A lot of them. So, so what I'm saying is, like, first of all, like, what did we say earlier? The amount of effort that men have to put in to get women to fall in love with them to the degree that they will just send them money for a concert. Like, I know you guys said that they have to be super gullible and maybe a little bit stupid, but that man is like a master manipulator, and there aren't a ton of those. out there.
I will agree. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not a ton, but I mean, it's more common than you think. Because I will be bored and scroll through. I'm on multiple different ones in multiple cities and stuff, and it's happening a lot more than we realize because we know that there's men out there who have trouble getting dates, finding women, but there's also a lot of women who struggle immensely because of, we say a lot of women, all they are their looks or whatever.
Erroneous.
So
Erroneous.
a lot of these women it's a lot of women who are in their 30s, who are getting a little bit older and feel like they're running out of time. So they're willing to take bigger gambles when it comes to some of these things. So, sob story. I could say the same thing, sob story to the men who get, tricked out of the $100 dinner.
Hold on just a sec.
Sticky Side Down donated
Thank you, brother.
$99. My analog watch is a very important accessory. It's color matched to one of my 4 cars. Priya just said behave like the person you want to attract. I'm off to go buy some safari clothes. When we grab a drink. No flannel. Promise.
Priya?
He just risked Priya.
Priya, do you accept the safari offer? Wow, saved by
Leigh
the...
Grossman donated $100. KEEKO, I'm gonna have to head down there, and I will rain down an ungodly fucking firestorm upon you. You're gonna have to call the fucking United Nations and get a fucking binding resolution to keep me from fucking destroying you. I am talking scorched earth.
That's from...
That's aggressive.
Fuck, what's that movie? Tropic Thunder?
I'm not familiar.
So it's a copy paste. He's not actually gonna. Don't worry.
Can I add on to
I know he's
something?
not actually.
Hold on, we have a chat here. John Smith, hey, thank you, man. Can you ask the girls if a guy owning a gun is a positive deal breaker or neutral? P.S. Shout out to KEEKO for being a good sport and coming back on the show. Definitely makes the show better to have people with different opinions. Word, yeah. Okay, well, let me come back to that. So, owning a gun, is it positive deal breaker or neutral? Let me come back, because let's just go around and get everybody to reveal the relationship status. We haven't even finished it yet.
Oh my god.
At least we know theirs.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I am single, and my longest relationship was 2 years.
How long have you been single?
Since like April 1st, so very beginning of April.
What a joke. Okay. What about you, Priya?
I'm happily married. No, I'm totally kidding. I'm single.
Stop the cap.
Oh, sorry. Well, I didn't mean to press that. My bad. Okay.
You were a little late on that one.
Well, I didn't even mean to press that, but I was going to press that. Okay, just no problem. All right. Single?
Yeah, single. Have been so for almost a year. Longest relationship was 5 months.
5 months. And a lot of people have been in the TTS, I'm assuming in the DMs too, have been, they seem to like you quite a bit. So you've gotten some proposals maybe? Not like marriage proposals, but like dudes who...
I
Wow,
just
the
said I was
sky is
happily
beautiful,
married.
by the way. Look at the sky, guys. Huh?
This guy is pretty. What?
DMs, any...
He's asking for the tea.
The
All right?
the tea.
The tizzle.
I'm sure there have been. I haven't checked, nor have I accepted anything.
That is a fundamental difference between men and women. The idea that you can just like sit around and wait to check your DMs because there are so many coming through.
Well, personally, I'm not truly all that interested in meeting somebody through the internet.
I got you.
I have no trouble meeting people in person if I really want to.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not something that I am too concerned about. But I don't particularly love the idea of meeting somebody through the internet and meeting up with them for the first time in person.
Yeah. The DMs thing is funny because even when a girl slides into a guy's DMs, she actually isn't. She's really just like commenting, hoping he notices her, and then he slides into her DMs because she was noticed. What
That's
a
a good
weird
point.
freaking life.
I think about the DM thing though.
Guy still has to make the move.
I think about the DM thing though. The average woman, I mean, like with me, I only have like so many followers on Instagram, and I don't have much. I don't get DMs. Like I don't,
Define you don't get DMs.
Like
How frequently do you get a DM from a guy?
I've gotten this year probably one.
One. Okay. And do you have a private Instagram?
No.
You have a public
actually.
Instagram?
Yeah.
I guess they're all already hitched in Alabama.
Did you check your spam?
Yeah. You're talking about like the little
There's like another one.
a request thing?
Because you might think you're not, and then you hit that, and you're like, oh.
No, the only ones that like like the one that I got was like these old creepy men asking to be sugar daddies kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
That still counts.
Nothing legit.
Yeah, still counts.
What is your
But those
Yeah,
men are
those
also
are
scammers. They're not always sugar daddies like all the time. A lot of the time they're trying to scam you as well.
Right. I
A lot of
100%.
time it's about 100%.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
not going to
Actually
that's
give
not how
you
it-
anything.
No, it's not how that happens.
Do you mind if I ask what your Instagram is like?
It's just the typical, like, I don't post like super glamorous photos. It's just me living life, kind of posting that kind of stuff.
So
it's like
anything
amateur.
that you would consider to be thirst trappy?
No.
Anything that anybody would consider to be thirst trappy?
No.
Okay.
I don't
Pull it
think
up.
so.
So like no bikinis, no.
I have like a one piece on there.
Wow, it's the first time I've heard that answer in a long time.
I actually just bought my first bikini in like 3 years.
Got it. It's an
Like-
interest-
Well,
it's
so
an
you're
interesting case study.
religious, right?
Yes, I am. Yes.
You're Catholic, is it, or
No,
Christian?
Well, I think Catholic and Christians are the same thing, but like they're part of the same umbrella. But I'm Protestant.
Okay, got it. So you are. Hold on, wait. What the fuck? I screwed up my notes here. Are you waiting until marriage?
I am. Yes.
Okay.
But
so.
I'm not a virgin now.
Oh, okay. So you're like what? Born again virgin.
Yes and yeah.
Did you have like a crazy
No.
phase when you were younger, or just you had a boyfriend, or
I just my boyfriend. Yeah.
your current? Wait.
Well, my
Or
boyfriend's
your previous.
like past. Yeah, that was the limit of that.
So okay, you hooked up with him. You guys broke up. Now you're waiting for marriage, correct?
Beaten Cheeks
Okay.
donated $99.
Yeah, thank you, Cheeks. Appreciate
If
it.
any of you simpai incels in here call any females on dating advice, go touch grass and lose weight. No real man wants to take advice by a woman being Eiffel Towered and claims to be born again. Kind of nonsense is that? Beaters fall for this notion.
Do you guys like looking at half of Kiko's face, by the way?
Beautiful.
It's awesome.
Well, if I lean
It's-
in,
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, there you go.
but then I have to like every time it goes, it changes the angle. Half of my head. There we go.
No, that's fine. It's fine. You just okay. All right.
Maybe I should try a different seat.
I just learned what the Eiffel Tower meant.
I don't know what that
recently.
means.
Like I did, yeah. See, I didn't either.
What
And it
is
was
that?
super embarrassing because I was like, no, I got to work at
Don't
Baymart
be
tomorrow. I
embarrassed.
can't go to the Eiffel
It's
Tower.
not that embarrassing.
No,
Priya,
it is
Priya,
when you're
Eiffel
talking about
Tower.
going to a gas station because you
Two
can't go to
guys, one girl.
Paris.
Priya, what about you?
And they're talking about.
I answered the question already.
Imagine.
Oh, okay.
one man,
Sorry,
a woman,
Billy.
One man.
I am in a relationship,
Yeah, see.
and my longest relationship was about 4 years.
All right.
And I am also in a relationship. My longest relationship was about 4.5 years.
And if you guys they're dating, in case anybody didn't catch that. Okay. How long have you guys been dating?
What do you want to tell the full story?
We've known each other
Oh.
for a little over 2 years. We've been dating for probably about 16, 17 months at this point. Yeah,
May I ask you a couple questions?
sure.
Are either of you religious?
I would say that I have refound my relationship with
Okay.
God, yes.
And are you guys chaste within your relationship, or do you have sex?
Oh, we have sex.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yes.
So you're Christian, Protestant?
We both have been rediscovering.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was like you
I-
grew
I
up
was ra- I was
Christian,
raised
went
Catholic.
away. Okay. And now you're rediscovering
I
your
never
faith.
really went away. I
Okay.
just have never been
Dedicated.
consistent with church.
And you guys are trying to be more consistent with church. I have a follow-up question. Do you think
Can you scoot your microphone
Yeah.
back, please, and just?
do you guys
No, keep.
Okay,
scooting
keep going back. Okay.
You're
back
boxing
here.
out Madison.
Oh, Madison, get in here. Do you guys think that at some point in your relationship you may choose to stop having sex for religious reasons?
No.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually, so this is interesting. So I said I'm kind of like refining my relationship with God. I'm not a consistent churchgoer. I certainly have grown to believe in Him again. I've started to read the Bible a lot more, and I certainly like to live as though God exists. I'm certainly not a like by the book, doctrine-oriented Christian. But the reason I bring that up is to kind of go back to what you were saying earlier, because you said that you had this relatively strict guideline for the man that you're going to settle down with, and that he has to be a religious man, right?
He doesn't need to be, well, we can define that more, but I'm not strict about it.
Right.
I wouldn't mind if he's not religious, but holds a lot of the like general tenets and values that you would traditionally find in a religious
That's
man.
exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind if he isn't sure even what he thinks about God, but a man who's not religious can also be a godly man on a natural level, and that to me is very
You mean
attractive.
just in terms of the morals, the principles?
Yeah, morals, values, you know. And there are Christian men who are not nearly as great as some of those non-Christian men.
Right.
So it's not. Yeah, I'll pause there. But I want you guys to talk. But I hope
No,
you
go
guys
ahead.
get married. I like you guys.
I think there's definitely a big difference between a man of God and people who do claim that they're Christians, because you can be a Christian and not follow the book, right? Like, me personally, I feel like a man of God is somebody who does follow the book, and I feel like there's two in the dating sphere. I've been with somebody who claims that they're a Christian, right, and claims that they have those values, but in reality, it was just to, I wouldn't say bait, but like.
Oh, those guys exist.
Yeah.
Yes,
they're
they do
called
exist.
they're called nice guys.
Yes.
We have a big issue with those guys.
I do not like nice guys.
Okay.
They're dangerous.
Chat before you explode. There's a difference between a nice guy and a good guy, at least by the way that I define it. I'm not saying that if you're a good-hearted, treat women kindly guy, chivalrous guy, that you're not doing the right
It's
things.
the facade
Correct.
you're talking
Okay?
about.
But there is and we can get into this more if we really want to, but I think that there's a certain type of man who has the ability to be hyper chivalrous, hyper kind, very sweet, very loving, very caring, very compassionate, very empathetic, who simultaneously is not a bitch. Okay? Like, he has the ability to put his foot down, he has the ability to set boundaries, he has the ability to stand by those boundaries and be willing to walk away if those boundaries are not respected. That is what a good man does. Okay? It doesn't, just because you're not a nice guy does not mean that you're a toxic individual. Okay? There's a huge difference between toxicity and, in fact, a lot of the nice guys are pretty freaking toxic because they
Yes.
will literally lie to you.
And they're manipulative.
They are agreeable dishonestly. Okay,
The facade, yeah.
that's what Jordan Peterson would say. He'd say that those guys are hyper agreeable. They don't know how to disagree or confront moralistically, right? So,
Loose Pussy Energy donated $99.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I'm
Annoying dollar store Ariana Grande. Would you smash the hottest trans man in the world or the oldest man in the world? Hashtag RAGEQUIT.
The oldest man in the world is probably upwards of 120 at this point. We've been surviving pretty long these days, especially in like in Asian countries. So I'm happily in a relationship, plan to marry this man, but if I had to choose, I guess I would go with the hottest trans man in the world.
yeah. I don't even know if the old guy could get it up anymore.
That's I just feel like
Right.
I feel like it's not illegal, but it should be illegal. You know what I mean? Like at the far end of the spectrum, like that just doesn't. Like I feel like that might take the old man out.
I'd be asking questions.
It might be the last thing.
Yeah, that guy's got some wealth that you're trying to go after.
It might be the last thing he does.
So,
I'm not
wait.
trying
want to go that way.
I'm not trying to kill somebody, you know.
Which one are you going for?
I said trans,
Into the mic.
hottest,
Into the
the
mic.
hottest trans man. Why would I mean, like
Okay, that's her answer.
versus the oldest man in the world. Like those people, like the oldest people living, literally look like half alive mummies.
Yeah.
Like they basically look mummified. Like that's.
Well, you're bi, right?
I don't know.
But you've been with women before.
Isn't I don't know queer?
No, it's not. Because I was.
But you've hooked up with women.
I have.
Yeah.
But I haven't dated a woman since I was in high school.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I don't think I would. Even if I was single, happily single, I don't think I would ever pursue that. So, I don't know.
Okay. LP, thank you very much for your TTS, man. Much appreciated. I don't know if we have much else to say on that specific topic. Would you smash the hottest? Yeah, that was directed. That was just for KEEKO. So thank you, man. Appreciate it. We did have one that came in. It was about the gun stuff, and then we were talking a little bit about the. Did you have more on the nice guy versus good guy?
No, I think I wrapped that up.
You
We can
wrapped
get
it
back
up?
to it later if we
Okay,
need to.
cool. Oh, I was gonna ask for you two, and then we will get to the gun thing real quick. How did you guys meet?
Hinge.
Yep. Met on an app.
Okay, Hinge.
And we would have never met if it wasn't for Hinge. So I'm very pro dating apps. I know a lot of people aren't. But we didn't live in the same area. I do not go out. I don't go out to clubs. I don't party.
Sinho_ donated $100. Billy Ray, love you.
Thank you, Sina. Me
Not
too.
too long ago I was dating a lefty feminist, made me feel weak. Watching your clips made me realize it was normal to set boundaries and expectations of her. Now I'm happily single and focused on my mission. Air Force Ranger to be.
Love to hear that. And thank you for your service.
Yo, Sino, thank you very much for your TTS, man.
Peace.
Much appreciated. Yeah, Billy has some awesome content, so be sure to check it out.
You were going to talk about the apps.
Oh, the apps. Yeah, we would have never met if it wasn't for Hinge. I don't go out. I don't party. I don't go out to clubs. So we would have never connected. So I think they can be used in the right way
They need to be used properly.
with intention.
I can see why people don't want to be on them. I was on.
Go
ahead.
Sorry, I'm going to forget my thought if I don't say it. I was on dating apps for years and went on, I think, 3 total dates, and all of those dates resulted in my one relationship that I was in for 4 years, another relationship that didn't last too long, only a few months, and now down.
And for me, the way that I used apps, and I think that this is how I would incur it, I told you I'm in sales as sort of my full-time career alongside as I'm growing the dating business. I really would use dating apps sort of as call it sales pipeline. Like basically you get in, you get a couple of matches.
Party foul over here.
you we good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whichever girls, actually take an interest and respond to you, the best conversations result in numbers. So I would, over the course of maybe a week or two, maybe get 2 or 3 numbers. Then one of those conversations is just going to kind of die. It's not going to work. Might go on 2 dates. And I rarely took I did take her out to dinner, but I rarely would take girls out to dinner. I'd usually just do coffee, hey, let's go for a walk, let's get a coffee, low barrier to entry, I'll pay, that kind of thing. And I would like one of those people more than the other. I would say sorry to the other and try to date the other one. So it's not one of these things where I kept going back to the well because I was like, what's next? You can shut that off if you want to. And the other thing that I think is kind of cool about the apps, like she said, we wouldn't have really met if we were on the apps. The other thing that's interesting about us, when I say we have 0 shared interests, I mean 0 shared interests. But our values completely align. And that is, it took me dating her to realize how much more important that is than you both wanting to go do the same thing during the day.
To add to that, like I said, I grew up Protestant, and then I had my little college phase, and then I returned back to the Catholic Church. Actually, I also went to Catholic private school growing up. So yeah, I can really relate to wanting to find. I don't know. I struggle with dating apps a lot in general because I find especially where I live in New York, especially Brooklyn, a lot of the guys have that facade you're talking about. This super feminist, cool, chill facade, gonna be super sweet too, whatever. And then when it comes down to building a foundation and actually establishing values, that was never something that I entertained until I started going back to the church and realizing how important it was.
It turns out they just want sex, and once they don't get it for a certain period of time, they start showing their true colors.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep, sounds
But
about right.
don't you think there's some component of this whole nice guy thing? Certainly there are guys that sort of play nice, but then they get fucking salty when the girl curves them, whatever. I get that, but there is certainly something to be said about, there are women out there who overlook some men who actually are good guys to chase after the bad boys,
100%.
the jerks, the assholes. You often hear women complain about, oh, I didn't feel the vibe with him. I didn't feel, even though every other single metric is this guy, he's perfectly pleasant, he's got his life together, et cetera, and then they go chase after some fucking scumbag, or they're chasing after, you know, whoever it may be, or a guy who is able to elicit the vibe. And whether that sometimes comes down to he's kind of being kind of a dick.
You have to be willing to, sorry,
No,
you have to be willing to sort of, not to quote JP again, you have to risk being offensive in order to stimulate somebody like that. Like, you have to figure out, like when girls talk about the vibe, it really just means that you're communicating in a very indirect way with them, and then you're figuring out when to speak to them directly like a man.
Is
That's
the
all.
vibe butterflies? Is that
No, the vibe is like when you have a flow. Like, girls are very flowy with the way that they talk. It's like it's about
Want
a
to
bunch
feel
of different
natural.
things. Yeah, they like guys are more just like, hey, you want to get a coffee? Yeah, sure. What time? Okay, where? Okay, cool. See you there. Like, that's how guys communicate. And there's a right and wrong time for you to speak to a woman that way. Like, girls love it when they're just like, hey, like, I got us a reservation here. Meet me here at 7 o'clock. Sound good? Cool. But if he talked to you like that all the time, you'd be like, who the hell is this robot? Right? So this whole vibey thing, guys who are too nice, they don't want to say something that they think could potentially be taken the wrong way or could put the girl off. And guys who are experienced with game and with having these conversations, even if they do sense that maybe they put her off, they still have the ability to kind of like tap her on the shoulder and be like, hey, like, I was just kidding. Like, and then you can kind of like revitalize it. Or you go to the bathroom, you come back and you're just like, hey, I could tell that you needed a second after that comment. I just wanted to give you that second. Like, and a lot of times they'll laugh. I'll be like, I was just joking with you. Like, that recovery skill is a difficult one to master. That's why dating coaches exist. You have to like teach guys, like, it's okay to
Yeah, it
take a
requires
risk.
self-awareness.
You can make up for it. You can't be like super gun shy, otherwise you're never going to stimulate anybody.
Yeah, you're kind of describing my boyfriend a lot. He's a dickhead, but in the most lovable way.
There you go.
The most
Exhibit A.
lovable
Exhibit A. Let's get through a couple chats here. Nick, if you're able to pull up our Twitch really quick, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Oh shit. Pedasso. Wow, that's a long message. Just for bits, we don't really do it through Twitch. You have to do it either through YouTube or Streamlabs. Thank you, though. Really appreciate the support either way. Thank you guys for the Prime. Darkmind, thank you for the Prime. Mykers, thank you for the Prime. Quants, thank you for the Prime. Edwin and Chill, thank you for the Prime. Also, we are simulcasting this on Twitch, on Kick.com right now, too. So this is our first stream ever on Kick. We just figured, hey, why not? So Kick.com/whatever if you guys are on Kick, I guess. Drop us a follow there, I guess. But thank you guys for the primes. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us some follows and some primes. And then we have, and I will get to the TTS that we had before. Let me do this one. Yo, Taylor Wilson, thank you, man. KEEKO, what do you think about Destiny?
I think Destiny is very educated and a great debater. He's one of the few I've seen in this space that doesn't just take what people say. Like, he will literally stop everything and look it up. Like, he has the facts to back up his point. He's also really good at hearing out the other side and not just talking over them. I just discovered who Destiny was like a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
Yeah, after he was on here, I saw some things and I've been watching a few of his videos. But yeah, I think he's a great debater. Yeah, I don't know him like that.
Martin donated
Yo, Martin,
$100.
good to see you, man.
Brian, what are you doing throwing that passive-aggressive flannel riz at my girl?
Oh, God.
Keep it up and see if I save you from the next shark attack. Priya might Pia let me know you emailed. Been too busy to respond, but I will soon. Don't embarrass us tonight.
I definitely didn't, but sure.
Marquavius Martin, he actually, he might be down to go on a safari with you. And he's quite skilled. He's quite adept at protecting people from wild animals, since he's protected
Isn't that
me
her baby's name?
from a wild animal. Wait, what?
Her baby's name?
Marquavius. Off topic.
Madison had indiscretion, so that is Marquavius Jr.
Yes.
There was an indiscretion many months ago. It's a sour spot. It's a dark cloud over the podcast.
I don't really like talking about it anymore.
So Marquavius,
He's been retired.
are you down to go on safari with Marquavius, Martin? Come on, throw them.
Oh my land.
You see how girls
throw 'em a
see how girls
bone.
have a hard time saying no? It's like nice guys.
Oh shit! Hey Bender, I have a joke to tell. It may be a bit offensive. How did God create women? He tore the off a sinner's body. Oh, a pee off the. Okay. The man screamed so loud his voice became feminine. The hole that was left behind became the V, and the balls were glued to the chest. Yo, Bender, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
World.
The TTS, I guess, doesn't trigger if you use certain
I mean, I'm
curse
still like,
words,
don't
but
jokes
thank you,
like
thank you, Bender. That was
jokes should have a punchline. Like, what's the punchline? in
maybe
that?
there's a part 2 to it. I guess.
We'll
I'm-
send another
I'm not
TTS
sure.
and we'll find out.
Oh wow. Okay. Kiko put in some work here. Okay.
I mean, like, what was like the like,
Kiko's the marketing campaign.
I love a good offensive joke. I really do, but like that just wasn't funny.
Just didn't. Okay. All right. I didn't do it for you. So wait, Priya, do you accept Marquavius Martin's safari invitation? What?
They can horse ride together.
Huh?
I said it. I'm busy.
Yeah, I think their schedule is pretty.
I'll put in a
You
good
probably
word.
could've bought you a hat
I'll
for the
I'll put
safari.
in a good word, Marquavius. All right. We have Jason Tao, Brian. This is why there are This is why there is. Wait, there are. Is that grammar?
Passport bros.
This is
There
why there's
are-
a passport bro movement.
No, 45 to 50% of women ages 30 and older will be single by 2030. Brian, what do you in the panel? By the way, it's with an I. How dare you, Jason? What do you in the panel think about the passport bro, and do you and the panel agree with the passport bro movement? Me personally, I think it's cool. I think if you go to where you're appreciated, and if you're a guy and you're in the West and you cannot find eligible partner that's going to appreciate you here in the West, and you can find that in Latin America, Southeast Asia, wherever it may be, Eastern Europe, go for it.
Can you kind of elaborate on passport bros?
Well, passport bros, basically, it's men who are dissatisfied with the women in the local environment. So typically you find them in Western countries. So the United States, other Western countries, probably UK, Australia, just Western countries that are probably like a little more
different values.
starting to go a bit woke and like, yeah. So they'll often go to Latin America. They'll often go to
So it's like
Thailand or
Eastern
Vietnam or
Europe?
just various
Colombia.
mail order
different
side?
countries
Is that
where
what we're talking about?
no, well, not necessarily,
Not quite.
but where the perception is that in these countries women are more traditional, they're more feminine, et cetera, and so they're moving there. And I think one interesting thing is men from
moving
other
there?
countries. So we have men from Western countries in the U.S. that are going to these other countries to find women, but there's no men from other countries coming to the U.S. clamoring to get with American women. So
I'd just like to add in terms of the passport bro movement, I would encourage men to be careful because, like, as a Western man, I mean, I've seen it before. I've had friends that are like passport bros or whatever. I've dated passport bros before, and I kind of noticed that they have a tendency to be more effed over, if you will, or used for their money. Usually, if they're coming from Western societies, have a passport, citizenship, stuff like that. I would urge men to be careful and not to just think that the world is kind of their playground, although I would not judge them for wanting to go to a different country to find a woman of different
I
value.
think you should be careful here as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. No, absolutely. Of course. I mean, that goes without saying, right?
50% divorce rate.
So I
But I've
know
seen the videos like of passport bros coming out and being like, "Oh, I got duped. Like I got played by."
Yeah.
I
Of
know
course.
3
So-
passport bros. I don't know if anyone here personally knows them. I know 3, and none of them have a great ending. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I do think there's a little more to it, I think, than it seems on the surface. And I'm only speaking anecdotally. I'm sure a lot of men have gone and found wonderful women. I think that's great. If the women here aren't satisfactory to them, go. But it is not all sunshine and rainbows going to another country and finding a woman.
yeah, I mean, I don't think the whole passport bros thing. It's like, wow, this is just gonna, there's certainly room for things to not work out
I mean,
well, but
I mean, the passport, like one that I know went to South America, found a woman, dated her for a while, brought her back here, and then as soon as she could divorce him, she did, got her citizenship.
Yep, that's something
So
to be-
then,
yeah.
so he went back to South America.
Got another one.
He's currently there, and he will not leave the country because he's like, I know that the woman will leave me if I take her to America. So the thing that men need to understand is, by all means, go and do that. But if they're under the impression that those women don't see them as a resource, and even more of a resource than the average American woman,
Yes.
they just need to know that. And if they're okay with the sex money exchange and being seen as a resource, and that's not all women and it's not all men, but I also know one who's here, he's in his 70s now. Like, he was one of the first passport bros, and he has a wife who's like 30 years younger than him. She waits on him hand and foot, does all the things. I mean, she's a servant to him. Ultimately, she's waiting for him to die so she can have his house, have his money. Does she love him? Yes. Are they in love? No. But that's an option if that's something you're into.
I want to touch on that in
Prometheus
just a sec.
donated
but-
$100.
Thank you, Prometheus.
Big Ed Brown, if you can call him Big Ed, was Passport Bro from 90 Day Fiancé.
See, that's why I was super confused when like I first heard about Passport Bros, because like growing up, all I ever really knew about like those type of relationships was like from what I seen in 90 Day Fiancé, where it's like not even just with the man coming from America, even like when it's women sometimes and men from other countries, it's usually so obvious that they're just trying to either get a visa or get some money.
Sure.
That's why I was like surprised when I heard that it was like not for those reasons. Like I don't.
Well, I think it could be toxic when it's mixed with red pill rhetoric. So, like, you have the passport bros kind of fall under, like, this red pill movement. And I think that, like, the red pill movement a lot of the time say that, like, you know, get as much money as you can, be successful, be a high-value man, and that also includes providing for women. And so when you combine that philosophy or that value system of provisioning for women, and then you combine that with being a passport bro, you're more likely and more inclined to get screwed over. And that's my concern.
Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, well, certainly these men who are passport bros can certainly be preyed upon, and some of these women certainly may be predatory. However, I'm sure there's, in the same way that there's men who are getting, screwed over, or it's a very transactional relationship, I'm sure there's also women in these countries that are happy to actually have a genuine relationship with these men. So, I mean, and also a lot of these men, some of them might bring the women back here, but a lot of them are expats, and they're just going to live in fucking
That's true.
Thailand or the Philippines or wherever it is, and
It's probably
they've
smarter.
just moved there, and
Because
it's
if
much
they
more
bring-
the
Now, are
cost of
women
living
doing
is.
this too,
Yeah,
or
it's
is it just
cheaper.
men?
Women really don't. I don't think women travel
Passport gals,
else.
like,
I don't think
what
that's a
would that
thing.
be?
I mean, maybe.
Well, I
there's
mean,
some,
like, because I've heard of obviously like bringing younger men here, like older women. You know what I mean? Getting younger.
pretty
men.
rare,
Yeah,
I
I've never heard
suspect.
that
But
before.
You know, it happens.
oh, sorry, hold on, just a second.
Martin donated $100. Madison is an amazing mother. The reason we broke up is that I'm a white man. So you can imagine the issue. Hands to God, I own a NPO that helps dogs and horses. If I'm not the one, there is no one. We'll see what you think after I'm on the podcast.
Oh, is Marquavius finally going to come on the podcast?
Martin, come on the podcast.
Come
and
on
we
the
can
podcast.
We can revisit this
Live
offer.
date, Priya and Martin.
There you go. He is a
Destiny commentates.
He is a Mensa member. And Priya, if he fully funded your horse dreams,
That's not
since
something that's necessarily important to me.
you
in
can
finding a
have 7
partner.
horses.
Okay.
7 horses. He will pay for them.
I really like the number 7.
There will be what is his number?
It's a beautiful number.
There's a stables. You'll have stables at your house. It'll be a ranch. Is that
I'll probably be able to pay for that myself someday. I'm not too concerned
She's a boss
over
babe.
that. But
okay?
I mean, would it be nice? Sure, but that's not a deciding factor in who I seek out for a partner.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. All right. Did you have something on the passport bro things?
Yeah, I think, and it's going to result in me kind of posing a question to the panel here. I think what I can appreciate about Passport Bros is I think it's an effective, like, flag being raised for Western women as well. like I'm not necessarily saying that they're going to find someone. I'm not saying that they're not going to get screwed over. I'm not even necessarily saying that I would encourage men to go do it. Like you said, if you want to, cool, go do it. I do think though that the motivation for it is the fact that men are still expected to act very traditionally. They're expected to be very chivalrous. They're expected, to be protectors. Maybe they're not expected to provide to the same extent now that women can essentially match them on income up to basically a certain point where maybe men start to be willing to negotiate harder as they get older. Maybe women decide to settle down and be mothers to put a sort of halt in their career. Talk about that, right? But men don't need to be as strict of provisioners the way that they used to be. But they still need to be protectors. They still need to take care of you. They still are expected to do things like open your door, give the jacket, like when you're cold, things like that. But if that's what a man's duty to you is, to be chivalrous, it's very, very loosely defined what a woman's duty to a man is.
It's very ambiguous.
And that is why I think they go to places where they are actually taught from a young age how to treat a man. What is your duty to a man? And whether you want to talk about in the context of the word submission, which I know that a lot of girls don't like, me and her use the word deference instead of submission. Sounds a little bit better. It's like she wants to defer to her man a little bit more than he defers to her, which is essentially submitting. But I would love to know what you guys think. If men have those duties to you, and that's an expected duty, what do you think your duty to men is?
I think that's the importance of having, for me personally, having my identity with God. And because in the Bible it lays out what a woman should be. In
Proverbs 31?
31, I actually read that today. Yes, and it's beautiful. It's nothing that holds women back. And instead you embrace your natural state. It's like you thrive the most in this setting. And so I feel like all women can thrive most when they have a relationship with God. So that's my stance.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I don't agree with that you have to have a relationship with God. Could you repeat the question again?
Well, I said...
What do I think about deference or submission?
Well, not necessarily.
What is the female equivalent of chivalry?
Yeah. If men have a duty to you, and we sort of define that duty as chivalry, this concept, right? What would be the female version of chivalry?
Well,
what would female duty to a man look like?
I would say due to fourth wave feminism, it's become so amorphous. But I would say that we're probably going to see a division of women that are hyper feminine.
Bender the Offender donated $99. I will admit that my joke was not funny. Brian, you should have had Chase on today so we could have Diddy Kong versus Chase, round 3.
See, that was funny. That was better. We're making progress.
Diddy Kong.
I'm really proud of you.
Is that offensive?
No.
In some, but could it conceivably?
Discriminatory?
No, because the
a
original thing that got
think about that.
the original thing that got me and Chase cracking up on the show with Gorlock was the Diddy Kong comment.
So then anything you're gonna follow up with that is now immediately negated because you just
because I said Gorlock.
Okay.
What?
Anyways, I think
Nobody knows
the name.
Ali. No one remembers
meme.
Ali.
I remembered Ali pretty well.
He has fans. He's just trying to make sure they all know who he's talking about.
Thank you for the thank you. Yeah, that's good.
Anyways, I can answer the question.
Got you. Mission failed.
Yo, but okay. Is it conceivably offensive for someone to say that you look like Diddy Kong from Mario Kart race?
Well, it's not a compliment, no.
No, but is it racist?
I never was thinking that deep on it because I don't want to really play that card if it's not.
All right. Okay.
I really
I wasn't
I
thinking
see
that
it,
either.
but I don't see it at the same time.
Yeah. Actually,
So-
I think half of his face is lighter than the other. So
That's
it's
why
actually
also
pretty accurate.
That's why I'm
Yeah. It's like a mix. Yeah.
maybe I give Diddy Kong. That's fine. Anyways, can
I
answer the
think
question?
round 3 would be good.
We can talk about it.
I think round 3 would be good.
We could talk about it. I think that
It's in the works.
the compare or what is the
I never
Female
got
duty
I
to a
technically
man.
never got
yeah,
to finish.
I am kind of, I wouldn't say old school because they'll tear me apart. That's why I feel like you have to
Please say old school and
But-
go deep on that.
It's because you look at me, I have tattoos, whatever, so I'm not a virgin, wait until marriage, so you wouldn't call me a traditional woman. But that's why I found a man and of the same level of traditional, if you will. But for me, I think the the woman's side of men's chivalry is being a homemaker. I do agree with that. I enjoy cleaning up the house. I enjoy doing my laundry for us. I enjoy making our meals. But at that same token, since I am still working, we're both working, if there is a day that I don't feel like cooking or doing one of those things, he has no problem picking up that slack. Mm-hmm. But I feel like overall, on the day-to-day, it is my job, whereas his 100%. Job is to provide me with protection and other things that you listed.
She is absolutely the nurturer in our relationship, but when she was sick with the flu, I wasn't going to leave her to nurture herself.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
So, I know, so I can appreciate that.
I like if it's 90% of the time, sure, but I would hope he's there for me, doesn't mind doing those duties if it's, you know, for a reason, not just because I feel like fucking off and I feel like doing nothing, but yeah.
Would you consider your man to be the leader in the relationship?
Yes.
Yeah. That's an interesting one, too.
I wouldn't want to be with a man who's not the leader in the relationship.
Before I pose that question,
I like being by myself.
I want to let other people.
I was actually talking before when you were talking about like women nowadays and like what their role is. I think you're gonna find like 3 different subsections of women, like women that are maintain that hyper femininity, that like find that masculine man, and they both like complement each other in terms of their gender roles. Then you're gonna have women kind of like KEEKO, kind of like me, that like aspects of traditionalism and want to adopt those and can respect that and understand the balance between men and women. And then you're going to have women that are like, nope, I'm an independent woman, I don't need no man. I think that's like where we're going. You're going to have like 3 divisions of women, and I think that's actually in the beginning works of men too. Like that's happening. There's a men's movement right now. I mean, Red Pill movement, like Myra and from Fresh and Fit, all of those big names. We're there. I feel like we're on the precipice of like men also dividing and figuring out, hang on, do I have to fulfill this role as a chivalrous man, or can I?
And I think that's a very, very scary proposition, because
yes.
I think that could make it harder
yes.
than it already is. I kind of like the fact that men have this expectation and women are having to sort of figure out what the expectation is of them. I do not want to see there be a divide in men as well. I think that's going to spell out a lot of trouble, because and you know this as a psychologist, right? We are very different, and a lot of times what women say that they are looking for, they are not actually looking for. And if men start to become more feminine and adopt those feminine roles,
we're screwed.
Like, women are not going. The women who think that they want to be the leaders and the masculine ones aren't going to be attracted to those men.
No, and I'm just going to say this right now. Every single couple that I know that have a relationship where the woman is the more dominant person in the relationship, it never works out. Every single couple that I've known to have that sort of dynamic has either broken up in a very messy divorce or something of that sort. I'm not saying that it can't work, but I don't think that it's the majority of those types of relationships.
Well, let's go around the table on that.
Sure.
Has anybody here, any of the women here, been more so the, as you would put it, the leader in the relationship, or the more dominant one? Is that the phrasing you used?
Yeah.
So any women here who have been kind of the leader or the dominant one in the relationship?
Drove me to hell, drove me crazy. I wanted to leave. It was horrible.
You raised your hand too? Anybody? Someone else raised their hand too, I think.
I actually was.
Yeah. Just with yours really quick.
Sure.
It drove you to hell.
Yeah.
Now, was it because he was lacking in some way, or maybe it was a combination, but could it have also been like, oh, you perhaps in your past were more, you wanted to, or at least you thought you wanted to be that way?
I thought I wanted to be that way.
Okay.
I don't necessarily. I've had 3 monogamous relationships in my life. They were all so sweet, so kind, treated me like a princess. But essentially, the masculinity was lacking, like big. There was no leadership. There was no direction. I had to fulfill the nurturing role and then the planning role. And there was no establishment of like what our roles were. But at the time, I was like, fuck gender roles, like, whatever, like that's just lame anyways, like we just need to, just work it out. And I really did not want to come to the conclusion that what I was actually looking for was not at all what I was taught that I actually wanted.
What's the question?
Yeah.
What's the question?
I can answer the question. I don't think people would expect me to have been in a relationship where I was the dominant one. But I was in a relationship where there was a man that was more dominant than me, who was the leader, and then I ended up getting a random career on social media that just kind of took off, and it shifted to this dynamic where I was making all of the decisions and I was handling the money, and it just it's not a positive situation to be in, and I just grew very resentful when I was the one left having to make all of those decisions. So that's why it didn't work out. It wasn't because, you know, he wasn't a good person. It was just when those roles are reversed, it just doesn't seem to work.
Two things. Actually, first, someone actually responded to one of your Q&As earlier, and you gave a really, really interesting response about the struggle between being a modern day woman versus being the type of woman who can like truly attract and retain a man. Like, how can you have a career? How can you pursue something, be independent until you have a man, protect yourself in case that man does something that makes you want to leave?
Yes.
And do you want to share kind of like what your thoughts on that were, sort of like the flipping the switch, that kind of thing?
We obviously are in a society where two people in the relationship do have to work in some situations. I mean, it's not possible for every single couple to have a stay-at-home mom and a housemaker, like a homemaker. It's just not possible nowadays. So I was saying, in those situations, the woman has to be able to come home and not be the boss babe anymore. She has to know how to turn that switch off for it to be able to work, because yes, there are women that have thriving careers, but if she knows how to flip that switch, then that's the way that it...
And something that you said the first thing she has to do is recognize that the things that help her be successful are often not the same things that will help you retain attraction from a man.
Yeah.
I think that's super important. And the other thing that I like to talk about with regards to me and her, because me and her, like, I think we would say that she would identify me as the leader of the relationship, but I'd be interested to hear your guys' take on what you think leadership is, because I think when people think about leadership, they think like a dictatorship, where it's like, do as I say. Leadership, if any of you have ever worked for or been around a good leader is the person who is really just willing to put their head on the line because no one else is willing to. They're the ambitious one. They're the one with the, you said planning. More so than planning, it's like, I have an idea of a risk that we can take. I have a path that I think we can get there. What do you think about this plan? And now it's on them. I do this with her all the time. We've talked about ways to potentially, grow her brand that I'm now a part of, right? And I got my own thing as well. But like, we've had to make some decisions about, what can we do? Do we have to cut back on certain things? Do we need to focus on certain content? Do we need to say no to brand deals in order to not like flood, feeds with just like products and make sure that like fans aren't going to be dissatisfied?
The brains
of
the operation,
right? Like there are like little decisions that you make, but if I offer up an idea like that, like I'm not expecting her to be like, yes, sir. I'm expecting her to look at me and think to herself like, what is, here are my concerns. What are your thoughts on those concerns? Right. I think that leadership is a much, much more nuanced thing than people give it credit for. So I'm wondering what you guys think about that and what you think about a man's leadership in a relationship.
Let's just come back to that a little bit. Let's come back to that a little bit later. I do need to get through a couple things here first. Okay, so I do need to touch on the gun thing. So is it a deal breaker? Hold on, let me see.
Is it positive, negative, or neutral if the man owns a gun?
Yeah. So when it comes to gun ownership, positive, deal breaker, or neutral if partner owns?
9 times out of 10, positive for me.
Positive.
Just a reminder, speak into your mic, please, guys.
Neutral to positive.
I would say positive. I'd like to feel protected, but as long as you're using that gun in the right ways, then absolutely.
Neutral to positive.
Is this the gun?
Yeah.
Positive.
Alabama.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. I think it's a big positive as long as you educate yourself and know how to use the firearm correctly and safely.
I would say positive as long as you're trained and it's not just an accessory.
That was only to the
Oh,
women,
yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes.
Yeah, because I would say positive.
All right. So some of you so graciously provided some pre-show notes here. So we're going to not react. We're going to address some of the pre-show notes that you guys provided to us. Nicole, since you're returning, You said in a message to us, you said you wanted to discuss Brian's status as a 6. What did you mean by that?
Well, so this is only my second time on the show, but then I think it was the next show, maybe that Tuesday. I had never heard the men rate themselves. I always see the women rating themselves. And I think you said you rated yourself on the look scale a 6, but on a good day a 6.9.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of just like a humorous thing I say. But yeah.
I feel like I'm a 6, but I might be a little cuter than you. So are you a 5 or am I a 7?
I think.
Are you a 5 or am I a 7? Or are we the same cuteness?
So let me give an opposing argument to this.
You think you're okay? No.
No, I think I'm a 6.
You think I'm a 6, and your assessment of my physical attractiveness is less than yours.
I think I'm a 6.
There is an age discrepancy, though.
There is an ages, but if I
and men and women, their peak.
Yeah, I understand
peak
that
relationship.
I thought we were
value.
just talking physical looks.
So disregarding age.
Just looks. I didn't. Well, what was your scale on?
What do you mean?
You're 6. I thought it was purely. I thought you had
purely
said
looks.
something on
I
your
give myself
appearance.
like a 6.
Okay, that's fair.
Given the metrics, and look, some women might think I'm lower, some might think I'm 7, whatever it may be. In any case,
I think
my self-assessment is, I'm above average height. I'm 6'1", full head of hair, blue eyes, solid beard. I could, I'm not overweight. So I would say that puts me at slightly above average at a 6.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I had never heard the men rate themselves.
I also think that the scale looks a lot different from men to women.
We're being graded on different things.
No, absolutely. But if we're looking,
I'm gonna do. Hold on. Oh, so sorry. Continue. I'm just gonna let the chat know.
If we're looking,
I'm doing a poll.
If we're looking at a scale from 1 to 10, obviously 1 and 10 are going to be the least. are going to be a small fraction of the population. I think in terms of good looks, there are a lot more good-looking women compared to how many good-looking men there are.
Nicole. Okay, so Brixton versus Nicole, right?
Help though. So.
What's that?
Yeah, absolutely.
We have makeup. We have makeup. We have hair makes a huge difference,
totally.
And also in this day and age of especially in California, it's getting harder to tell who has fillers or Botox, whereas men aren't as likely to do those things. So I feel like that also helps why we have a lot more attractive women more than men.
Oh.
Martin donated
thank you, Mark
$100. Brian, ask all the ladies what they want in a relationship. I'm kidding. I couldn't care less. Priya, answer the question about being a horse girl. I know you come from money, but not this kind of money. Brian, I will come on when in CA. Have Priya on when I am.
Hey, actually, Priya's moving to the Southern California. I don't know if
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, she's moving to SoCal, so we'll have her on more. Thank you, Marquavius. Much appreciated.
I come from a middle-class background with some help from my mother when I was younger.
Okay. So, the poll's been going for a minute now. We have 524 votes. There's about 5,000 people watching. Who is cuter, Brian or Nicole? I feel like I should have worded this question a little better.
But that was the question.
What's the question?
That was just the question. Because I thought you were just talking about cuteness.
Yeah, but I should have worded it like who is more...
Look, if they vote that you're cuter...
objectively more phically attractive.
Okay. Well, if I lose, which I think I'm going to lose, maybe, do I have to wear flannel next time I'm on?
No, but you've just been... I mean, keep in mind there's men watching this, and there's men who probably don't want to consider themselves as gay. Yeah. And they're saying I'm cuter than you, so it's 75 to 25%. So
shoot, do I have to wear flannel now next time?
I don't see how that's at all related. But
plus, you know how they feel about.
But maybe it's going to make me cuter. Maybe it's the flannel.
But speaking of rating, and I will further rebuke your 6 comment, or your rejection that I'm a 6. I will rebuke it after I do this. Let's see here. We have Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. KEEKO, you first.
So, I've had a lot of feedback in the recent months about my appearance. And I've been kind of taking a mental note of what I see, like, in my comments and everything. So I think when you, like, average it out, when you take all of the, like, zeros and then all the 10s and then the few, like, 7s and 3s, I'll give myself a nice, like, 6, maybe 7, or maybe it's being too generous. There's a lot of zeros there. Maybe 5. 5, I guess.
KEEKO, almost every other episode you've been on, you've given yourself a 10.
And you guys have told me I was wrong every single
changed?
time. Am I not
Have you
learning?
been convinced?
Like, I mean, shit.
You've been convinced.
Well, I mean, you guys are telling me that it's not what I see myself as. It's what everyone else views me, and they've given me their feedback. So I've seen the feedback, and I recognize that I am now
all right. Some
a solid
growth.
5.
Getting some growth here. Okay, did your boyfriend tell you to say that?
No.
Okay.
He told me that.
You're a 10?
No. He told me.
Oh, your own boyfriend?
Well, no,
tell
he'll
you?
tell me
Oh,
I'm
shit.
a 10. Like, he thinks.
Okay,
No,
alright.
but he always says, like, he says the same thing that most people say, like, I'm a 9 because there's always room for improvement, is what he would tell me to say.
Okay. All right.
I think that's too, like,
Wow.
that's just too, like,
Look
predictable.
at that. Look at that. Okay, so you used to say you're a 10, now you're a what?
6, maybe 6.5. It's a lot of numbers that get thrown in my comments, so it's hard to keep track.
All right. What about you?
Well, I thought it was a 6, but if she's going with 6, I'm gonna lower mine.
Don't worry about her scale.
I'd say a 6. I'm a 10 on the res.
On the what?
Res?
The reservation?
Yeah.
Wait, are you Native American?
Yeah.
Oh. Did not know
tribe.
this. I was like,
That
you're a
makes
10 on the
sense.
res.
Yeah. very
What
small.
tribe do you...
I'm Sioux tribe,
Sioux. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
but like I work for Bay Mills tribe. But there's
You work for the what?
Bay Mills tribe.
Bay
There's different tribes.
Mill?
Bay Mills.
Bay Mills.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So, but I'm Sioux tribe, but I work for them. So, but we're all have like a little community.
Do you live on the reservation?
I have. Not right now.
Have you ever gone off the reservation?
Yes. This is the farthest I've ever been west. I go to Florida a lot.
But okay.
I go to Florida a lot, but this is the first time I've been west.
Okay. What do you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10?
Brian, I'm a little confused on this because last time
Looks.
you said it's a fixed scale, right? Like beauty is a fixed scale. That's what you've said prior.
Did I say that? I don't think those
There's an
words.
objective.
I think it's.
You said there's an
No.
objective, which is
Yeah.
fixed, right?
Sure. All right. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, what are you predicating on? What are you predicating that on? Like Western beauty? Because there's Eurocentric beauty. You said you're
Tell you
white,
what, how about you
white
tell
skin,
us-
blue eyes.
Well, I mean,
See what I mean?
I disagree that, for example, say a woman who's an Asian woman who has dark hair and dark eyes, she could be a 10 in the West. So I reject this idea that you need to have blue eyes and blonde hair, whatever the fuck.
Well, that
it
would
is.
mean that the scale isn't objective, then, right?
The scale
Well,
is
but there's more. A 10 can manifest itself in, like, there's not a singular person that's a 10.
Okay.
So there's room for differentiation. Like, for example, a woman with blue eyes could be a 10. A woman with brown eyes could
So
be
what's
a
the
10.
objective standard if
Well,
a woman
there's
is blue and
there's something to be said about facial symmetry, for example. There's something to be
Okay.
said about having a healthy body fat percentage range. That's
and you don't think
certainly-
race plays into that hierarchy of beauty at all in the Western
There
society?
are many studies
There-
across different cultures and races and locations around the world that this scale holds up to. Of course, it's going to look different in different cultures and society, but the scale of like face symmetry and hip to waist ratio and certain things like that live up to that.
Also-
The
standard
face
and-
symmetry
Also,
science is
hold
pretty
on.
outdated,
But I would-
though,
I
in
would
the
also-
psych universe, just
I
to
would,
say.
I would just point out that, my understanding is that, for example, Asian women are rated the most attractive cohort of women. So I don't know why you want
in
to
where?
make it
Where?
in the U.S.
In the U.S.,
Yes.
the Asian women are the most
Yes,
attractive.
Asian
Source?
women are frequently ranked as the most desirable when it comes.
Source?
That's
Question
not
mark?
all, but that's pretty shocking to me to hear.
Yeah, me too.
I think Asian women
Okay,
are beautiful.
in any case, what are you getting at?
Yeah,
What-
I'm not surprised.
Oh, I was genuinely just wondering like what the metric was so that I can give myself an accurate like number. That's all. I was just wondering like what the scale
This
is
like how we
predicated
feel,
on.
though, right?
No, it's how other people perceive us.
Oh.
That's why I was trying to say like what is the scale predicated on? Because
Are you Latina?
yeah, Puerto Rican.
So are you asking me if you're less attractive because of your race? Like, I don't get what
Well,
you're going for.
okay,
here.
so like
I was just teasing about the rest
And-
comment.
Bro, you're
like-
overthinking this.
It was a joke. Mine
You're
was
really
a joke.
I don't
overthinking
think I'm
this question.
overthinking
You're
it.
like, you're
Mine was-
overthinking.
I said
What did you
6
rate
last
your-
time.
Yeah, I was
so
gonna say, what did you rate yourself?
I said 6 last time. I'll stay with 6 this time, but I do think the scale is important to be talked about if we're going to be giving out
What
numbers.
scale? What scale?
That's what I'm saying. The objective scale that you said many times that there's a fixed objective standard of beauty, and that the scale is 1 to 10, and that it's fixed. So if it's 1 to 10 and then it's fixed,
Hold on.
Martin
Can you hide the
donated
thing?
$100. This question is for Pocahontas, or her tribal name, she who runs with many baby daddies. You work at a gas station and do OnlyFans. Where do you hear this more often? Fill it up.
I've never heard that before. So
Where do you hear this more often? Fill it up.
I don't know what to tell you. I've never had anybody say that to me.
No, I think they're saying fill it up.
Right.
Oh, okay.
No, never. So
Okay.
Isn't it only in New Jersey where there's this person that has
Oregon.
to...
Oregon. I don't know how to
Oregon,
pump
too.
gas. I just moved to
Oh, you're
Florida.
from Jersey,
I'm from
right?
Jersey.
She's
yes.
from Jersey.
is that a thing?
Brian,
I don't
what's
know.
up?
Can
Never.
you give us a woman, I hope like a public figure of sorts, that is a 10 to you?
Yeah.
A woman who's a 10.
Yeah.
Angelina
A
Jolie.
10?
The,
in
the
the
scale,
90s.
No,
the scale
no, no,
doesn't.
no, no.
The scale is useless or pointless if nobody.
Agreed.
Like you guys come here and say all the time, well, nobody's
yeah.
truly a 10, nobody's perfect. Well, then there's no point in the scale.
And
There
there's no
has to
scale.
be
Right, so 1 to
somebody
9.
who's a 10. Not saying that that 10 has
Sure.
to be a 10 to him or somebody else, but what's your version of a 10?
Right.
that's what we're asking.
Maddie.
If you're going
It
to use
would
a scale,
sort
you
of
have to know
almost
how to
be
use
an
it.
amalgamation because you
Yeah,
have
pick
the
a
body,
woman.
you have the body, then you have the face. So like
Then your 10
this
doesn't
girl,
exist.
well,
That doesn't
I
make
think
sense.
I
and
think
the scale
10 is
doesn't-
exceedingly rare.
Okay,
I
but
agree.
give me
possible.
one.
It might be possible. There's 9s.
You don't.
adjustable
You can't
9s.
think of one woman who's a 10.
Adjustable 9s.
An adjustable. Is that the term? I don't know if that's the term, but I would say like approaching 10. My personal take. Kristen Cruick when she was
I don't know who that is.
Kristen Cruick, Smallville.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is.
Can we
Can we
get,
pull
like,
it up?
Kristen
Google
Cruick.
break?
I want
Can we
to
get a
see.
picture
Yeah,
on the
can we get a
screen?
picture?
Pull her up.
Nick.
Google Kristen
Just so we
Cruick
could see what you're
Smallville.
talking about.
I think she's very
Because,
attractive.
like, for example, like Michael,
Very attractive. I don't know if she's a 10.
whatever
I don't know
his
if she's
name
a 10.
is.
You said she's
who
an
was on
adjustable
here.
9.
I'd
not
give her
Knowles.
a 9.
Michael Sartain.
If he was a juice head, yeah, that one. He like said like his girlfriend is like flat out 10, no questions. I know it's his girlfriend, but like he was really standing 10 toes down on it, and she's a beautiful woman. But I know a lot of people who wouldn't consider her a 10. So like that's a 10 to him,
Sure.
which would make sense why he might not like me because she's white with blue eyes or whatever. So obviously I won't be his 10. But,
Hold on. So
Oh, she's beautiful.
Kristen Cruick, scroll down.
Oh my god, she looks like my friend Isabella.
Some of
Luna.
these photos are not flattering. Like if you
What do you
see
mean? She's
video,
beautiful.
if you yeah, no, she is. But if you see video of her, like
No, this is something I would agree with.
Yeah, she's
some
a
of
10.
some of these are not the best photos. Wait, actually, hold on.
You
Go
gotta
down.
look on Pinterest.
The
Pinterest
one
has
with
all
the
the good
flowers. Click on the flowery.
So you like the youngest looking photo of her? She looks 14 in
I'm
this photo.
scroll down.
So you like Priya?
Scroll down. Oh, that's a good one. Wait, the Getty Images.
Also the youngest one. We're
2003.
Oh my goodness.
20 years.
Hold on. She's.
What about Margot Robbie?
So you're like,
Yes,
Margot Robbie.
Margot Robbie
had
is a
this
win.
discussion.
Yeah,
already.
she's like the most beautiful woman in the world.
Also, wait, Kristen
don't
Cruick
agree with
from. Oh wait, Kristen Cruick.
See, but then look
when
at
she
here
was
on the
in-
comments. She's a 7.5. She's a 6. LO, definitely not a 10. Nobody's a 10. Like it's so it's
Subjective.
not, you guys cannot say that it is 100% set in stone.
What was that road trip? Wait, search Kristen Cruick road trip. search Kristen Cruick road trip. Wait, is it road trip? Is that the fucking movie?
Margot Robbie was
Euro-
hot
no,
10
Euro
years
trip.
ago. How
Euro
old
trip.
is Margot Robbie?
Euro trip.
She's probably
What
in her
the-
late
Euro
mid
trip.
late
Euro
30s.
trip.
What? She's
10 years ago.
Oh my god.
Search that shit.
If they're saying she's not hot,
And he said
then-
Margot Robbie is mid. Margot Robbie's
let's check it out.
I mean,
That's
like,
like
I'll
what
just
I
go.
mean. Like,
Wait,
you
check
guys
it
say
out.
It's subjective.
Wait, is it
this,
coming
that,
up?
Like, it's so different based
Kristen
on
Krug.
different people. Yes, obviously there's attractive people. Yes, obviously there's ugly people. We know that, but
The photos don't do her justice.
But to
Okay.
what standard?
Oh,
Look
is
up-
she Scotty's girlfriend? Scotty doesn't know?
Yeah,
Oh,
Scotty
okay.
doesn't.
Look
Yeah,
up,
yeah,
hey
yeah.
Brian, look
Oh,
up
she was cool.
objective standard of beauty. Fucking.
I think we're.
I think we've established.
We can look it
I
up.
think
Is that where you fell for her when she was Scotty's girlfriend? Is that where? Yeah.
She's a
Turned you
babe.
on?
She's definitely a babe.
Is that what turned you on though? That when she was like, you know,
What?
all crazy in that one?
Was she crazy?
She was
She
wild
had
in
like
that
a very
one.
small role.
Yeah.
Brian, you said you don't
She
like
just, like,
crackhead energy.
Kicked him to the
I
curb
do not.
and, you know, yeah, she was like screaming.
Bro, this is gonna give
Can you
us
look?
something
Can you
to,
look up? No, look up this like the study that they did.
Look, there's something to say about symmetry and facial features, and you
But that
know.
changes country to country.
Bro,
And-
you're overthinking
and it's like,
this
I'm
shit.
not overthinking
You're
it.
overthinking.
This is literally my field. Like, the objective standard of beauty changes from country to country. That's just
Look,
how
there-
it works.
there
So just
is-
take your standard. What's your standard?
I already said 6.
Okay,
like,
there we go.
I
There we go.
already said that. Yeah.
That's good.
Why are
Is it
you
my
looking
turn?
at me like that?
Is Madison up?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were gonna like say
Fucking
something to her. You
conversation
had,
derailed
you had
for
like a
10
weird
minutes
eyebrow at
over.
her. Like an 8, like 7 without makeup, maybe. 6.5 without makeup, but an 8 on a good day.
Damn, the chat's fucking roasting Kristen Krug. Okay, all right, fuck, fine, whatever. Fuck, she got up. Okay.
She said
here.
6 though. Remember?
She said 6. Okay, 6
Yeah.
for Nicole.
I would say like a 5.5.
I'm gonna go 6.57. I'm gonna keep my answer consistent for the past 3 episodes and say a 6.7.
All right, I'd say I'm like solid 8. I don't know. I think here's the other thing.
this is the first time a man has rated himself the highest at the table.
Like,
This is crazy.
I'm just going.
Not that I know.
When I lived in Boston,
I know what your point is. It's when girls start rating them. When the first girl starts at not a 10, then it's not gonna.
Oh, there is a tribal nature to the way you
Yes.
guys do this.
Because
But
when I say 10, usually, and when I say 10 first,
It's a chain
everyone says
reaction.
10 after me.
No, I thought
Or
about
8.
this all the way here. And the body count. This and the body
But-
count.
Oh my gosh.
But like, I mean, I'll say it though. Like, pretty much all of you, I don't think any. Pretty much all of you are going to have a floor that's average. Like, none of you are objectively unattractive women. You're gonna have a floor that's average, and some men are going to consider you guys.
Brian, watch it.
I misclicked.
You're gonna be
I
fired.
misclicked. Sorry.
And some men are going to consider you guys to be attractive. I think objectively, my beautiful girlfriend, I think Priya, the Latin touch is going to be really nice for a lot of guys. I think Madison and KEEKO in particular. You guys, there are plenty of guys who are going to consider you to be like maybe upwards of like 8 and 9s depending on their taste. But I think floor is going to be average for pretty much everybody here.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Good times. I'm trying to. Okay, let me do some chats here. We have Puffy Vegas, our good friend, Puffy V, starting with the girl, black girl, what? On the right, and he went. The white girl, what? Huh? 7.5, 6.5, 7.7, or 7.5, 6, fuck, 6, 7, 6.5.
Valdev donated $99.
Thank you, big Puffy.
It is wild how such a simple question time and time again gets so much overthought. KEEKO needs a new nickname for her good faith. Also funny how the simps rate KEEKO 10/10ths. They all would date if they could.
Oh, there you
It's
go.
not just simps rating me 10 out of 10, actually. I have a magnitude of the comments that I do get are men saying that they hate almost everything that comes out of my mouth. They don't stand for anything that I say. They don't agree with me at all. We're completely different, but they can't deny that I'm attractive to them. So I wouldn't say, sure, there are simps, but if anything, I do get a lot of those comments. So
Wait, what?
I agree.
Not the only people calling me 10 out of 10 are not just simps. There's other men as well.
Or Valdiv, thank you, man, appreciate it. We have Bender the Offender here. Actually, whoops, we have this one here. Dryzala, 100, thank you, man, appreciate it. First time super chat here, question for the panel. If Western standards weren't so high from women, do you think the shorter men can stand a chance of being with a woman he's attracted to? I'm 5'2", and all too often my height prevents being with a woman. Dryzala, thank you for the super chat, man, appreciate it. Height is definitely... It's a tough one for men.
Can I comment on this?
Yeah.
So I find it absolutely ridiculous when short women, and I'm talking like 5 foot, 5'2", are like, I will only date men over 6 foot tall. I think it's absolute bullshit. Get over yourself, first of all. I'm decently tall. I'm 5'8", and I've dated plenty of people that have been the same height as me. Would I absolutely prefer somebody that's taller than me? Yes, but I find it so crazy that women that are very small have such a high preference for.
But would you ever date someone shorter than you?
I'm not saying that I wouldn't.
But you haven't.
The men that I've dated that are quote unquote the same size as me, people have said that they're actually shorter than me, but they're the same size same height on paper.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, I have a pretty dominant personality, I feel like, and in a relationship, I do want to feel feminine, and I don't want to feel like I'm the more dominant masculine one in the relationship. So if somebody has a personality and lifestyle that does portray that, then that's totally fine if they're same height, maybe even shorter. But yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, I feel bad for those men too sometimes.
I do
It
as
is a
well.
double standard, but also like, yeah, I've dated men the same height as me, and then I've run into the issue where 'cause I love my heels, I love my taller shoes, and like they would get actually upset, like would be visibly upset that I was taller than them with these shoes on and ask me to take them off, and say I'm not doing that. They're shoes, you know. So that's where it's like I like a few inches, but a lot of those girls who are like 5 foot tall, literally like 4'11", saying, "Oh, I only date men over 6 feet." Maybe they dated a couple men over 6 feet, but a lot of the time they're not even dating men that are all over 6 feet. They're just saying it, but they've given a few, maybe not the 5'2" guys they're dating, yes, but they've given some 5'10", some 5'9". They can't even tell the difference.
What is... Whoa, hold on. They've given a 5'9", 5'10" guy a chance. By the way, 5'9" the average male height in the U.S.
I'm not saying that. I've dated men that are 5'9".
No, I'm not saying that's you, but you're talking about these other women.
I say give them a chance because these are the girls, quote
Heaven
unquote.
forbid you give a man who's of average height
It's actually
a
above
chance.
average.
I was saying that because these are the same women, quote unquote, saying that they won't date anyone under 6 feet. So I'm saying that they give those men a chance. That's
that's just ridiculous.
I already said I agree with that.
Well, the problem for hold on.
J-Man
thank you, J-Man.
973 donated $99.
Appreciate it.
Love to see character development from KEEKO.
Oh, look at that.
Good to
Look at
see
that.
her
You're
be
winning
more
them over.
realistic, but honestly, she's a 7.5. As for who comes close to a 10, it's Armando Armas. Much love, Brie and
Wait,
Madison.
can we get a photo? Can you Google a photo of Ana de Armas?
She was in the James Bond movie. She was like the agent that met him in Cuba.
I would
like
agree.
that.
I think she's probably one of the most attractive women in like entertainment right now.
Are we getting a Google image?
We got-
Nick?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Really? Huh? Her?
This photo on the bottom right.
Maybe it's not flattering, but
What don't you like about
X
her?
out and scroll down.
She's gorgeous.
No, she's absolutely beautiful.
I wouldn't say she's the standard of beauty. She looks like Angelina Jolie and Kylie Jenner mixed together, really, to me. But
I mean,
yeah, like she's definitely hot, but I wouldn't say that's like the standard.
Right.
It's also so hard to tell in Google Images. Google Images be doing a lot of women dirty, and then
That's so true.
like those pictures look gorgeous.
Isn't she older? You know?
There's
I
nothing
don't
wrong
think
with
so. I think
that.
she's probably in her
Ryan.
30s.
Nothing wrong with being
I don't know
older.
for sure though.
Huh?
She kind of looks
Nothing
like
wrong with being
Timothy
older.
Chalamet or whatever his name
Okay.
is.
I was
her
gonna
jaw.
say that.
He's
Well-
I don't want to be
like
mean.
Timothy.
Yeah.
She's gorgeous though.
Bringing this back up,
Yeah.
I think it's actually interesting, and Priya raises a good point. Priya, you said you're 5'8", right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it's actually like women who are average height or above actually
Less preference.
seem to care less about height than like a girl who's 4'11" or 5 feet. And you'd think, oh, okay, well, if you're a guy who's 5'2", just get a girl who's 4'11" or 5 feet. Actually, those girls care even more about dating a guy who's tall for some reason. Like they definitely
reach
want a
stuff
guy
high,
who's 6
Brian.
feet.
They can't reach stuff.
They're trying to like even out their gene pool.
Yeah,
a bit.
it's something like
They're
that.
Like, if we get a 6 foot man, maybe we can give it some 5'5" kids.
I gotta
Maybe
be
that's
honest with
cool.
you. I dated somebody who was the same height as me, and I couldn't stand it.
You couldn't stand it.
Did not like it.
How
Not
tall
one
are you?
bit. Did not like it.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
And he was 5'4", 5'5"?
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't like it.
I'm a little over 5'7", and I don't understand the obsession with the over 6 feet thing. I've dated men my same height. I've dated men who, when I wear heels, I'm taller than them. I don't know what the obsession
My
with
guy
the
is
6
6'4"
foot marker
now,
is.
and that turns me on.
Biological.
Biological.
It's the same way they
Okay.
say like men have the
It's a
tendency
turn
to-
on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's like
Dominant.
we
I'm
say
fine
like, the
with
protection,
5'9".
like you. Yes, I'm sure there's very strong short men out there. I mean, hey, they're center of gravity. They probably have some strong
I
legs.
feel like I
but,
have to.
Yeah.
I feel like I have to defend the 5 foot girls out here because I'm 5 feet.
Me too.
And height has never played a role in the man I've chosen. It plays no role in this. He's way taller than me, but
How
that's
tall
not
are
why
you?
I'm attracted to him.
I'm 6'2".
No, of
Oh.
course. And
So I
Oh,
don't
it
know.
says, hold on, Billy. Hold on,
Really,
Billy.
but now your comment doesn't.
Yeah, yeah.
No, but
I've
Like
dated
I'm
guys much
5'7",
shorter.
my boyfriend's 6 foot. So I mean,
No, I
see, but that's how it should be.
I agree with you.
I don't even think. See, a lot of girls get into this whole thing where they think that it's like, it's because like I need to be able to feel like I'm like hugging upward and things like that. The reason why the reason why 5'4" bothered you is not because of his relative height to you, it's because of his relative height to other men. That's why it bothers you. That's why like when
don't
you're
like being eye to eye with
that's why when you're 5'8", 5'9", but you really don't like him not being eye to eye to other men. I think that's the biggest thing. Men are
Well,
very,
and like she said, he didn't want me wearing heels.
Really
like,
good point.
you know.
Yeah.
like this is why like if you meet a guy who's average height, like let's say you're 5 feet tall. You meet a guy who's 5'6", and do you want to say something real quick?
no, go for it.
I was going to say, you guys are emotionally stimulated. That's how you get aroused. Like you guys, that's why you never hear a guy being like, I just want a girl to have a really good sense of humor. No, that's what girls
about to
say.
say that.
Okay?
Just about to say
you
that.
guys, if you're 5'1", 5'2", you meet a guy who's 5'6", your initial thought, seeing him maybe at a bar or something like that, is going to be like, he's a little short, but the moment that he opens his mouth and he's got riz, he's making you laugh. He knows how to freaking like schedule a date, take you out, show you a good time. You've got that vibe, right? And then all of a sudden you realize like, oh, he's like super disciplined. Like I enjoy spending time with him. Your height, the height preference goes out the window.
Yeah.
Guys who are 5'2", 5'1", 5 foot, those guys are in big trouble because of their relative height to other men, not their relative height to you.
Even growing up, the most like suave, like the 2 boys I remember growing up in my class at my Catholic school was small. I was 5'5" in 5th grade. These boys were like 4'9" until the day we graduated 8th grade. But they were the lady men, like lady man, whatever you call them, of our class, even though they were the shortest. Like they were just
ballers.
so funny. Like class clowns, athletic, whatever. But it's kind of back to my comment earlier when I said a lot of women, those short women will say, I only date men above 6 feet, but actually not because of how it sounds. They don't want to be the one to say like, oh, like they think it sounds lesser if they say they're not dating men over 6 feet. So that's the whole like trend to say like I only date men over 6 feet.
I also think dating apps in particular highlight this. I think that if you're a guy who's under 6 feet tall on a dating app, you're going to struggle because women are going to be in their heads about this preference without realizing that they're just setting themselves up to fail.
Back to what you were saying. We have a friend. I don't want to say his name.
Yeah.
We have a friend that's I think he's 5'2".
Yep.
And he does struggle on dating apps, but in person he is always the most alpha person in the room. And in person he gets every girl he approaches, and
Every
it's
girl's
because of
number.
his personality. He has
So true.
a very masculine personality.
Charisma is
on my platform, like men ask me, I get so many like DMs from men being like, help, like my looks are about like a 5, I'm a little bit short, like do I have a chance with a girl who's a 9 or 10? And like the answer is absolutely yes, because like the guy that I was talking about earlier,
It's going to be harder.
it's going to be harder, yes, absolutely. You have to be more
yes.
confident, you have to work on, you have to flex that muscle. But the guy that I'm dating, that's abstinent, he's my height, a little bit shorter than me, And when I first went to the adult mass to meet and mingle with other men, my initial attraction was to the tallest guy in the room, the attractive one, and all the girls were kind of coming to him. And I was just kind of waiting for him to approach me or going to do something. And then this guy just came out of nowhere and made me laugh. That was it, just like that. So I agree.
Good times. All right, we have Bender the Offender here. Priya, what are the breeds of your horses? My sister has 2 Rocky Mountain Tennessee Walker mix and 1 paint.
I have a thoroughbred, a Holsteiner, and a Dutch warmblood.
All right. Thank you, Bender the Offender. Those are her horses. All right, we have Tree Foster. Michaela, you are so beautiful. You're definitely higher than a 5, solid 9.
Oh, thank you.
I thought so too.
Thank you.
That's from the Trey Foster. Thank you, Trey Foster. Appreciate it. First time seeing you in the chat. We have Dark Shinobi. There's a different, all caps by the way, there's a difference between personal 10 and objective 10. Most people see 10s in the face, which is personal, but objective is a 10. You think most would agree because they have the body to match. Example, Ash Cash.
Ash Cash.
I have no idea
She was
who
a
that is.
girl went viral for
Face and
having like the
body.
2 different colored eyes, and I think her tapes got leaked multiple times.
Good
but then she
times.
turned it into a career.
Good
Social media influencer.
times. Thank you, Dark Shinobi. Good to see you in the chat, man. We have something related to that from Doc Venablis. He says golden ratio 1 to 1.16 is the objective standard of beauty, not only across cultures but nature. Da Vinci understood it and used it in his paintings, and exemplified by the Marquardt mask. Attraction is a different concept, and that is what varies.
Exactly.
Should we all put our faces in the thing and see
Can you scoot your
Face
mic back,
symmetry.
please?
see what number everyone actually is?
Right.
What
Yes,
numbers
we
are you referring
should.
to?
We should. There's probably some app that
I think there's an
will-
app.
that will compare you to something. And
There's an app that tells you how some.
There probably is, I'm sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope it lies, right? This is out.
Mia, a bunch of people have been DMing me. A couple people have been DMing me, saying that you got into trouble this weekend. Did something happen? Did something happen?
How the hell did you know that?
Just like a bunch of people were DMing me like
It's actually
during
a
the
pretty
show.
dark story. I'm not sure if I want to get into it, honestly.
Okay.
But you can ask me like surface level questions if you want.
Did you get into?
What do you want to know?
Did you get into trouble or did
No,
something
I
happen?
didn't. I didn't get into trouble. No.
Okay.
But yeah, something did happen. Yeah. You can ask me questions if you want.
You're still in school, right?
I'm in the interim, so I have to apply for my PhD.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did you get into legal trouble?
Should I just say it?
Yeah.
I mean, the pressure's on.
Just kidding.
Just share what you're
Go
going
for
for.
it.
Share
Put it all
I want to ask a question about it, but I have
Yeah, as
no
long
idea
as it
what
doesn't
this.
mess with
to
getting
ask.
into your program.
No, of course not. I wasn't aware of Californian law, and there was a bit of a domestic dispute where I had to protect myself, and because of California law, just me grabbing my phone out of someone's hand was enough to get me into trouble. But the cops were very nice, everyone was very sweet, and they got me out of there as quickly as possible. So it was a dangerous situation for me. That's why I don't really want to talk about it.
Sure.
Was
Wait,
it in
got
Los Angeles?
This was in Ojai, actually.
Oh.
you out of where?
Sorry?
You said got you out of where?
I was in jail.
You got arrested?
Yeah, I did for grabbing my phone out of a guy's hand who was assaulting me. Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. That's the rule in California. I actually did not know that because in New York, if someone assaults you, you can absolutely fight back. But if that person is someone that you're dating and they're hurting you in some way, and you grab, even if you braze them, the sheriff of the department was actually talking to me about how he hates enforcing this law, and the cops literally had to apologize to me for arresting me because they didn't want to enforce this law, because they've had to arrest men that during an argument would lay their hand on a woman's lap and boom, they would have to get arrested right there. It's literally as much of just a little graze.
Wait, you're dating this guy?
Yeah, it's the guy from Phoenix. We're not dating anymore, but
Wait,
So it's not the
but you said you were dating 2 guys.
yes, the divorcee. I didn't want to talk about it, but I came
Oh, so you're
out,
dating 3 guys? Or?
No, no, no,
No,
no,
the
no.
divorcees.
No,
No,
it was
yes,
the divorce.
Yes,
Oh,
yes, yes.
see,
Shit.
So not the Catholic guy, but
The other guy.
Did he call
Oh.
the cops on you?
No. Someone heard me.
Oh.
Guys, this is really fucked. Someone heard me getting attacked, and they called.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Well, we don't have to talk about it.
We just
anymore.
talked about it, Brian. I just literally admitted that I was in prison, but okay. I mean, in jail. but
You,
whatever.
yeah, don't say sorry.
Sorry. No.
They're very different.
I know.
I didn't. I've never gotten in trouble with the law. My family is from law enforcement, NYPD, but California law is
It's
what it
fucked.
is. You can't fight back.
No.
As
It'll most likely, hopefully, it'll get dropped.
Right.
It will. The
Yeah,
cops
you're
told
not gonna-
the cops told me that like the evidence I have is beyond. I recorded everything, so it's.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why he was trying to grab my phone from me. It was an altercation.
Were the police, like, did they witness the, like, altercation, or, like, how did that play out?
Can I just get into it? Should I just tell you, lay it all out on the table?
Only if you feel comfortable.
I mean,
with it,
hey,
yeah.
it's already
I don't
out.
wanna,
I literally said I went to jail. So I mean, like, what else? I don't really have much to hide. So, in short, I told him no and to stop touching me multiple times over the course of 3 days. I lost sleep. I wasn't doing well. I was alone in California. No one else, but just being with him. And he wouldn't respect my nose. And he took it too far, and I screamed for help. And the cops came.
Called,
Yeah,
okay.
the cops came, and since I had everything on video, they saw me grab my phone from his hand because I was afraid he was. I mean, we were in Ojai. We were in the middle of California mountains. Like, it was very scary for me as a New Yorker through and through. So he tried to grab my phone from me, and I grabbed it back. And the cops were literally so nice here, so different from the NYPD. The cops looked at me directly in the eyes and said, "We're so sorry that we have to do this, but we have to bring you in. Just because we saw you grab your phone back." And I was like, "That's my property, though. Like, I needed to record the situation to show you guys." And they're like, "We know. Like, we're really sorry. We're going to process you as quickly as possible, and we're going to get you out of here." And then afterwards, they came. They escorted me. They made sure I was safe, okay, protected, and have safety afterwards. And they profusely apologized to me. So, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that was
little
recent?
spies, Brian.
You said that was
crazy.
last
Yeah.
Sorry?
awesome.
Something
was
happened to
last week.
him.
That was a few days ago.
Yikes, man.
Are you still talking to him?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Well, sorry to hear that you got involved with that situation.
It was actually one of what you were talking about earlier, the facade of the nice guy, until suddenly you don't give him what he wants, and that facade drops, and it becomes dangerous. And it's unfortunate that I found myself in that situation, but I'm strong, and I'll pick myself up. And I'll
So,
move on.
Nicole. Oh, never.
Devon Malik donated $100. Doesn't that make you a prime example of why men shouldn't allow the woman they might want to marry to date other men? I'm sitting here on a Tuesday and I get a phone call that the girl I might love is in jail because she hit her other boyfriend phone.
That's implying that I would call another guy that I'm dating to try to bail me out of a situation that was completely out of my control, and it's just no signs of red flags in my opinion. So I don't think it's right to say that or make that assumption. I wouldn't. You don't know who I called or what I did or how I processed it or handled it. So why don't you just keep your opinion to yourself?
On her behalf, too, I mean, don't forget the fact that this other man in question is the man that requested for them to be seeing other people.
Yes, thank you, Keeko.
So,
Thank
I mean,
you.
is that really her fault?
And I am
This is
also
what he wants?
polygynous. I'm also polygynous, so I am very much okay with guys dating other women. And if they're okay with me dating other men, I will do that.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing. So, Nicole, let's go back. You the 6 thing. Come on.
I
What's
was
up?
just
What's up?
teasing you in your DMs. I actually think you're higher than a 6.
You literally just said that's not the case.
Doubling
but
back on
you
your
don't walk back what you were saying unless you genuinely believe it.
No, I think you're.
Was that Riz?
I think you're higher than a 6 when we're taking into account like the full male scale, right? But I
Oh,
was
were you
just
comparing me
saying,
to
if we're
women?
just looking at like cuteness factor, I was like, I don't know, Brian, are you cuter than me? But on like the objective man scale, like how a woman would judge a man on the equivalent scale, you're higher than a 6, I think.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like
So that's all that was
features
about. I feel like you're trying to make it really serious, and I just sent you a
would make a good-looking
silly
couple.
DM. No, I hit the wall, so no men want me anymore. Yeah.
Oh.
Otherwise,
I'm there.
I'd let you maybe wear flannel and sweatpants, and I would buy my own coffee with you on our date. I wouldn't even make you pay.
So sweet.
I hope I left you speechless.
Are we gonna get a date episode?
I'm a pass on that, but I'm a pass. But Audi?
Audi.
Oh my God.
Huh? What? Huh? What? Sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't get
I'm
that.
sorry.
too early.
I don't get it either.
I'm sorry. What?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. About it.
It's too early in the night.
It's too early to talk about that.
Audi.
Oh, we all know what the Audi is. What? You don't know?
Don't
Really?
know
What is
that
it?
Okay, I
know
know.
the car.
Okay,
The
so
car?
No.
wait, what? Something came in. I forgot. We're talking. Wait.
These are pretty good cookies, man.
Why you eat? Save it for after the show, KEEKO.
I'm starving.
Oh, the other thing. You actually, Nick, if you can pull up the one of the screenshots we have. Oh, that's not the one. Okay, next one.
Who's that?
That's not the one. Yeah, so on the show that you were on,
Yeah.
we were talking about the Jonah Hill situation.
Yes.
And after the show, you had all this smoke. You wrote this whole thing about the Jonah Hill situation, how I guess it's controlling, insecure, abusive, blah, 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 blah. Unfortunately, when you were on the show, we didn't really hear.
Yeah. This is my first time on the show.
Not an excuse, but I'll read it.
Okay.
And because I couldn't get a word in while we chatted on this topic, this is exactly what I wanted to say. One last thing before I go shoot. I don't think it's appropriate to publicly post what she did. I couldn't imagine doing this to someone. My whole opinion is that Jonah is insecure and trying to control. This control doesn't allow for freedom. When one tries to control another's behavior, it doesn't work. His ex was also incredibly immature in her handling of all of this. I didn't see anything that flagged emotional
Would you mind
abuse
speaking without a
charges.
fake condescending tone towards me?
I mean, this is how you would speak, you know.
That's not how I speak.
This is my impression.
I don't mind you bringing this up.
This is my impression
but
of like a stereotypical female voice. Like a Valley Girl,
Valley Girl
voice.
I just asked something if
Oh,
you're
so
not
it's
able to do
okay
that,
for
it's
you
okay.
to joke, but when I joke, it's not okay.
No, I didn't
Because
say that.
what you literally just admitted to having joked about the six thing.
Okay, continue on then. It was just a
No,
request.
but it's perfectly okay for you to joke around when we're speaking about my physical appearance. But if I'm facetiously making a voice, oh my God, then you're up in arms.
No.
You literally
You can joke around.
interrupted. You just interrupted me while I was reading
just
it,
asked to not
objecting to the
use-
way I was kind of humorously
Okay.
doing
I
a
did.
female voice.
I did.
Okay.
Okay, so you can continue on. It was just a request.
Okay.
Okay. That's
But
it.
like, so, but I
We've
just
joked around. You know that I don't mind being joked around with and being teased and being roasted.
which is precisely what I was in a very milquetoast sort of way what I was doing.
okay. I just made a request
That I don't do.
that you don't use that tone of voice.
Let's
imitating
continue
my
reading it. Go
typing.
ahead. Fuck, hold on. Let's wait till that fucking clears. Kahil, Brian is a 10 simply because he runs a podcast like this. The women of the panel, please name one. Jesus Christ.
Devon
Sorry, I
Malik
didn't get-
donated $100.
Thank you, Devon Malik.
Imagine getting mad at me because I stated my opinion on information I didn't ask for.
You're
wait.
indulging in this podcast, so I mean, information you didn't ask for, you could turn it off.
True.
Wait, what's this in relation
I'm pretty sure
to?
this is in response to what I said to when is he the one who made the comment saying that like now she's gonna go call another man about getting out of jail,
Yeah.
and he's saying now that
Oh yeah, he did leave that.
yeah, it's no one's being mad at you. I was just clearly stating that your point is
Mute.
yeah, it has you have no point because the man that you're concerned about her calling is the man who wants for them not to be in a committed relationship. And information you don't want, you're the one in choosing to watch this podcast about our dating lives. So it is information you wanted. Thank you.
Okay, let me get this one from Kahil while I've got it. Brian is a 10 simply because he runs a podcast like this. The women on the panel, please name one thing you've done that may remotely compare to everything a 10 like Brian has built. I mean, but the 10 thing, I mean, the rating thing is about looks. So, I mean, I don't really you can't really fact it. Perhaps, what's the term? Like the overall picture, you can say, well, my personality, I've got a great personality, so that bumps me up a point or whatever. I'm successful. So, but thank you for Kahil. Appreciate it. Someone else coming in on this? I don't know. One thing you've done that may remotely compare to everything a 10, like I think
I do OF, and that's cool.
They're gonna love that one.
I know. I'm like the most hated. I'm the ultimate baby mama. I'm just hated.
I'm in the Air Force.
I can pick a 5-star.
Pilot or just like a mechanic?
Medic.
Yep.
A medic.
Medic in the Air
So-
Force.
Yeah.
Okay, good times.
Medtech.
A nurturing
Oh,
army woman. I like it.
medtech.
Nurturing
Okay.
military
All
woman.
right, that's good.
Nailed it.
Yeah, it's not a competition, guys. I mean, it's not a competition. I'm sure everyone here at this panel has achieved all sorts of wonderful things. KEEKO, for example, she. Anyways. I'm sorry.
What did I? Well, speaking of his magnificent
Oh,
podcast
okay,
that he
all right.
has, yeah. What has KEEKO done?
Listen, KEEKO has served.
Accumulated Brian about 6 million views on his live podcast, maybe another 20 plus views on shorted clips, just on his own channels, by the way, not including the random promotion
All the credit, eh?
that he's gotten. No, not all the credit. Definitely was with the help of Chase. I couldn't do it without good old Chasey boy. But,
And you were also on the Michael Knowles panel too. I mean, that was.
I was on Michael Knowles. I
Michael
was with
Knowles.
Allie. I've been on a few good ones. Oh, we can't forget Tay Tay.
I feel like that one didn't get a lot of views.
It didn't, and I know it pissed her off so bad. I know she's seen.
Are you down to box Tay Tay?
That's going to be about 10 grand.
Marquavius, are you still in the chat? We need.
I have no problem. That woman will for sure beat my ass. I mean, first of all, boxing. Let me not. I mean, she comment.
You're scrappy. I think you. Could.
I've never been in a fight in my life.
that the right
I've
word,
never
scrappy?
physically.
Did I use that?
laid
the
my
right way?
hand on
Yeah,
it.
scrap.
That was correct.
Scrappy.
Yeah.
I'm
Throw
not a fighter.
hands.
I'm a lover.
Determined. Wait,
Like
scrappy.
boxing has weight classes.
Determined or pugnacious? What is eager or quick to argue? Okay, I didn't really use that in the right way, I think, but okay, whatever. Maybe there's other definitions. I don't know. But are you down to boxer if Marquavius,
Backs it?
if he funds it?
For 10K, for sure. I know she wants to fight me. She's made a
Yo,
couple videos
Marquavius,
about it.
Are you down?
She couldn't wait.
Are you down to set up a? I want to do a boxing event.
Ding, ding,
We're gonna
ding.
have Madison fight. Who do you want to fight, Madison? While you're back.
I mean, we can.
Oh, Madison's gonna fight Sophia. KEEKO's gonna fight Tay Tay.
What's the main event?
Who are you beefing with, Billy? You got any? I feel like you've avoided beef, right? Or I don't know.
Yes.
I do avoid beef.
Okay. yeah.
I try not. I think.
Oh, sorry. Oh, there he
Martin
is.
donated $100. I'm here. I boxed for 12 years. I got confused.
My God.
You want me to box her? I don't hit women unless they beg me.
KEEKO, do you want to box a man? What if he identifies as a woman?
Well, if we're going to bring up that topic, no, I am not for trans in women's sports. So,
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Slow clap.
I mean, I feel like it's a very new topic that we've had to explore in recent times, but I have a
We
pretty,
don't have to talk about it.
we don't at all, but I have a very,
Okay.
that's even why before, like, when I think her name was Deborah, was going on her little spiel
Yeah,
at the
where's
end of
she?
one of my episodes where I last rage quit. That's why I tried saying it wasn't what she was saying that I was trying to shut down because I don't agree with her or anything. There was many points she was saying that I do agree with. It was just the fact that it was 12:30 in the morning and she was bringing up topics that we hadn't even touched on yet that cannot be discussed. Which
Sure.
shouldn't be discussed at 12:30 because it's
Of
going to
course.
be hours long, and you guys were here for another hour after
It
1
was
in
a
the
long
morning.
show. It was a long
Somebody said Brian versus Bangs. I'm totally down for that one.
Well,
Like,
I don't. Maybe bangs
'cause that would be
versus somebody
wonderful.
else, but
And it's not a backpedal.
no.
I've never
So
stated that I
Marquavius,
would
it would be KEEKO versus Tay Tay. One of their previous episodes, they had quite a back and forth. So
And she's continued to make multiple videos about it. So
I don't know who this person is.
yeah,
I don't either.
It's because her videos.
She's a
didn't do that
content
well
creator.
on
She's a
here.
content creator. Hey,
What
be
does she
nice. Be
create?
nice.
No,
to-
I'm not
KEEKO,
saying-
come on, be nice to Tay
No, I'm just
Tay.
saying, like, because there's been a lot of viral clips that go around from your podcast, and there hasn't been that many viral clips from that segment. So not a lot of
Yeah.
people are like.
What does she create?
She's pro man's emotions and feelings.
Based?
Yeah, like, and I totally get it. That's not my beef with her at all. I think.
All right, so Marquavius, we will email you about scheduling this boxing event. So we'll get a card sorted, and we'll have a main card and whatnot.
You should get it promoted by Zeus.
Who?
Zeus is like a network program that has all the Baddies South and
Okay. All right.
Krishan and Blueface, where their shows are.
Sure. Let's pull back up
Yeah,
that
let's
clip.
get back into this.
Let's get back into that. All right. Where did I leave off here?
Third paragraph.
Both of them were. I don't know if I want to be petty and just continue. Both of them were engaging in manipulation. North of them should have. Do you know how to spell?
I think I was saying
Neither of
them.
them?
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, neither of
All
them.
right,
That's
north
probably
of-
what it autocorrected
Okay.
to, yeah.
Yeah, blame it on autocorrect. Okay. So, north of them, neither of them should have exited the relationship far before it ended. It seems like there could have been behaviors she exhibited that would make a man not want to be in a relationship, but okay, the Jonah, leave her. I don't know the purpose of her publicly posting all the text. To me, it's poor taste. Neither of them impress me. Both are in the wrong. They both need to learn what actual boundaries are. So, yeah, agree with you on the first part. Definitely wrong of her to fucking expose Jonah with leaking the shit. But you said that he was either insecure or it wasn't actually boundaries, or what's your actual position on
Yeah.
that?
The conversation that day, the point that I wanted to make is there's a difference between trying to control someone and get into this game of behavior control and setting up personal boundaries and standards. So if Jonah Hill was dating this woman, I don't know what she was doing, but if she was doing things that before he knew her, I mean, so she posted bathing suit photos and stuff. She was doing this before they dated. To me, Jonah would look at that and say, well, before I enter into a relationship with this woman, if she's posting these surfing photos and surfing with men, that boundary could be established up front. He'd say, look, I really like you, but these things bother me, make me uncomfortable, et cetera, and a boundary of mine is like, I want to pursue this relationship, but I can't be with a woman who does X, Y, Z. And then the woman could respond and say, hey, no, that's what I do. And then Jonah can say, hey, okay, cool, walk away. But what it seemed to me, and I don't know the details of it, but when we were reading through their text messages, it looked like this power struggle and this like manipulation from both sides, and him saying, well, I told you take that down, and why did you do that? And then she's blasting publicly. To me, it just shows immaturity on both sides. So I think it's important to have personal boundaries of what you will and will not accept in a partner and what your preferences are, your non-negotiables. And Jonah should form a boundary and then pull himself away from the scenario and vet a different woman. So, and on her end, what she did, I mean, no words for that, but I just saw them as both in the wrong and both not functioning in a healthy way within the relationship. And so, yeah.
So do you object to him, for example, not wanting her to post revealing photos?
I don't
because she previously was posting revealing photos?
No, I don't object to that.
Oh, wait.
I don't object to him saying, I don't want to date a woman who posts bikini photos, okay?
You
But then
object
why
to
did
him
he-
saying it who knows how long into the relationship?
I think that since it's something that she did prior to entering the relationship, it's a discussion that should be had
in the beginning or as they get into it. But when you read those text messages, it clearly went very far. It went beyond Jonah asking, expressing, her saying yes or no, and then Jonah saying, you know what? She's not the woman for me. Her values don't align. My boundaries are higher. Walk away. Like when you look at those text messages, this has been festering in their relationship, becoming very, very toxic. And I saw what looked to be both of them in a power struggle, him trying to gain some kind of control and her using manipulation with him. And I just thought the whole thing was kind of a mess.
I think this is a stupid conversation. I mean, she leaked these messages. It's a personal relationship. We shouldn't be giving any attention to her because I don't agree with anybody leaking a personal text message. I think this is just a stupid conversation to be having. Like, who the hell cares about their text messages?
I agree.
I just think it's a waste of time. I mean, I think we can all agree it was dumb of her to leak these messages. That's a breach of his privacy. So why are we giving her attention? We're doing exactly what she wants right now.
I think that was the entire purpose of her leaking those text messages.
And now here we are on the Whatever podcast talking about this girl's messages. We're giving her everything she wants.
It's like, I don't know who she is, and
I don't know who she is either. So I never looked it up. It's like kind of the same thing if you guys
she
saw.
leaked them for a reason, and we're doing exactly
the Adam Levine situation, like how Adam Levine's mistress. It was really clear that she wasn't posting about it because she felt bad that she was cheating. It was because she wanted to further her career as a social media influencer. So she decided to do that.
Sure. I mean, look, we can, ignoring the specifics of their relationship and how it was inappropriate for her to
But we're reading
leak.
into messages that it's a relationship we're not even
correct.
But
we don't know anything
it's the overarching point.
Okay, but the pivot is, okay, well, what...
The
discussion is what about boundaries in relationships? Is it okay for your partner to post revealing photos online? What is a boundary? What is controlling? For example, a lot of men don't want to date women who go out to bars and nightclubs. For some men, it's a boundary of, hey, I don't want to date a woman who...
Then don't.
So, but also, I think...
But that's exactly what but that's what Jonah Hill said to her.
But
if you want to be with a man who has these types of boundaries.
I'm under the
But
impression
Jonah Hill
that
decided to see her Instagram and everything she posts and decide to start a relationship with her.
Sure.
Why start a relationship with a woman who even does that to begin with? There's plenty of women who don't do that. How Michaela said she has maybe a one-piece photo. He should have went and found a woman like Michaela who's not posting those things. Why try to find a partner to change them? It might be different if, I mean, not even this day and age it wouldn't even happen, but why
because if she's
use?
posting those photos as a single woman trying to get attention, and then she's willing to stop doing that once she settles down with a man.
Is there an example we can think of a woman who posts like that and then gets in a relationship and decides not to? I think there's a fine line between it, because it's like if she's only posting maybe something that's a little bit tempting and she realizes out of respect for her man now that she doesn't want to do those things, sure. But a woman who's consecutively, almost every single post that she has is thirst trappy, the odds of her getting a relationship and stopping that cold turkey, I feel like, are very rare. If anything, we see time and time again men being upset when their woman decides not to stop doing those things. Just as like if you go out, if you start dating a man who's known to be very flirtatious and talk to many women, and once you guys start dating, he continues to do those things, how can you be so surprised? Like, he showed you who he is.
But okay, so I mean, your recommendation is that you're saying, oh, the boundary should be expressed immediately. So like, let's say you're going on a first date with a girl who has bikini photos on her Instagram. Mm-hmm. Do you think you're really going to make a strong case on a first date to instantly be like, hey, I want you to take your photos down? Like, be honest.
That's what I'm saying. He
that's
shouldn't
not
be on a
going
date
to work.
with her to begin with, is my point.
You can only make that sort of play when you've built a bit more of something, a bit more of a relationship. There's no way I'm going on a first date with a girl and she's immediately going to fall into my frame of, hey, I don't appreciate you having these photos out there.
I totally
And a lot
agree.
of people have been brainwashed into like, oh, let's just post super promiscuous photos. That's totally cool, blah, blah, blah. So
I mean, I agree that you can't bring that up on a first date or in the beginning. That's why you shouldn't date that woman at all. Like my posts, maybe some of my posts you might think is promiscuous, but they're not. I post myself. I'm a young woman, but I have, I think, maybe a bikini picture from 2018 up. I don't post like that, so my boyfriend wouldn't have to worry about it.
I agree with you on that, because I feel like if you wait until after you start a relationship with this person. You're asking them to change.
Like, how do you know they're going to do it?
Yeah, like, well, originally, like, I feel like you should be searching for the person. For me personally, I'm searching for the person I want to marry. And so I wouldn't ask them to immediately right off the bat change. Like, if they're posting revealing stuff, so be it, you're not the person for me kind of thing, and move on. Like, that's not the person I would be looking for.
I disagree. I think that people are absolutely willing to change for people. I think that what Brian said about boundaries, anyone who thinks that setting a boundary the moment you meet somebody and they're just going to be like, oh, okay, like no way, it's never going to happen. A lot of times it takes like, okay, put your foot down and like put it in their head. And by the way, as a man who has dated women, a lot of times when you do that, the first reaction is highly emotional, highly defensive, right? Because essentially when you set a boundary, what are you telling someone? You did something wrong. Yeah. That's essentially what you're saying. And maybe it's not wrong, at least it bothered me. And a lot of times when you tell a woman that they bothered you, they immediately say that they are bothered by the fact that you were bothered. And their feelings that are hurt are now more important than your feelings that are hurt. And another one of the big reasons why I want to talk, because I think one of the other things that you had a problem with was just the medium by which he set the boundary, right? You're like, it should have been a more just responsible, in-person, like easy conversation where you just like sat down and hashed it out.
I mean, that's things are messy though. I mean, there's always the ideal of what a conversation should look like. I just saw from the limited text messages that from both directions, it was quite off the rails.
I'll even say that
but it's also like,
with me and her, and this isn't even about like setting boundaries. It's like every once in a while, like me and her might get into like just like a heated back and forth, and then like I'll like go to the gym or something like that. I take a second, and like rather than like sitting down and being like, okay, like rather than like say something that like might get her a little upset, and then we have to deal with like being upset, why don't I just like think about what I want to say, send a text that's like exactly what I want, what I wanted to say back to her. And then she reads it, goes, oh, hearts the message. I come back, hey, we're good now? Yeah, cool. Guys will use that like written medium to just get every single thought out before you can even have the emotional reaction to interrupt him in his chain of logical thinking. That's not to say women aren't logical. You guys are still logical thinkers. But you do have a tendency to let your emotions guide the direction of the conversation. So that's one of the big reasons why guys will use this written medium to get these points across. So it comes across as like highly controlling, very odd, very robotic, but that's just him being like, you know what, I've tried to have this it might have been, I've tried to have this conversation before, she doesn't freaking listen to me, so I'm just gonna spell it out, and if she wants to go, she'll go, if she wants to stay, she'll stay. That's, as a guy, I can 100% see it.
That's fair. I don't know you, but this short time that I've been sitting with you, I have a feeling that however you text your girlfriend does not look like Jonah. And
we're also a lot further along in our relationship than they probably were.
So I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. There's just a difference between boundaries and control.
donated $100. When you start going from initial dating to a steady relationship, it's also typically expected, unless otherwise specified, that the relationship be monogamous. As they become more serious about one another, they should start changing their behaviors.
Yo, Raven DT, thank you very much for the TTS. And just one note really quick on this, and I'll let you continue. Yeah, I mean, prior to dating, so Jonah had no problem with her engaging in what he considered single behavior. I think even the text revealed that he had initially even liked one of her surfing bikini photos, whatever it may be. But once they started dating, he wanted her to act in a way that he thought was consistent with her being in a relationship. So what was once acceptable when she was single or at the very beginning of the relationship soon became not acceptable when he actually wanted to become serious and just see her or have the relationship develop. So, and continue on with your point.
I don't think I have anything else to say. I'm in agreement with that. What I was seeing in the text messages was Jonah Hill, instead of standing like firm in a boundary and like communicating, it just, from what I saw, looked like it was coming from a place of him being a little controlling, which control is just different from a boundary. And I also saw on her end, she was definitely being manipulative. I mean, you can see that immediately, but I don't have like big passionate feelings towards them. I don't know them, but
All right.
But yeah,
Well,
but
we
I
can
did.
move
But
on.
I wanted to say that because I
Okay.
didn't get to say it.
All right, fair enough. All right, we have Ninja Smokehouse. Hey, thank you, man. I'm married now. However, when my wife met me, I was sleeping with other women. Should I still be able to? She met me that way. Good point. No, people should change from doing single things to relationship behaviors when off the market. Have you not changed for a boyfriend?
Of course.
Exactly.
That's not what I'm stating at all. I just don't, I think what I'm trying to say is the issue might be having is some men find the way women act on Instagram should be different in a relationship versus not, where I'm saying is most women are acting the same on Instagram, whether they're in a relationship or not. So like a woman who is posting consecutively in a thirst trappy manner or such is probably going to want to continue to do so. And, you know, a woman who doesn't, like, I would get if it was, she was posting a certain way and then you guys are dating and then she starts posting these more provocative images and you're going to be like, okay, like, you know, but I just don't see how Instagram could be a detail. Like, yeah, maybe not going out and clubbing all the time. Yes. Obviously not sliding into people's DMs if she's doing that thing or responding to abundance of messages, of course, but I just don't personally know any woman who change the way that they post on social media depending if they're in a relationship or not. Because remember, social media is forever. Like, social media is forever. So just in case she deletes it, I mean, the picture's still around. What makes a difference if that bikini picture was posted last year versus now?
No, I
Big
have
difference.
plenty of friends that change the way that they behave on social media when they're in a relationship versus when they're single.
Like, what are they what are they posting
Sure,
when they're
bikini
single?
ass photos, like
Okay,
very
maybe because me
promiscuous
personally, I
things.
wouldn't do that in a
Sure,
relationship
but-
or not. And I feel like even if they're not doing, like, I feel like that still says something about her if she's doing that while single.
Sure, I completely agree that, like, I wouldn't do that as well. So like, value wise, I'm definitely different than those women, but there are definitely things, no matter how small or large that they are, there are behaviors that all of us engage in that we would do while we're single that we would not do in a relationship and should not do in a relationship.
Yes, but I just think it's risky behavior to get into a relationship with somebody, have the time go on, and then be like, okay, this is not what I'm okay
think
with. Like, I think you have to realize there's always a chance for them to not want to do it, and that's kind of what we saw in the Jonah Hill situation where she didn't want to do that.
Sure, but it's completely reasonable for him to ask her not to and expect her not to, because that's not behavior that aligns with being in a relationship.
I get your point, but it's like, if that's his views and alignment, he doesn't want his woman posting that on Instagram, whatever. But I mean, everyone still knows that that's your girlfriend that was just posting her ass 2 months ago. So like, if you're worried about an image and how she's portraying herself, and that's so important to you,
Well, but you're
I don't
still
think you would
advertising
want-
yourself as single. If you're posting bikini photos on the internet while you're single, Instagram is the largest dating app in the entire world. It's the largest online dating platform.
I think at the end it just boils down to the fact that he probably didn't feel respected.
Yeah.
Like in our relationship, granted we are in a weird situation where I have male followers on my platform, but every single thing I post, whether it's a photo, which I rarely post, or a video, which I post every day, he watches every single thing before it goes up, even stories. Like, I run every single thing I post by him, not because I'm like, hey, do you approve of this post? No, everything, it's just a respect thing. If he doesn't like something I'm about to post, I don't post it.
I get that, because I've done the same thing. That's not my point at all. My more so question is, because we mostly see this on the male side, right? We don't really see a woman dating a man that has, like, maybe pictures on the beach being like, I want you to take those down and stop posting that.
I can give you the male equivalent in a second.
Okay, but it's just, my whole point is, it is kind of weird to me. Maybe it's not a point, but overall a question I have, but how a man is comfortable with his girl posting all of that before we're together, but now that they're together, out of respect, you don't post it anymore. But like, I mean, because why? She looks like a hoe? I mean, then your girl's still known as a hoe.
Well, I know, because
It's because she looks single.
Exactly. If you're posting that while you're single, I'm not saying that I encourage it, but it is quote unquote acceptable because you are advertising yourself as single. If you continue to post those photos while you're in a relationship, you are still advertising yourself as though you are single.
Okay, I think that's also differences. I've never, like you guys say, Instagram is the biggest dating app in the world, which I definitely see how it is, for sure. But I've never used my Instagram, single or not. I've never been like, I'm advertising myself.
Sure, neither have I.
My Instagram is more, I mean, people probably don't believe it here, but mine's more of like, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm up to, this is
Yeah.
my life. I've never been like, ooh, I'm gonna post this because this is like sexy single, like they're
Yeah.
gonna see me. So I guess that's why my mind is a little bit more different, because I don't think of social media in that way.
No, absolutely, and I
do
don't
that.
either.
Because like if I want to post a bikini picture, it's not because I'm like, ooh, I'm looking sexy and I want to post this. It's because I was at the beach. I live at California. I go to the beach every single day almost. I spend a lot of my
Sure.
time here. So
Sure, and like there's a difference between posting like a group photo of you and your friends at the beach versus you posing in like
There's
a
all- that's very
promiscuous
true.
pose and posting that
I mean,
on
'cause, like,
social
my
media
bikini
when
photos,
you're
like me going like you know, I'm smiling, whatever, from the front. But yeah, from when you turn around,
Martin donated $100.
Thank you, Martin.
Ladies, follow this advice and win. Date someone a bit older than you.
Yep.
Ensure that your core beliefs are aligned, religion, family, etc. If he's the right man, you'll gladly acquiesce to his frame. But most men are weak losers. More for Brian and me.
Thank you, Marquavius. Date? Wait, someone will ensure that your core beliefs. Oh, it's good. If he's the right man, yeah.
Do
that's
you mind
good.
if I say something? I personally, I don't disagree with dating older. Personally, I would not, because I feel like you're missing out on a lot of life experiences with that person. And personally, like, I want to be broke in our 20s together eating ramen. Like, I don't think it's quote unquote fun, but it's an experience of growing together. And that may be a personal value I have of mine, but I definitely don't see where that would be beneficial for all women.
I think if you go in with that mentality, it forces you to grow up faster.
Yeah.
I think that's the other thing. A lot of people think like you find the person and now you are who you are. If you go into it thinking like we could actually create something very, very unique and powerful together, I felt like I wish that I dated differently when I was younger. I was kind of brainwashed the same way that I said a lot of women, and the way you said a lot of women were earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't have, I think I kind of always knew that I wanted to find a wife and get married, but I was like, I can wait. Like I should become a certain type of man. I should do this. Like I do believe that the advice to men to focus on yourselves and turn yourself into a more desirable option, more of a high value man, can certainly benefit you in the modern dating world. But I think that if men could separate from the end goal and more key in on the characteristics that get you to be a high value man, they could develop those characteristics between the ages of like 16 to 22, and then they will be able to they'll be able to find a girl at that age, and they will be able to stimulate her, they'll be able to attract her because she will see the ambition and she will see the potential. That is definitely something that can happen, but men need to start focusing in on those characteristics rather than just abandoning dating altogether and thinking I'm just going to use the characteristics to get to age 30 and then find my special someone.
You said that you had something in response to KEEKO, the male version, was it?
Yeah, and the conversation steered a little bit differently, so now it's not quite the direct
Oh, okay.
comparison. But I do think this is an important thing to bring up. I think there's a very, very like direct parallel that you can draw between women's obsession with social media and men's obsession with porn.
Mm-hmm.
I think that when you really break it down, the currencies, you hear this all the time. The currency for women is attention, the currency for men is sex,
Yeah.
right? And if you wanted to just put it into a very, very simple parallel, if a man was like watching a lot of porn when he was single because he just wasn't getting laid all that often, he needed to like get off, satisfy himself, and then he got together with you and he was just like, yeah, I'm just going to keep watching a lot of porn, I'm going to keep just like doing that, you would probably find that to be weird.
Okay, so I mean, I'm not trying to be argumentative sake, but my response to that would be I would never date a man who consumes a lot of porn to begin with, so I wouldn't have that problem.
Okay, but why are men consuming porn? It's because they're not getting laid. So when he starts getting laid, first of all, he's probably going to think to himself, I don't need porn as much because now I can get off having sex or through some other form of intercourse. And he's going to think to himself, I should probably just stop doing this for my partner. I should start acting like a man who's in a relationship and not, going to wherever I go to like open up my laptop and just pleasure myself. Like,
I mean, I've literally, out of my long-term relationships, I know when they say that they're not lying, they don't watch porn. They were never porn consumers to begin with. I'm not really usually attracted to men who do. Not saying I am saying it could be a bad thing to overconsume, but is a problem with men, the overconsumption of porn, but there's not all men, obviously, that overconsume porn. Yeah. But if I did have that issue, I do see your overarching point. That's kind of like what my response is. Like, I feel like you could just not have to worry about this if you just don't date someone who's doing that.
So do you think that, like, porn in general for men, like, who determines the value of porn? Like, the consumer, right? Right. So I'm just confused on what you're saying. So you're saying that, like, can you elaborate on what you're saying? 'Cause I'm a little confused.
What I'm saying is men go to porn to satisfy their, like, innate mating need.
Their lack of sex.
Their lack of sex, their sexual desire. Women go to social media to get the attention from men. It's like the very, very
basic. It's like a cycle that feeds itself.
Yes, women are seeking attention so that they then have an opportunity with the man who they're trying to get the attention from. Men are looking for sex.
But what would you say about the women that have, like, OnlyFans or Pornhub or something like that, like, all of in the comments basically just a bunch of quote-unquote simps? Like, those aren't high-value men that, like, women actually want. Those are men that, like, they would want to take advantage of and take money from.
Wait, what?
I'm going to stomp that out right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Stomp
I do
it out.
OnlyFans, and I'm going to tell you right now that I have simps that you guys would quote-unquote call them simps, but I like them. I have genuine...
Because they're paying you.
No, I have relationships with most of these guys before they even pay me.
Define relationships.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like friendships. You know
And
what I
then
mean?
they-
Like, I know these people.
They're not friends if they want to see you naked.
No.
They
Okay,
desire
find that
you.
hard to believe.
They desire you from afar.
You find that hard to believe, truly?
That they're not friends with me just because
I mean,
they
that
want to see
statement
me
is not
naked.
necessarily true
Like, that's
because
really strange.
as a woman,
Like,
you probably had multiple friends that are men, and
That definitely want to see your
that
naked.
definitely want to see you naked, but I would still consider them a friend, even
Right.
if that was their.
I mean, I
that-
think
yeah,
that's
that-
crazy to
they're
say
still a
just because
friend.
somebody wants to
No,
see me
but by
naked.
definition,
If
you're
an
not
attractive
friends.
Girl, if
Oh,
you're an
no,
attractive girl,
If I had a male friend that subscribed, if I made an
I'm
OnlyFans,
not
which I
saying-
never would, I would never
He's not your
consider him
friend.
a
I'm
friend.
not saying that,
He's
but
not your friend.
your statement was he's not your friend if he wants to see you naked. But I'm saying if you're an attractive woman that has male friends, there's a good chance that even if you're still your true friend, they want to see you naked.
But we're not talking about
agree with
in
that
the-
statement, but we're talking about
Yeah.
somebody in the event that they have a paid platform where they can
Yes.
literally subscribe and pay to see you naked. I would never, ever, ever, if in some random world I had that sort of platform, I would never be friends with somebody that would subscribe to something like that.
I'm
They
not-
do
I'm
not
just
value
saying
your friendship.
no.
I'm just saying.
I
that's the
think you're
comment
completely
she made.
wrong,
I
but
wasn't
okay.
talking about the overall thing.
Yeah.
I think you're just like a
are they
fantasy from
friends
afar.
If they're paying
No.
you $10,
You got
for,
you
like,
have
a
to
pissing
realize that
video
a
or
lot
some
of these
shit.
people, like, I come from a small area. Okay,
They could
so a lot
subscribe
of
to
these
anybody else on
people-
OnlyFans.
I guess they could, right? But I guess they're putting money in my pocket instead, right?
Well, a lot of the appeal of OnlyFans too is like why these women do so well their first month and then like don't do well anymore is because a lot of men who've known them their whole life wanted to subscribe in the beginning just to see like this girl they've known their whole life. They have a chance to see them naked. It does happen a lot.
Yes.
Doesn't that just prove her point?
Yeah, that it's not friendship.
That it's not friendship.
Definitionally, that's not
this
friendship.
is the you want to talk about nice guy?
No, I'm
that is
saying-
the longest nice guy comment.
Yes.
Okay,
So
Yes.
like
history.
anybody
Yes.
that wants to see me
Yes.
naked is not allowed
I'm
to be my
literally just
friend?
pointing out her like individual
No, it's not
statements
about not
that
want-
she's
no, it's not
saying,
about-
not
It's
the
about the
overall
action.
thing of what she's talking about. It's just how statements can get construed. Is what I'm saying.
No, it's not about whether or not he's allowed to be your friend. Like, you can, I'll say it, like, you can think that he's your friend, and he will treat you with respect. He'll be nice to you. He'll be kind to you. He'll do things for you. He might even, like, confide in you, allow you to confide in him. But the moment that you were like, I want something more, let's have sex. Do you have
Done.
sex with your friends?
I have.
Then they're not friends. Friendship
That
is
is an-
platonic.
that is
I consider
intimate,
friends with
romantic-
benefits okay, though. So you guys probably don't see things on that same level. You're probably not in the same views as I have. So
Okay. So, like, let's just say that you were like dating, like you are dating a guy right now, right? Like
Yes.
you're dating a guy right now. if you had these like male friendships with guys who like subscribe to you, like actually intimately desire you. They're like they're admitting that, like,
And they're able to see you naked.
right? How does he feel knowing that there are like other men that you would consider to be like close, intimate relationships?
He's on it also. He's on my OnlyFans with me.
Well,
Okay. What?
My partner's on my OnlyFans with me.
He makes content with her.
He is also a sex worker.
Wow, this is like the most full circle.
No, it makes sense. Okay, all right.
I'm just saying, like, you know, like.
Good times.
And that's like the whole point when it brings up, like,
so you're
find someone who's for you, who's meet someone with the same values as you, same things you're comfortable with. That's the whole thing.
That was not the point of the conversation, though. The point of the conversation was whether the men on your OnlyFans can be your friends or not. And friendship is platonic by definition. Therefore, they cannot be your friends because you're an object of desire and sexual affection. That's just how it works.
I find that hard to believe, but
well,
agree to
it's
disagree.
the truth.
Agree to disagree. I think you're wrong. You think I'm wrong. So agree to disagree.
I think they can value you, but only to a certain extent.
Are they in person? Like, do you know these guys in person, or
Some of them, yes.
Do the guys in person that are your friends pay you for nudes?
Sometimes, yes.
No comment. I withdraw.
Zero comment?
I quit.
You rest your case?
I rest my case.
All right, fair enough.
Not much to say.
Sort of taking it back to this thing about the differences between men and women.
I know.
You cold? Nick, can you close? Actually,
I also have a lot of
close the door,
caffeine.
close
I've
the
been
door
drinking
a
like
little bit.
3 Celsius since I've been here. So that might be why.
I have something from a Twitter account. Unfortunately, I can't say the name because it's a little bit,
haram.
A little bit haram. So, but it relates to our discussions of kind of the posting revealing photos on Instagram, but more precisely, men not wanting their partners going out to bars and clubs and parties and whatnot. So, and you more often hear men objecting to their partners going out to nightclubs, bars, et cetera, et cetera. At least for me personally, I would not want to. I would not take a woman seriously who goes out to bars and clubs and parties. The difference is that women run passive game, and this is, I'm crediting this to let's just say LDG on Twitter. They don't approach men, but they put themselves in positions where they could be approached by men, clubs, for example. They won't DM a man, but they'll post a picture to lure him into DMing them. So this comes back to our topic of, the revealing photos, right? Mainstream media doesn't want you to know this. Men are salesmen, women are marketers. But most guys are too naive and lack the capacity for nuanced thinking to be able to identify this distinction. In a committed relationship, a man should stop pitching and a woman should stop advertising. So, fair proposition. So, advertising, posting revealing photos on Instagram, going to the nightclub, bar, etc. But most men are fooled into believing that just because their woman isn't also initiating conversations with other men, that everything is good. She was never initiating conversations to begin with. That's not how she operates. We utilize different strategies to get similar outcomes. As a guy, you stopped talking to women, you gave up your edge, but she never stopped putting herself out there. That's why she already had a replacement for you after the breakup, because she never stopped marketing. She was generating leads the whole time. And then there's a bit more about, he's making an analogy when it comes to rhinos and stuff.
That makes sense, yeah.
So, yeah. Does it make sense, kind of?
I see the comparison. I get what they're getting at, and that definitely is something I see how it happens, and that's for some people. But yeah, I guess because it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't. The amount I post does not change if I'm single or not. Like, what I post doesn't change if I'm single or not, because I guess I'm not posting things to begin with that are single activity. And yes, you're saying we're advertising ourselves, but I know
Should we pull up your Instagram, KEEKO?
Go for it.
All right, let's
but
pull up KEEKO's Instagram
the
on
worst
that.
part of my night and my friends' nights, if we do go out, when we would go out, is men approaching us. That's probably
That's
the worst
part of your nights?
I don't go out. I don't have any friends either. I won't say any.
Why do we have so
friends
many
that were
cups on the
theaters.
table, by the way? I'm just, Jesus Christ, why are there so many cups on the table? Fuck, okay. Sorry, continue.
I do have some friends that, are more fast, as we would call them, that will
Fast?
talk to men, like
Oh,
304, you guys would call it. But no, like I'm not going out for men to talk to me. I'm going out because maybe I want to have a drink and dance and listen to some good music and
even
talk
when
to
you're
my friends.
Well, you have a boyfriend right now, but what about when you're single?
Yes, I don't enjoy men coming up to me and talking to
How
me
did
when
you
I'm
meet
out.
your boyfriend?
I met him when I was working
At a bar?
at the bar I work at. I was
so-
working though.
He approached you?
Mhm.
You just said you don't like it when men do that.
I don't.
But that's how you met your current boyfriend who you're now going to marry, or you want to marry.
Yeah.
How do you want men to approach you then?
I'm not saying, I really don't know. I don't think there's any one concise way. I guess my boyfriend, how he did it, I was working. He came up to my bar, came to me, he said, hey, how you doing? He got a drink, and he was like, told me he found me really attractive, and he asked for my phone number. I told him I don't give out my phone number at my job, but you can have my Instagram. He sent me a message on Instagram, hey, how about that number? I gave him my number. We started talking from there.
Wait, hold on. So
Will
you
that
don't
work
give-
for everybody? No, that won't work for everybody. He's a very attractive man, so it worked for him.
Should we have
for
him
sure.
on the podcast? You think he'd be down? to come
He
on?
would be. He would. I
could be
don't
interesting.
know how that will go, though.
What? Would he beat me up or something? Or-
No, don't.
Oh, okay.
No, you don't disrespect me. We are very different.
Yeah.
Um,
we should have him on. You down?
yeah,
Ask him if
I'm
he's
down.
Ask him if he's down.
I don't know. I'm like,
No, please. Let's do
I'm
it.
like
Let's do it.
worried,
Let's do it.
honestly, because
For
we
him or
watch the
for-
whatever. No, like I don't like. I'm not a confrontational person. That's kind of like how we work. We disagree on a lot of things because I am okay with not being right. I know the comments won't agree with that, but on my normal life, I'm fine with not being okay with everything. I'm fine with like agreeing to disagree or walking away with him thinking, that he's right and above all. But on here, we're supposed to discuss things further, and we do good on our own, but I don't want outside things to affect our relationship.
Wait, so one question, bringing it back to the whole like approaching thing, right? So you said that you don't like it when men approach you when you're out
Yeah.
partying or whatever. Just the
It
other
could be
girls
very,
here,
very nagging and annoying.
other girls here at the table, like if you're at the bar, let's assume you're single, you're at the bar, like do you generally dislike it when men approach you in these environments? Just here, we'll go around the table really quick answer.
I don't drink. I smoke weed.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you like when men
The
approach you?
question I
yeah, of
just
course.
asked.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
No. Yes.
Yes.
So you like it or you like it when men approach you? Or you dislike it when men approach you?
I like it.
You like it, okay. You like
I
it?
like it.
If it's in a tasteful manner, yeah.
Sure. Billy?
I mean, I never put myself in a situation when I was sorry. I never put myself in a situation when I was single to have a guy approach me in a bar or a club because I just didn't go to them.
Sure.
So I would get approached at a grocery store, and if it was done in the right way, then that's fine with me.
Okay. So some different answers there. I feel like a lot of women though who might complain about all these men, it's so annoying, they
I
approach
think it's
me.
the surroundings. You're going to find
Well, this is in response to everybody, but not just you, but go ahead.
I think you're going to find if you're in a club, you're most likely going to get a drunk man approaching you, and it's probably not going to be
Yeah,
done in the most
absolutely.
tasteful manner. So that's probably why a lot of girls are turned off by it, because that's where they're being approached most.
You are most likely to have success picking up a girl if you pick her up in a way where her anxiety is low.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is like, can we all agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. That's why I always encourage guys to utilize day game, as it's known. Like I tell guys, hey, do you have a dog? Pick girls up at the dog park. It's a great place. Coffee shops. Like, hey, do you know the Wi-Fi password? Easy conversation starter. Little things like that. But I want to just bring this back a little bit to what you were saying, because you're like, when you go out, you don't like when guys approach you. And then I asked you, how do you want guys to approach you? So whenever you're out and I mean, basically, the only time that a guy can approach you is when you're out of the house, right? Like, unless he breaks in and is like, date me, right?
Jeez.
So,
There's another problem on our hands.
so like, what's your ideal scenario? Because, I mean, it's probably not approaching you at work either. You're busy.
Yeah.
So, like, what's your ideal scenario?
That's why I will agree that it is, in that sense, it's not really I'm not making it easy for men in that way. Maybe that's why I don't know. It's just, it is hard to be tastefully done. It is a tricky thing to do. It does help when you're more attractive, but there's even been attractive men who approach me and I'm still like, I'm just not in the mood to discuss or talk. So I can't really give a clear answer for that. I guess it's because kind of like how I grew up, and I feel like a lot of people grew up before this social media, and like we have so many options nowadays, is you dated people who you already knew. So it wasn't about approaching. It was about, we have similar friends, we come from the same area, so we've met before. So it's not really like it's not like I'm meeting you for the first time, you see me, I'm attracted to you, you come up across to me and you pitch to me. 9 times out of 10, I'm not gonna like that. So that's why usually it was dating people from knowing their family, growing up around them, stuff like that.
I don't want this to come across like I'm attacking. I promise you I'm not. Like, so what you're talking about right now is one of the biggest frustrations for men in dating.
I know.
You posed, again, another Q&A. You asked guys, what are your biggest fears approaching women? What were the predominant things that came back?
I mean, it was just rejection, judgment on his appearance.
Creepy.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing I could say though, and I will. If a man comes up to me, I'm never like, "Ew, get away from me! I'm not going to talk to you."
Some girls are.
Yeah. I never said they weren't.
Right.
I'm saying we're talking about me though, personally. Even though I don't like for men to approach me, I've never once been like, "Ew, get away from me," or been rude or of the sorts. If I'm in a relationship, I'll just quickly be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Kind of see where you're going with this. I am in a relationship." Or when I was single, I would be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not interested in dating right now." Or I would just lie and say I am in a relationship. Make it really sweet, short. Nothing. I would never attack them though. That's two different things.
So you're saying that it's like nagging. It's annoying. Would you also agree though that it's necessary?
I do see how they have to. Yeah, they have to shoot their shot. They have to get out there in some form. So I'm not saying. That's why I have not said, don't do it. I haven't advocated for men to not approach women. Yeah. I'm just saying personally, I don't like it.
Because right now they're hearing you and look, by all, I know,
they're hearing me, but every single, I think only Maddie was the only one who said that they don't like it.
I feel like
they all said they like it.
Right.
Like setting matters. Say like you're in a club, like Billy said, like mostly it's going to be drunk men that are approaching you. I don't necessarily like being in like, okay, well I'm like 18, but like if I were in a bar or club.
Mr. _Casey _ donated $100.69. KEEKO, it concerns me that you wouldn't want to invite your BF on the pod. Sounds like that you are scared that what you're saying is not well thought out and your BF wouldn't want to ruin his reputation for agreeing with delusion.
I mean, regardless if he's on here or not, we're still dating. So like that negates the whole thing. He watches the episodes. We still discuss it. That's not what I'm concerned about. I know we can have logical debates and discussions where we disagree, just us two. I don't want to bring us on this podcast where there's 10 other people sitting here in a whole panel in TTS where they could start saying things and emotions can start rising where we could start feeling a type of way that we aren't necessarily causing each other, but outside factors. Like, I feel like that's a very...
You just don't think this environment is healthy for the relationship.
Yeah, maybe when we're longer in, but we're only 7 months in. We already have a lot of healthy debates as it is. I don't think you want to throw in too much controversy into a relationship this early on.
Brian, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You know how you said that like you wouldn't date a girl that goes out to clubs or bars or anything like that?
Yeah.
Like, what about if she lives in like a metropolitan like city area where like everything's a bar and she just like eats out by herself and like that's a bar setting? Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like context matters. If you're going out to a nightclub in like the middle America, that is like making an effort to like go out, be seen, be noticed. But if you're in like New York, the bar is right next to your apartment. You're gonna go there for food. You're gonna go there for like a drink, maybe by yourself. You're not necessarily putting yourself out there. It just has to do with the fact that you live in a metropolitan area. So like, I've never been to like a stereotypical like nightclub with like sparklers and all of that shit. I don't know. But like some people would consider a club like a bar that plays music and has like a small room for dancing that fits like 25 people. So like, where do you draw the line on that?
There's no such thing as restaurants.
No, but like most of the restaurants in New York
City
are bar.
Yeah, but you're saying, if you're in New York, you're in a metropolitan city, you have to go to a bar.
Well, yeah, because most
I've
bars
been
in
to New York. There are
you
there's restaurants.
Yeah, no, of
But you
course.
mentioned going to eat.
Like bar
Have you
food.
heard of a restaurant?
No, of course, but like
There's restaurants.
But I know, but in New York, like it's always like a bar restaurant. It's always like the same.
Is
I
it?
just sit at a table.
Is there a bar at Chipotle in New York?
Well, to be fair, I don't eat fast food, but
Hold on, how dare you defame Chipotle? I demand an apology
I apologize to
Chipotle.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
You're
I
talking
guess
about
what I'm
somebody that
saying is, like,
engages in
I guess it's
partying
just the
behavior.
intent
it's like partying
Right,
behavior.
that's what I'm saying. I'm talking
Like,
about the
if she's getting,
intent.
if it's fucking 3 p.m. or I don't know, lunch.
That's what I'm saying. Right,
Lunch,
that's what
and
I'm
she
saying.
goes, and the bar happens to double as a restaurant, and she's getting food. That's not an issue.
But that creates conflict, right? Because there is a setting where people are getting drunk, and there's like
for lunch.
it's New York.
I think this is fairly self-evident. Like Priya hit on it.
Yeah.
It's when a woman demonstrates party-like,
Yes.
like consistent attention-seeking, honestly, like sexualized mainly behavior, and we all know what that looks like.
Yeah,
And we
it's
all know what
not.
the
It's
behavior
very
looks
black
like.
and white. It's not. There's not a large gray area
Yeah,
that steps in.
I disagree because like I can sit at a restaurant like that's a bar restaurant outside.
Yeah, but
like
that's
by
not
myself.
engaging in partying like behavior.
Okay, I
Well, that's why I
I
was
was in
asking
New
where the
York
line was
recently by
drawn.
myself when we were dating, and I could not find a place to eat. So I walked into a place. I was texting you. I had nowhere to eat, and it was in Times Square. And I walked
no.
in. The only spot was at the bar, so I sat at the bar. I ate my chicken, and then I left.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I was.
Yeah, but that's
not
that's
really-
not
that was
me.
the question, guys. That was the question about where
Yeah,
the boundary
but-
is drawn.
But
Like
this
that was
is
the
like
whole
thi-
point.
But this is exactly what
welcome
he's
to my
saying.
question.
But this is what he's saying. It's okay if you're just going there to get food and not getting fucked up. I just went to get food and that was it.
Yeah,
And you would agree with
Right,
this,
but how do
Brian,
you
right?
distinguish intention?
Ryan,
Like, what if
was
you're
I
eating at
did-
night?
Was what I did okay?
What
What's
time
the
of day was
intent?
it?
It was- I don't know what time of day.
I'm
it
pretty
was,
sure
actually.
dinner
No, it's
is
like-
also very acceptable. People have to eat, but if you're going out and whether it's by yourself or with a group of people, if you're out there partying with a bunch of your girlfriends, regardless, that is partying behavior. It's not black and white. If you're going to go get food, no matter what time of day it is, and you just go eat, you might have a conversation with somebody and then you leave. That's
But
not.
that doesn't. But the point is that that's still considered a bar, and men can still approach you. So like that's why I was
You're
saying.
not partaking in the bar culture.
Yes.
To be fair, when you asked that question, I was thinking more on the lines of that because I don't party, but I do go to bar to eat bar food
Right.
and like maybe drink a
That's
margarita.
fine.
That's what I'm saying.
That's totally fine.
That's what I was
It's more
asking.
so like the intention. you
Right,
know?
that was my
Are
question.
you going out with your girlfriends, getting lit?
That's what I was saying, like, in a-
drinking,
Also,
partying.
how
like,
frequently are you
Right.
going to the bar, and
Right.
are you just posting up there by yourself?
Mm-hmm.
How frequently are men approaching you there? How are you dressed when you go there? Like,
Yeah.
like these are things. Again, it's sexualizing yourself, and to quote, what is it, LDG? Like, to quote him, I don't want to say I saw it. Marketing yourself. How are you marketing yourself?
Yeah.
That's really it.
By the way, quick note. Next person, there's a banana here. The next TTS, say a name, they have to eat the banana. Okay.
I'm severely allergic to bananas.
Come on.
I swear to God,
Diddy
my-
Kong, really? Oh.
I literally have my EpiPen in my purse right now. I'm allergic to a lot
So
of
you're
things.
prepared to
and
eat the. No, I'm kidding.
If you all want to take me to cottage, then no, I will literally.
Actually, that'd be pretty good content. So if they say your name,
Oh my gosh,
If there's-
Brian!
That's the main event. KEEKO versus banana.
there you go.
the mystery guest is the banana.
Wait, do you have an EpiPen?
Yeah, my purse.
Where do you put it?
In my thigh.
Here, let's do this. Okay.
Oh my gosh,
I'm just saying,
Brian!
can you go get it from your purse and just put it on the table? Just
For liability purposes.
Actually, I might not be able to.
what? EpiPen yourself?
Can I just say the
Make
whole
sure, yeah,
chat
split
has
down.
thought you were uncomfortably rubbing my shoulder the whole time. His arm is not touching
It's on the
me.
chair.
It's
It's on
on
the
the
chair.
chair. I just want to clear that up. It's been being said for the past 3 hours.
They're also boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah. So.
Is that your EpiPen?
It does look weird.
Wow.
She literally
Look, it's even
asks me to rub her
colored.
back
Yeah, color
Matching.
coordinated.
24/7.
This
So
is
it wouldn't even be
Kong,
weird.
Yellow and
Honestly,
black.
if I were in a
Okay.
relationship,
Here's
I
the
would
thing,
too.
though. You can only use the EpiPen after a subsequent TTS. So we have to see you basically.
Die.
Asphyxiate.
Basically that, yes. Until the next one comes in.
Anything for the content.
That is the new Game Boy, by the way.
Oh my god.
Let's pull up the Twitch, and then we'll pull up Keeko's.
Raven DT donated
Did he drop it in?
$100. We're discussing boundaries in relationships, not drafting federal legislation. If you are dressed for a nightclub and going out to dance and show off your body in a party-type environment where alcohol is consumed in mass quantities, that's bad.
Yeah, and we have those here in Santa Barbara. Like a lot of places that are restaurants during the day, they're bars at night. So like, I don't know if that's where you work. Is kind of like that.
We kind of used to be like that. We closed our kitchen, but like
Yeah,
Foxtail,
but you know
where
Sandbar?
I used to work. Yeah,
Sandbar, like
it's
food.
very common here. Honestly, a
Yeah.
lot of places do
Yeah,
it.
a lot
It's
of
a big
places do
money
that.
scheme.
So we have that here too. So it's like
I have a question for you guys. Like, okay, so
oh my God,
this
Becky.
my SoCal.
It's good.
So like Saturday, for example, or Friday, I think it was Friday or Saturday, whatever.
Martin donated $100. Brian, have a great idea for live stream. I'll fly in on the jet. Pick you, Priya, and your girl up. Fly anywhere you'll want in the US to eat. Record everything. You'll have to wear real pants. They won't let you in the restaurant otherwise. KEEKO epi up.
But they said Brian first, didn't they?
Yeah, definitely
Wait.
did.
But no, I mean obviously it's addressed at Keeko. Like it's obviously
Not
addressed at
killing
Keeko.
me.
Wait, like how bad would it be though?
My throat will close in about like
Based.
you have maybe like a minute and 30 seconds.
That's
to get
6
that
million.
bad boy
become-
in my thigh.
That's 6 million would be 12
Is that
million
good
views
content?
immediately.
We're gonna be
What if you
doubling.
get all of the ad revenue?
If I wait, question.
Tempting.
Keeko.
What about the TTS?
Keeko, question. If I peeled the banana and I just like chucked it at you and it hit you in like the face, huh? Would you have an allergic reaction from that, or do you have to like consume? I would never do that. I
That
wouldn't
is
do
a
that.
very good question because
Like skin contact.
like I'm allergic to a lot of things, but the reason why I'm allergic to bananas is like an oral pollen allergy. So I'm allergic to different fruits and foods depending on the season due to the pollen that they're surrounded by. So I don't know. It might give me like hives or something actually if it was, since I'm allergic to the pollen content itself. I don't know. I've only had these allergies for like 4 years. It's been terrible.
Okay. All right.
Oh. Anyways, back to my question. So,
Yeah. What was your question?
it's about the topic we had beforehand. So on Friday night, I had a night off from work. So me and my boyfriend wanted to go out and get some drinks, dancing, whatever. It's what we enjoy to do. Technically, kind of how we met. So
Martin donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, Mark
A minute
Davis.
30 seconds is a lifetime. Eat up. I'm sure you'll be fine. You have a med tech on the panel.
Air Force, by the way.
maybe if you like would have followed the directions in the first place and not said Brian's name first and said mine, we could have.
Technicality.
Anyways,
Technicality.
so we were gonna get dressed up. We were gonna go out on Friday night. I don't know if I've ever said it before, but my boyfriend has an identical twin brother that's dating my best friend. He's out of town. He was out of town for the moment. She came. We also are across the street neighbors. So my best friend came over when we were getting ready after work, and she was like, "Oh, I kind of want to go out too. Like, I'm bored. I have nothing to do," because her boyfriend's at their parents' house. She got dressed up with us. My boyfriend wasn't feeling that good anymore. His stomach was starting to hurt. So he was like, honestly, I don't even really want to go since Devano wants to go now. Do you guys just want to go? He was going to allow me to go to technically bars, clubs with my friend. Far as what I was wearing, I was technically, I think, wearing like a different version of this bodysuit, basically like same jeans like this and some like kitten heels. Mm-hmm. Do you guys see that as a huge problem if I were to do something like that? He did end up going. We all end up going together, by the way, for a point. But
Martin donated $100. KEEKO, no one cares about your story. Tell us about yourself, Priya.
By the way, Marquavius, I don't think we're going to press Keeko too much on the banana thing. So if you want to...
I did not sign a waiver for that.
There's some liability there probably. If you want to have someone else do it, I suppose.
The EpiPen is expired.
He wants you to speak about yourself, Priya. Do you want to? Any safaris planned? Oh,
Valdev
shit.
donated $100.
Thank you, man.
Ill contest, cute Cuban eat banana. To Alabama, what them marksman scores?
Wait, what?
What are your marksman scores?
I guess
Marksman scores?
shooting guns.
I almost made marksman. I was off by like.
A little closer to.
I was off by like 1 or so, maybe 2.
Nice.
Nice.
Cuban? Is that you? You're Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican, yeah.
I believe he's talking about you though. So
Wait, what
enjoy the
happened?
banana. Here you go.
You're supposed to eat
It looks a little at the bottom. It doesn't look great. So I guess just the top. That's what she said.
Great.
Just yeah.
All right, there you go. Mark Quave.
Cheers.
Wait, was that
Who said that?
who?
Why a banana?
Like, Billy, think about it, Billy.
I know that, but really?
I
What,
know.
what do you mean?
Same reason why they
Listen,
don't
I'm
want our
hungry.
hair to cover our face.
You're not in favor of the banana? Billy, look, Billy doesn't like the she's not amused. Okay.
Do you want to answer
Honestly,
KEEKO first?
Bananas. I miss them
Honestly, me
dearly.
too. I'm like content right
Honestly, I wasn't. I think you should probably.
Okay, so, and again, this might be an unpopular opinion amongst what else, and I don't say radical to be offensive. I mean radical in the literal sense of being like very radical in your beliefs, right? Very strict, very principled. The situation that you just laid out, like, first of all, that's his preference.
Yeah.
That's his boundary. He has a level of trust with you. And he also probably recognizes that you wanted him to come out, but now it was more about, okay, well, now she wants to go out. I don't want her to have to go out. I don't want to say no, because then she's going to say no, right?
Yeah.
So if he wants to do that, and he wants to allow you to do that, that's fine. That's his prerogative. Some guys might feel very uncomfortable with that.
Would you be uncomfortable with that?
So,
Like the exact same scenario. Like say she was getting ready, she already has her makeup, hair, everything done, and then last minute you're like, I don't think I really want to go anymore, but she still has her
with
friend.
her in
that's gonna join
particular,
you.
absolutely not, because because every time that she has either been invited to go out and do something with our friends in Florida, she basically looks at me and says, like, are you okay if I go with me going out?
But where have I
Like-
gone out?
Like, no, just occasionally you'll go to like Beach Drive or something like that. Like, very rarely. Like, it's extremely rare.
The point.
But this is.
I went to a self-defense class. That was the last time.
Yeah,
I
that was the
went
last
out.
time she went out and did something without me with like her girlfriend. She went and did a self-defense class. But
Anyways.
I don't know. I think that that's it's like an incredibly nuanced like thing where, like, would it be an uncomfortable situation as a guy? It's not the most comfortable situation because you're not there to keep an eye on your girl who you know men are going to be objectifying, probably pursuing, probably chasing. That makes it uncomfortable. But at a certain point, like, you gotta trust your girl to say no.
That's
so
Yeah,
I do have
and you can't control that in like everyday situations.
Right.
That's more what I was
So-
getting at, because I feel like that's healthy, to have that, like, it's not so black and white all the time.
But I'll-
Because honestly, if I would have come to him like, I want to go out with Devon on Friday by myself without you, he would have been like, you're
Again,
losing your mind.
it's also pattern recognition. Like, have you done it one time? And what was the timing of it like? Did we just have a fight?
Yeah.
You know what I
that's
mean?
very true.
Like, girls will weaponize this stuff. That's one of the big things. It's pattern recognition. So, like, if she gets invited out by somebody, and it's just completely random, I'm gonna be like, yeah, of course you can go out. Like, I know where you're going. It's very, very close. I know the people. That's fine. But if it's like, okay, you've asked this week, okay, now the next week comes, you're asking again, okay, now it's been 3 weeks in a row after months and months and months of you never wanting to go
that's a
Friday
sign
or
that
Saturday night.
something's going
Now it's
on.
pattern recognition. It's like, hey, can we talk about this? Like, why do you want to go out again? Like, that's what guys need to get better at. Like, it's not necessarily, like, the boundary is good. The concept and the principle of women not going out and marketing themselves at a club is a good one for women to follow, and it's a good one for men to have in the back of their mind. But what I just talked about, the pattern recognition, that is an incredibly important, nuanced thing to make sure that the relationship is healthy and the girl, again, doesn't feel like she's being anxiously controlled.
Yeah, that's true. I think, it's kind of like a philosophy we have that we've said before. It hasn't come up yet because honestly, we don't really do things too much apart from each other. But it's kind of like we always want the invitation to be there. So like if he wants to go out that weekend with his his guy friends or whatever, If he's like, hey, I'm thinking about going out, you want to come with us? If I don't want to go for it. But for you to come to me and be like, oh, we're all doing this, just the guys, no one else.
That's another big thing. You wanted him to go with you originally, and then the plan changed.
So that's why he was like, he knew my goal was I wanted to be out there with him tonight.
Right.
That was the main goal. So it's like the same thing if I wanted to have a girls' weekend per se. It's more so is like if he wanted to come, could he come?
Yeah, absolutely.
If he can, then yes. But if I'm trying to do something, if either of us are trying to do something where the other is not allowed per gender or reasons, yeah, that's not cool. Why? What's up, Brian?
Yep.
Pee break?
I think this is where Madison has to take over as host.
What? Oh, I didn't even finish my thought earlier about like, what were we talking about? Men approaching.
Yeah, going.
I'm not
while
saying
you're at
like,
bars.
yeah, I'm not.
You spoke. You were like, oh my God, you spoke?
I didn't even hear you.
I've been like nodding off over here. I'm just like so out of it right now. But I'm not saying like I don't like when men approach me in general. Yeah, in a club bar setting, I wouldn't want a drunk man to approach me. That's like a little different. But the way my current boyfriend and I met, he approached me like on the beach. I thought that was nice. Like, I'm not just saying that I don't necessarily like when men approach me because I know that's what they have to do in order to, you know, find a solid girl. But
how do you guys feel about approaching men?
I don't mind it.
I've done it. I don't have too much of a problem with it. It's not something that I often actively do, but if a opportunity presented itself and I felt the urge to, I'm not opposed, but it's not my first choice.
I always want to, but way too scared, like way too intimidated to ever go up to a man and be like, hey, I'm interested in you. Like
Afraid of rejection?
Because
yes.
That's just exactly what the men are afraid of.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. And the men in my DMs are consistently afraid of rejection. They're like, how do we avoid rejection? I'm like, you don't. You face it, you deal with it, you move forward. But then I have sort of a double standard for myself, as I would be afraid to approach a man because of rejection. So there is a double standard there.
Alabama, you were going to say something.
Yes. So I feel like in like certain situations, yeah, like, you know, there are some outliers, but personally I feel like if a man thought I was attractive or liked me, he would come to me, you know? Like,
yes.
It wouldn't have to be like this tension, like I would have to go to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if he likes what he sees, he's gonna,
It's this whole thing about wanting to be secure that he really wants me, and he's not we're not just together because I
initiated.
Yeah.
That you were the only option.
I just have to defend myself really quick. Billy objected to my use of the banana prop. I would just like to point out I have other fruit too. I have these are nectarines, Billy, and I have some blueberries in there too. And in the fridge, I have loquats. What's
what?
Thanks, Brian.
Do you want, Billy? You want a nectarine?
Can I have a nectarine?
These are donut nectarines. They're very special.
Can I have one too?
Wait. Okay, I'm not going to feed everyone. I just had to defend myself because there's accusations that I specifically picked a banana.
You totally did.
Because of the phallic nature.
Did. Oh, absolutely. Freudian as hell.
Brian, you didn't answer my offer for the flight.
Oh,
will you not give up those sweatpants for one day? And Priya, it's a double date because after you meet me, I'll need Brian to protect me from your advances. It's not likely I'll consent on the first date.
So your original message was, great idea for a live stream. I'll fly in on the jet, pick you, Priya, and your girl up, fly anywhere y'all want in the U.S. to eat. Anywhere? Anywhere? Record everything. You'll have to wear real pants. They won't let you in the restaurant otherwise. What if it's like a White Castle? What if I want to go to White Castle?
You're taking a girl to White Castle, Brian?
Huh? I'm not going to White Castle, Brian.
Listen.
Hey, Brian.
They only got that.
Where was the last date you took a girl?
The last date I took a girl?
Yeah.
And when?
Just where?
Where?
Yeah.
Bro, Billy, you're coming for me tonight.
Do
what
it.
the fuck?
Answer.
The last date I took a girl on.
In and out. And we all tagged along.
Wait, what?
Well, that doesn't really count. Doesn't really count.
It's like a walk in the park.
You just imagine.
I'm trying to think the last date. Like going out to like a restaurant.
No, it's just
or like,
the last date. Where did it take place?
I don't know.
It's been that long?
let's just say
I can't recall the last date you've been on.
let's just say I'm a discreet individual when it comes to my.
Does that mean you're dating someone?
So that either means two things. Either it goes against everything that you usually say, so
What do you
you're
mean?
scared to say it because you're like, oh, I won't pay on a first date. I don't go these fancy dinners. I
mean,
won't do that.
like for example, like I've brought people like group to In-N-Out after the show.
That is not
so I'll
a
treat.
date.
Like I like to
That is
treat.
not a date.
No, but that's not
like
a date.
taking
That's not a
your
date.
kids
But
to-
what I'm trying to say is I treat. Right, Madison? I
Brian
I'll treat
buys
people
me
to.
in and out. Yeah, he
So
treats-
Well, the
he's
group
a-
I'll take
Oh yeah,
Nick.
he bought all of us in and
Yeah, I'll
out.
treat
Yeah,
put that one on
of
the
course.
business.
It's a business
It's a
expense.
write-off.
It's a
Yeah.
write-off. But what's the question?
Where's the last?
You really
When was the last date
Last
you've
time
been
you went
on?
on a date.
Yeah, when's the last time we been on a
time
date?
you went on a date?
How about
Yeah,
that? Let's start there.
So, I'm trying to think though, like the actual date.
Oh, it's been years.
No, I'm just like because the way I
How do you
move,
date, Brian?
Has been
And how
over
do you
5
move?
years.
Which
Let's
way
go
do you
one
move?
question.
The way
at a
I
time.
move. I'm trying to think like that last proper date where I met someone like out in public.
So you're just pumping and dumping.
and I wasn't just like come over. I'm trying to think the last time
So you're a pumper and dumper.
No. I don't pump and dump. No pump and dump. There's pumping. There's pumping.
So
No
Netflix,
dumping.
but no chili.
No dumping. I don't pump and dump.
So you pump
There's
them
multiple
and then
pumps.
keep them along.
I do multiple pumps,
Before
Kiko.
you dump?
Oh.
Okay? There's multiple pumps.
Oh, I remember. I watched.
No
this.
singular
you
pumping,
like to pump for at least
multiple
3
pumping.
to 4 times, and then you
Oh.
dump.
No.
Is
Did you
that
see this
your-
on his OnlyFans?
I like
No, I saw this in the last episode.
I like continuity. I like continuity. I don't like to hook up one time, have sex one time.
No,
and never
at
see the
least
person
3.
again. There's got at least 3.
Okay.
You've gotten your fill. But I'm kidding. I kid. I want to listen. I want to continue seeing this girl, right? But I'm trying to think like
Oh,
the
so you have a girl
last
right now.
time. Huh?
You have a girl right now.
Well, I didn't say, hold on. Who knows what the situation is? I like to keep things a little vague to protect the innocent.
Oh, you keep.
That's right. That's right. But I'm trying to think the actual last date. Shit, man. It's been.
Greater or less than 5
This
years.
is pathetic, Brian.
Whoa, why is it pathetic? I'm
Have
just
you
trying
gone on
to-
a date in your
not
30s?
pathetic.
No, I've been on dates.
In your 30s.
Yes.
Okay.
Of
Oh
course.
my god.
So
course.
where?
I'm trying to get to the nitty gritty here.
Okay, I think the most recent one.
You guys realize I spent probably over 20
wait,
to
you
30
But this
combined
is-
hours
this-
with
this-
this man and know nothing about him?
This specific date was not my typical MO though. So I can tell you what I did. Basically, met for a girl and we had tea.
That's cute.
Okay.
We just got Starbucks, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why was
Not
that so
that-
hard
I've
to
never
spit out?
heard anyone refer
But that's not that
as
that
tea
used to
and
not be
coffee.
my typical MO. Like I used to be more like, oh, let's meet at like a lounge. Let's maybe grab a glass of wine or whatever. I'm not a big drinker, but maybe I'd have like a glass of wine.
I'm so for a first drink date.
What's that?
I'm
You're so for or you're not
I'm
for?
so for it. Yes. A lot of
What's
women are
up?
against it. They expect.
You're so for
How
what?
you doing?
I'm so for like just getting a drink
Oh,
as a first
absolutely.
date.
Yeah,
a lot of women are
simple.
against it, and they think it
Alright,
needs
I'm
to be
putting
this
my fruit
big,
away.
like elaborate thing.
You're
but I
you're
think it's
you're
great.
atypical.
What's that?
You are like I don't like being approached. Like most women definitely like being approached. They might say like it's a little bit annoying sometimes, but like they definitely like being approached. Most women are like, "Ugh, I hate when he just takes me out for drinks. He's just trying to
It's
get
so
me drunk.
we don't know each other.
He's
like,
just trying to
this
get me
is-
drunk. He's just trying to get some
Let's
like
loosen the
that
vibes.
is the person. See, most women don't want the vibe to be loose.
No,
most
like,
women want to
why?
have their head screwed right on straight.
I'm like
and they want to be able to
nervous. We
evaluate the
haven't
guy.
met before. First of all, we haven't met ever, so we do this big old long date. What if we're not like feeling it? If it's like a coffee or a drink, we can make it short or longer. You're not stuck in this big old thing. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. What I'm saying is most
wouldn't
women.
think I would?
No, like most women would rather not be intoxicated on a first date.
love a
Esco
big
Surfer
drink.
donated $99. We have entered into a world of loose morals and easy sex, especially with Instagram and OnlyFans. No true value relationships anymore. Between that and skewed family law in one sex's favor, why would men bother seeking to find a wife these days?
Based. Esto Surfer. Thank you very much, man, for the TTS. I mean, but when it comes to like the drinking date, one drink max. Like,
Yes.
It's more definitely you don't want to fucking go and get
Yeah, you don't wanna
tanked.
get fucked up.
But like one drink for
I wouldn't say 2 is a good number.
No, just one. Just
One's a
one
waste
drink.
of time.
One drink.
One's a waste. One's a waste of a drink. I feel like you might as well get 2.
Well, I'm a lightweight, so
you
I'm
know what it
fucking-
matters?
It's a waste. It's a waste of your time, but it is not a waste of his money.
No, that's still not my point. I'm saying neither. I'm not talking about
Like,
neither.
one
I was
drink's
making a
not gonna
joke
get you drunk,
rather
that's
of
what
like
she's
if I'm gonna
saying.
drink
Like,
one drink,
one
I might
drink's
as well
gonna
drink
make
2
you
so I can get a
sober.
buzz going. Is what I was more getting towards.
As long as you're
But-
buying the second one.
I mean, you're still gonna be sober.
I
after
mean,
one
to
drink.
me personally, I've paid for numerous dates. That's not a problem to me. I just do think it does say something on the first occasion. I feel like the first drink, right, is kind of like a given that he's gonna buy it. The second drink alerts to me if you're feeling me or not, or like if he doesn't buy the second drink, that shows me that he's not interested anymore. If he buys a second drink, that shows me that he's interested in prolonging our conversation and time together.
No, man.
And
that
theoretically, what if you
sounds
couldn't
like a
afford
lot
it?
of work.
Just a question.
If he couldn't afford it, I would hope that he didn't pick a place that if he knew I wanted to order more than one thing, he was going to be in trouble.
But
Maybe
Billy,
the Starbucks
I will
is
tell you
worse.
my previous MO. Okay, here's what you do. First off, you go to like a nice kind of a lounge place that could double as a restaurant, whatever. No loud bars, no loud clubs, but like a lounge, maybe kind of a
cocktail lounge.
Like the Ritz. You go to the Ritz. That's nice. That's a nice one.
Fancy.
Yeah, and get this. I show up to the Ritz in a fucking flannel. That's right. That's right. That's right. Wearing sweatpants. That's right. Show up to the Ritz.
No, you did not.
I swear
Don't
to
even
fucking
lie.
God.
I believe it.
No,
100%.
I swear to God, Chase would slap me if I said that right
Good.
now. No. It's because of the swearing to God thing.
It's also good.
Okay.
No.
I have gone on multiple dates at the Ritz, wearing sweatpants and a flannel. What's up? What's up?
It just looks tacky.
It's right
You
on
look
the
tacky.
beach. It's
I
right on
love
the
it.
beach. It's
It's
casual.
casual.
People
Why
are
not?
walking around the lobby in flip-flops and shorts and a t-shirt.
It's not
It's
about that.
good.
It's not even about the Ritz.
Don't
it's
even
just about
trip.
it's the first
Don't
date.
even trip,
Wait,
Kiko.
Put in a
Don't
little
trip.
effort.
Hey,
So
Brian,
I'm supposed to
What's
sit
up?
What if
here.
the girl
What's up? How you
showed
doing?
up in sweatpants? What if the girl showed up in
He would
I
love
would,
it.
bro, proposal. Where's the ring?
Really?
Check this shit out. Boom, this is coming out.
Oh.
Boom, marry me.
And that's good.
done.
Honestly, that's a good thing, though. That means
Yeah,
you'll
they
find
attract
another
each
person
other.
that will go to
That
that.
I
Right.
was
Simple as
listening
that.
to the Drake
Right.
song.
Because I would.
I say this
would
all the
be
time.
Mortified.
Don't
Because
I
would
was
be- I would
listening.
be mortified.
Hold
I would just be so
Oh, yeah.
embarrassed. Like, why are you just like that?
I'm sorry.
What are you, 10?
Bro,
What's
that-
happening?
You're from middle school.
Yo, the nectarine has imbued me with fucking energy and power. I had 3 pieces of
Your
nectarine.
blood sugar was just
I need to
tanking.
read
Now I'm hyped, bro. Okay, listen. Look.
Did you
look.
just?
Drake.
Oh God.
Best I ever had.
Oh my
Sweatpants,
Sweatpants,
hair
hair
tied,
tied,
chilling
chilling
with
with
no
no
makeup
makeup
on.
on.
That's when you're the prettiest. I hope you don't take it wrong.
That's fine, but you shouldn't be showing up to that in a formal event. Like that's you look the best, but would she look her best if we were at a wedding and she shows up like that? No. Like there's time and place.
Brian, would you be attracted to her if she was walking on the street with sweatpants, her hair tied up, no makeup on?
Would I be attracted?
Like,
to
would
her?
you be like, I'm gonna go after
How
that girl?
pretty is
Yes.
your face?
Brian's type.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it
Yeah.
matters to guys
Yeah.
as much. I really don't.
You put together. I don't know.
They say it doesn't matter to them, but it does, because that's a big thing I've even seen on like Am I the Asshole Reddit, where it's like the woman stops putting effort into her appearance, and as they have kids, not even just like about gaining weight, but it's like, oh, she doesn't do her hair, she's not getting dressed, she's a stay-at-home mom and just stays in her sweatpants and t-shirt all day, and men start to really hate that a lot of the time. Obviously not a man like Brian who shows up to the Ritz in sweatpants, but a lot of men are fine. They
And
do love the
diabetic
natural
socks.
bare face,
Don't
but
forget.
they also wouldn't love a woman who doesn't take care of herself. Like those are
Look,
two different
obviously,
things.
I don't want a woman who's like disheveled. Is that how you say disheveled?
Yeah.
Disheveled. I
Good
don't want a
word.
woman who's disheveled. Her hygiene's got to be good.
Well, I would consider
But
a woman
like-
disheveled if she shows up to a date at the Ritz-Carlton in sweatpants. That's a disheveled woman, in my opinion.
I would agree with that,
Hey,
honestly.
fair enough. Fair enough. But like,
Trap card.
hold on. There's one.
You're cornered, Brian.
Well, am I cornered?
Sorry.
He goes a Redditor. I love a good
Oh,
Reddit
it's-
page. I do spend a lot of time on Reddit sometimes. Not Discord, though.
Okay. What were we talking about?
Ritz
The
sweatpants.
Ritz.
I think there's different
Your
standards.
Your dating MO.
Oh, the dating MO.
How you
Okay,
move.
look, you show up, like obviously dressed to the nines, in a flannel and sweatpants, and
You have the most impeccable timing. I always have to get up when you get
wait, what?
Water break.
Is
I'm
you
listening,
are you
don't worry.
are you challenge? Is this a challenging conversation, Billy? Do you you can't handle the flannel Ritz combination? Okay. Oh, Priya's going too. All right. Peace out, Priya. So, okay, you show up on time. Meet me there at 7. Boom. You know she's going to be late. So here's what you do. Here's the game plan, right? You tell the waiter. This is the gangster move. You tell the waiter or whatever. By the way, because you've already arrived early, you already asked for a drink. Give me a Merlot, whatever the fuck you want to drink, whatever. Give me a Merlot, sir, politely, please. Listen, Steve, the waiter. I want you to bring separate checks at the end. Boom, that's it. And then you pay. She orders whatever she wants.
I heard you say that. And
She
I feel
orders
like that's
for-
so terrible.
No, it's not terrible.
No?
She orders what she wants. You order what you want.
I mean, it's okay to go halfsies if you know, right? Like, if you're just like, hey, like, I'm paying for mine, or you're paying for yours, right?
No, that's
Like,
just
to
that's
be
my
black,
MO.
like-
That's my MO on the date.
Yeah, but then when you find out a woman's true
What if
intentions,
she didn't have any money? Like, then what? What if she showed up and
It's
just
like a
assumed you were going to pay?
$10 drink. I mean, she's chilling.
Well, she's just broke and she just showed up.
she's-
What if she's one of those people that
I
showed
don't
up for the food?
date
Then
like
you would know.
Chris Brown. I don't date broke.
I'm not
Does somebody
saying
want to fill in the blank for me, please?
I'm not saying your
I can't say that.
philosophy is wrong. There's nothing like philosophically wrong with doing that. But based off the things that you say you want in a woman, I
Yeah,
don't
what's
think
up?
you're gonna find the woman you want by doing things like that.
You'd be surprised.
Really, that's why. Are you in
Huh?
a nice, happy relationship right now? With what
Listen, I can't.
those-
Whoa, hold on.
You put all of our lives on blast, but you
What do
won't
you-
tell us if you're in a relationship on a dating podcast.
No, but
Like, if
what's
you
your
want,
point?
If you wanted a woman who was more dominant, headstrong, like making decisions, maybe more masculine, you will say that might work with her. She might love that and love to split the bill. But the women that you talk about you want a lot of the times, I think most women will see that and not like it. Not because you're a gold digger, but you talk about traditional women. I mean, on a first date, if I'm getting courted on this date, I would at very least expect you to pay for that one. I'm not saying for the paying for everything in the rest of eternity, but I don't think you're going to find your trad wife by...
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Can you girls stop gossiping back there? And okay, it's a fair point. Fair point, right? Oh, Brian, you go on about wanting this and that, and but you don't even want to pay for the first date. So it's a fair argument. However, here's the thing, right? Is given the current landscape, I believe that you don't get the you don't get that sort of treatment until you are committed to me. Now, I would say 99% of women are not prepared to, let's not say commit, but are like fully single going into a first date. They're either on a dating app, they've got 10, 20, 30, 40 options that they're entertaining. Maybe they're sleeping with 1, 2, 3 other guys. So my whole thing is you don't get girlfriend treatment until you are you are my girlfriend.
But then when I, on a previous podcast, said that men shouldn't get husband treatment until they make me a wife, you said, well, then how will you ever get to that stage?
Mm-hmm.
So how will she ever get to that stage if you're showing her things that she doesn't like?
Yeah,
From the jump.
When the question...
Well, but
You're saying that she doesn't get girlfriend treatment until she becomes a girlfriend.
correct.
I said that men shouldn't get husband or wifey, whatever, husband treatment until there's a ring on my finger. And you said, well, you'll never get to that point unless you start making
What is
changes
wifey? What
beforehand.
is wifey treatment to you? What is that? mean?
I mean, I didn't really. Yeah, to me personally, I mean, I guess you will say like the cooking, cleaning, laundry, or whatever that sense. I don't really need a ring to do those things.
But the I guess the differentiation I'd make here is
if you
when
want a trad wife, woman who's, a homemaker, the traditional viewpoint, you're probably not going to get that by making her pay for her first date, is what I'm saying. So that's why I understand not taking her.
I'm cool with 50-50. Fuck it.
That's not bad. I could do that.
But here, okay, let me add a bit of nuance.
Fair enough.
Let me add a bit of nuance, I guess to this. I don't think I'm prepared. I'm not like going to provide off rip for a girl.
I'm not saying you should. It's
The
we're talking
providing-
about paying for like a $10 drink or whatever. I'm not saying that you take her on a date and then the next week you're paying her rent. I mean, that's not what.
So, like, what happens if, say, she wanted to buy you a drink, right, the first time, and then, like, she wants to go out a second time, so she's like, you know what, I'll get you this time, how about you pay next time? Would that be okay?
What's that?
Like, if she paid the first time and wanted to go on a second date, would you pay for the
sure.
second date?
That's
not bad.
I also think the provider.
It's not great, but it's not bad. It's okay.
Financial provision in an era where women can financially provide for themselves is a massive, massive step. Like, you can still give a girl the wife, or you can give the girl the husband treatment, everything outside of the money, right? You can still give him the wifey treatment, everything outside of taking the provision. Like, I think we can both agree, like, there's massive things to a relationship, to masculinity and femininity outside of the provision of resources. It's a huge element. And I do think that there is something to a man being able to, and this is one of the things I talk about a lot, I say men need to figure out how to showcase the characteristics that get them to buy into the fact that you can be a provider. So to Brian's point, if you're able to provide for yourself, but you're not ready to commit to him, if we can just throw provision to the side and then focus on the other aspects of the audition, let's say, we should be able to do that in this particular era, especially where women are talking about how they're equal, right? Especially on that particular front.
I think she was saying more so if I don't know who you would prefer, like a traditional wife versus, a more worldly wife. I don't know, but from
liberal,
yeah, there we go.
Woke.
But from the traditional standpoint, we are tending to look for guys who would be willing to pay for that. So I feel like what you were saying is that if you're not willing to pay for the first dates, then you're probably not going to attract the women that you desire for.
I actually disagree. I think my unwillingness, now granted, and I've said this many a times because this topic comes up frequently, this loses me women. Or, well, perhaps it does, but it'll certainly lose other men women if they don't pay for the first date. So I don't recommend, this isn't like some dating coach advice, and I don't bill myself as a dating coach. I don't recommend men, because it's not going to do you any positives to not pay. It's either, if you pay for the date, it's either neutral or positive. Whereas if you don't pay for the date, it's never positive. It's either neutral or negative. So gentlemen, if you're watching, don't do this. I wear fucking sweatpants and flannels to first date. So, take that into consideration. But I would actually argue that of the women that still want to date me after I am not prepared to pay for them, they're actually really, really into me. So, or they might be into, well, not necessarily, but it's a screening mechanism whereby the girls that aren't cool with me not paying, because a lot of women will break all these rules. Like do you think a girl, like if she meets her celebrity crush or whatever, granted he may very well have the resources to provide for her exceptionally, do you think like she needs her celebrity crush to like be paying for all this shit? No. I think Andrew Tate often, and I don't like that he uses Chris Brown as the example, but he's like, do you think a girl cares if, do you think she's going to expect Chris Brown to pay for her? Now, I don't think Chris Brown is a great example because of his previous DV situation with fucking Rihanna. So I think you could replace Chris Brown with someone, I don't know, who's like a dude that chicks fucking fawn over.
Drake.
Hemsworth brother.
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, like, I think a lot of women,
I don't know.
if their ideal man was like, yeah, I don't really want to pay for you, I'll pay for myself, like, they're going to be like, they're going to tolerate that sort of thing.
They're going to change their rules.
Yeah, they're going to break their rules
Yes.
of the guy needs to pay for the first date. I just think it's a screening mechanism because
They're not disregarding though because they really like this guy. It's because he's rich and famous, which is two different things. It's not looking for love. It's looking for a leg up in the world somehow. If I was on a date with a man who was obvious, it wasn't like a hidden thing. He was known that he was either rich and successful, and he didn't pay for me. I would think that they're a loser. I would think that they're a bum. It's like I would think either it's a facade that they're putting on and they truly can't afford, even though it is a great money saving tactic to keep your expenses low, but no, it would change it for me. I would honestly, they would no longer be my celebrity crush. I would have been like, wow, this guy is a real loser. Sorry. I mean, you're rich and you can't even pay for my
it's not about the
$20
money,
meal.
it's about the principle. And honestly, like, a woman who requires romance just really doesn't like you that much. And when I say romance, I mean, like,
romance is a very important.
getting flowers, paying for the first date, doing these intricate fucking.
That's how you keep
things.
the love alive. That's how you keep it sparky and fun and new.
Is that what it requires for you?
I mean, I love receiving flowers. The fact that I know that you were out and about and thought of me to get me some flowers and bring them home to me.
I
That's
have a
great
question
thing.
for you, KEEKO. Why do you support a patriarchal tradition?
I'm a very traditional woman in a lot of sense.
But isn't that supporting the patriarchy? Are we saying that the patriarchy is kind of based?
I do support
Doesn't
the
exist, by the
patriarchy
way,
in
but
some ways.
I don't
I've never
agree with you,
denied it.
Brian.
Huh?
I don't agree.
That's fine.
I think that people, especially now with how high divorce rates and et cetera are, I think people forget that relationships that are a lifelong commitment take a lot of effort, and you need to do things throughout your life to continue to keep that spark alive and to wake up every day and continue to choose to love that person.
I mean, if all she's asking for you is to buy her some flowers every once in a while, she's not asking for a trip to Cabo or the Bahamas or something. I mean, it's not that crazy to expect some flowers every couple of
I don't know. I
months.
kind of prefer when the girl's more simping on me than I'm simping on her. But
That sounds like an insecurity issue.
it's not an insecurity. But why?
Because you need
this
to
is
feel...
It's an insecurity for me as a male to have it. But this is the standard that the vast majority of women want.
A lot of women are insecure. That's a problem. Yes, a lot of women are severely insecure. I've never said anything different.
Because women want men to pay on first dates, it makes them insecure.
No, because they want men to chase them. You were talking about how you want her to, you want the woman to simp off of you. Yes, the women who want to have a bunch of men chasing her and simping her all that attention are insecure. They feel they need the attention to remind them of who they are because they don't feel secure with themselves. So I would say,
do you
yes,
cook for your
on both
boyfriend?
ends. Huh?
Do you cook for your boyfriend?
I would cook. I say I cook maybe.
You guys live together, right?
Mm-hmm. I cook maybe 9. He cooked breakfast yesterday. I think actually he cooked breakfast.
Do you guys
last 2
split
days.
the rent?
Yeah, we do. We're both working. We're both new into our careers. We're young. I don't expect him at 24 years old to be paying for my livelihood.
Okay, so it's just the first date? It's just like this arbitrary thing from a holdover from days past where men would pay for first dates, but then you don't want him to pay for your rent and shit?
I don't expect, no, it's because it's two different things. That's why I'm saying, like, to me, it's a part of the courting, showing your love, like showing how you are interested in me. And I
think it's a bigger impression if a woman pays for the first date. Like that, to me, that.
But like we also see in America, like a lot of our divorce rates come from the woman being the breadwinner and it not working out. So
Who
it's
said
like
she has to be the breadwinner?
If I have to pay for the first date, I would hope I'm making more money. It doesn't.
But I'm not arguing that the woman. I mean, it's fucking gangster if she does, but I'm just saying I pay for my bill, she pays for hers. That seems to be the most equitable thing you can do.
What do you think about this? Would you feel emasculated by if a woman paid for the bill?
I've had girls pay for bills before, and usually it's like to let me know how thoroughly they liked the date. This happened very rarely, but they've done it like just to be like, I'm gonna buy this, like, because I just wanted to let you know that like I had like a really, really, really great time and I don't want you to feel like you have to buy this for me.
Awesome.
Like it's great. It's extremely rare. The comment that I would say and kind of combining what you're saying with what you stated earlier. In the modern dating world, where dates happen way more frequently, you have to put yourself in the position of a man who is now going on way more dates. Okay? It's not like you stumble upon a girl who now you finally have an opportunity to maybe go on a date with. Now it's in your pocket. You could get a date this week, and the week after, and the week after, and the week after. And to Brian's point, you can be as selective as you want talking to these girls. It could be your dream girl on paper. You go on the date. You may think it went well. I'm going to pay because obviously there's going to be a second date. And then she ghosts. It doesn't work out.
Well,
or you say something. So as a man in the modern dating world, where not only women can afford to now cover their own bills, it's one thing when in times past they couldn't afford to do so, so men would do it as a courtesy, part of the chivalry a concept earlier, right? But now you can afford to do it, and dates are happening more frequently, so men are less inclined to be willing to put money on the line, knowing that they're going to have to continue to put money on the line moving forward with more and more dates.
I see that, but even like she said, or you said, people have paid for, the woman has paid for the date to show like how much that they liked it. Where I've seen the also flip side, where women will say, I will decide to pay for my share of the date to show them.
If I don't,
to show that like I'm not interested anymore, and to not make them pay. So that's why I could see it could be a fine line. And then what was the other thing you said? Was my other point? Totally lost my train of thought. What was one other thing you said? It's like gone. It's so gone.
Well, I'll just jump in here. Don't buy a girl dinner when she's gonna have some other dude for dessert. Oh my! Holy!
What?
Brandon Mel's donated $1,000. Oh my lord! How about we all just
How about
pay
you
for
pay
each
for all
other?
of us?
How about we all just?
My other point was, it becomes a problem.
Oh my God! This guy Brandon Mel's is on fire.
It becomes a problem if a woman expects it to be this nice, fine dining event every time.
Is that the champagne?
What about a museum?
I think it's champagne.
It
Let's
could
get
be
the
free
champagne.
entry. It could be a walk in park.
All right.
I was the master of the free first date.
Like, I feel that's totally acceptable, and more women should be okay
when I was
with that.
the last time I was like truly single.
God, this guy is
I was. You good?
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Big deal. Celebrate.
Is that the highest you've ever gotten?
He's done that. He's dropped 1K before.
Oh, that's wild.
Giga Chad.
Jeez.
Giga Chad.
I have paid
Brandon
for far
Mills.
more second dates than I have first dates.
Here.
Because I was in a relationship entering the pandemic and then broke up kind of early in the pandemic. So I was single during the time where like America discovered walking as its favorite hobby again. So like so I would literally just tell them like, hey, I'm gonna go walk my dog. Do you want to join me? They'd be like, yeah, sounds great.
That sounds like a great first
like
date.
that's I had a walking trail when I moved back to Pennsylvania for a year, and that was a great place to be like, hey, just like meet me here. Like let's go for a walk. It's a beautiful trail. And if that went well, I'd be like, hey, you want to get coffee this weekend? And then if that went well, hey, let's go out to dinner next week.
That's totally acceptable.
Like that is an escalation that I think a lot of men should be willing to do.
And they're so slept on. They're too want to dive into it too quickly sometimes.
But that kind of supports Brian's point, right? Like it's not necessarily about the money. It's about like, why are you actually going out with him? Why are you actually meeting up with him? Are you meeting up with him because you're interested in going on a date with him?
Yeah. Or for a free dinner.
Or are you doing it for a free drink and a free dinner?
Yeah.
During my experience, anytime I offered to pay for the meal, they felt really offended.
And you said you were 22, right?
What?
Dude.
Oh my God.
Brandon Mel's donated $1,000. And he'll do it again.
Is this Nick in the back of my account? What is going on? There's no fucking way.
$1,000 means we can.
So my Cash App is yeah, for real. Cash App, Venmo, Zelle.
Right. My Venmo's in the description.
All I was gonna. Brian, should we just pause the conversation?
You guys keep talking.
I was gonna say you're 22, right?
Yes.
So like you typically date guys around your age.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I could see guys that age not necessarily having the
Financial.
Well, no, she said they get offended when she pays.
Or when
I
I
could see
offer.
them having a hard time navigating that situation because it can be. you feel like you're going through a very step-by-step process at that age. It's like, I'm supposed to do this, then I'm supposed to do this, then I'm supposed to do this. As you become an adult, you realize it's a much, much more liquid process. So I could see them not necessarily being offended, but just being a little bit like
Wait, do I
derailed.
not know how to open?
Derailed to be the right word.
KEEKO, where are you going?
She's scared.
She's the bartender. Have her do it.
Yeah, KEEKO, can you do it? You're the bartender. Wait, it says read the instructions. Point bottle away from self and others. Remove foil, firmly grasp handle on top.
Yeah, why would you point it towards the camera?
Twist top until stopper pops. Push down on top firmly until it clicks twice. Twist. There's a fucking warning label.
Yeah, they pop like
it's
hard.
like a screw kind of. So just screw it off. Don't actually like.
You slowly
I love
release
that
the slowly release.
If I put my hand, if my hand's on top of it, is my hand's gonna get
You're
exposed?
gonna be
No,
fine.
you'll stop it from shooting up. Your hand
Just
will be
slowly
perfectly
release
fine.
the pressure. Don't just.
I'm kind of scared.
Actually, shake it and then.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad idea. So if my hand's on,
You're fine,
Your
Brian.
hand
Just
is
do
perfectly
it.
fine, Brian.
my hands
Do you want
are.
me to do it?
I think MLD's in the chat.
What the?
I just hope you don't like hit anything.
This is the problem with having small, dainty hands. Is
Modern life dating.
you can't.
Modern-
Bro, I don't know how to fucking open a champagne.
Should one of us open?
I think he is.
Yeah.
Is it?
He's in the chat.
Do I lose my man card if I have KEEKO do it? Yeah, just don't point. Just go. Put your hand on top though to stop it from.
You just hold it and twist it.
Put,
You guys are
Right?
just
Point
put
it
your
towards
hand on
Brian.
top.
Yeah.
No.
Oh gosh.
It's gonna be fine, you guys.
You'll be great. You're racing.
Guys.
I'm not liable for anything
I was gonna say don't let
You gotta put your hand.
Oh my
you
gosh.
Put your hand
this
on
is
top.
so much amp for nothing.
Yeah, this is very dramatic.
Yeah, I feel like I've opened a lot of champagne bottles
Yeah.
before.
I'm gonna go back here. This way?
Yeah, go. Put your hand on top, Dor.
I mean, how much more on top do you want me to get?
That's
Brian?
good. That's good. Keep going.
You just guys, it's gonna pop and you're gonna be like, oh, that was.
I know. I said there's so much hype for nothing.
You got it.
Oh, did you shake it, Brian?
No, I didn't. I definitely didn't. That,
Oh, it's just.
oh my god, that was so scary.
The anticipation. That was like the most anticlimactic.
It wasn't even a cork.
Baller alert.
Okay.
It wasn't even a cork, Brian.
Yeah, it wasn't even a cork.
It wasn't?
Just a twist off.
Stop.
24 people are coming here.
By
I am a
champagne
bartender.
bottles.
I
Oh my
know.
gosh.
Approximately 24 people
Oh my
are
God,
killed
I'm
each year by champagne bottle corks, depending
So
on
glad
the
that popped up
additions of
after.
cork.
Or that bottle will be
Wait,
fucking
what?
closed.
Did I move the cups? Did I bring the cups back over there? Where's the cups?
I mean, we all have a million cups.
Yeah.
I think we all.
Okay.
Brandon Mel's donated $100.
Yo, Brandon,
Everyone
thank you so
put a
much.
W
And I saw your second
for
one, by the
Brian.
way.
Woot woot.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone here just Madison? You can't. You're not 21. I think you're the only one. Yo, Brandon, thank you so much, man. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much, man. Where you go? Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, we just got a camera full of titty. What the fuck? Just like boom, right up. Wait, where did the? Can I get a cup though? I need a.
I think she's grabbing cups right now. She's gotta grab cups. There's no cups.
Dude, Brandon, thank you, man. Really appreciate your patronage. You're a fucking legend.
Well, that's for all the guys.
Dude, does that mean we have to pop 2 bottles though?
I think so.
Does that mean we pop 2 bottles? Okay, let's do it.
Well, how about we?
Yes.
That was for all the men who comment on my photos, flat chest energy. I just wanted to show you who I was working with.
All right, we'll just pass.
Mosquito bites.
Whoever else is drinking.
Let me see what you're working with. Arturo, you must have some big
I do
titties.
not know how to pour champagne. Oh my gosh, not too bad.
Did you get the cups?
Yeah. You're late. Oh, you're really doing another one. That one looks more like a cork.
Are you gonna?
Excess swelling and even glaucoma are all possibilities caused by corks.
Oh my god.
Where are you pointing this, Brian?
Just gonna hit the wall.
Brian, different direction.
He's
Brian,
gotta
point
prove
it
that he
at
can
us.
do it
Wait,
Do it
now.
on camera.
Yeah,
Yeah,
why
you
don't
can't
do
do it
on
off camera.
Yeah.
You have to do it on camera. He paid for it. Brian, he paid for this. You have to do it on camera.
Yeah.
Move it over here.
KEEKO, how old is Puerto Rican girl? 26?
I'm 26.
Am I Wikipedia now?
It on there. Oh, God. Do not point it
She
at
got
us.
it down.
I like to listen.
All right,
KEEKO got some meat
We
on
have
her.
a
I gained weight.
Schloss Biebrich. Did I say that right? Biebrich? I don't know. Good times. What were we talking about related to dating before?
I feel like we've talked about like 3
Wait,
things
how
this
do,
whole
so
4 hours.
do I have to like unscrew it?
Oh my god.
That might be a cork.
No way.
This guy is.
For real? He's trying to get us drunk.
That might be a cork though. Is that a cork? What?
Is there something else
That's
that
a
we can
cork.
do for his
That's a cork.
$1,000?
Oh my god! It's a cork! Oh my god!
Brian, you have to untwist. Brian, you have to untwist.
They have to open the cage.
Oh god.
Oh my god, I might go outside.
So dangerous.
Oh my
No, you untwist the metal.
I'm like
and
scared.
then-
Look, if my serious question. If my hand is on top,
Your hand is going to be fine.
is my hand gonna have a hole in
Your
it?
small.
This isn't
female
a
hands are
cartoon,
gonna be
Brian.
perfectly
You
fine.
might
This is
go
not
on
a
the
cartoon.
24, Brian.
That what? Okay. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is insane. Wait, how do I do it? It's unscrewed.
Just
Okay, so now
slowly work
There's
it off
no
with
way
your
you
hand.
could just pop it off.
slowly release the
Slowly twist it
pressure.
off.
What do you mean release the pressure?
Like
Slowly twist it off.
Twist it?
Twist it
Yes.
upwards,
Twist
but
it
slowly.
upwards?
Yes,
Oh my
but slowly.
God.
Yes.
This is way too dramatic. Oh my gosh.
Oh fuck. Wait.
Oh, somebody said grow some.
Don't point it at the camera or the TV.
Bro, I can't. I can't.
Brian, you can do this.
Yeah.
Huh?
I think he
The ca-
did.
Brian,
he
this is
untwisted the
pathetic.
metal?
Did you untwist the metal?
Yeah, it's untwisted.
Go,
Keep
twist
going.
it.
Keep going.
You're
Bro,
good.
I'm not turning it. It's not turning.
No, now you just kind of like
kind of
knock it off. You
toggle
can't
it.
twist the cord. Like
I was. With my thumb?
toggle it.
just kind of like wiggle
Bro,
it
I don't
out.
know. Kiko,
He's a
come
point
over
of
here,
leverage.
bro.
This is ridiculous.
Get on camera, dude. Kiko, sit down.
This is ridiculous.
Sit,
What
sit.
is happening on whatever podcast now?
Wiggle it out, Brian.
Bro, don't worry. I'm pointing it towards the wall.
Just
I'm
wiggle
just
it
scared it's
out.
gonna hit off your little dainty hand.
How the? Bro, I
Oh my god, Dan, please, can you do it?
Just feel it out. Just feel it out.
Oh, see?
You got
That's right.
Fucking cheers.
Oh my
You feel
god.
like the man now, Brian?
So proud of you. Okay, he just throws it. Oh, give him
Here, pass the cups. Pass the cups. All right, I'd like to make a toast.
My fucking heart, dude.
Oh fuck.
That's I was
Oh,
sorry.
damn.
sorry.
You're going
I'm
all
sorry,
out.
I'm sorry, I'm
I
sorry.
mean, wild.
You can
I
tell that you
apologize.
don't
Drink.
Don't
Here,
at
do you want
all.
to pour some on my pants?
What?
Okay.
That sounded a little fruity.
sus.
Does
You mean
anybody
your
else?
boxers?
Is anybody else gonna?
I'm
Okay.
cheersing.
Cheers.
I'm cheersing.
Did you guys pour?
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm
I'll
in.
take more than Andre.
Yeah, let's get some for Billy. Let's get some. Okay.
We don't really drink.
Have we
but
lost half our
it's a
audience
special
at this point?
occasion.
From
They're
that.
just like this shit is
That was
boring,
it.
bro. You can't even open the
Right?
fucking thing.
Just
Okay.
popping bottles.
Yo, Brandon, this is a cheers to Brandon Mills.
To Brandon.
To Brandon Mills.
Let's go, Brandon.
Madison can't drink, unfortunately.
Let's
so I
go,
bet she's, okay.
I mean,
It was 3 bottles. That's what he
sounds
said.
It was
dumb.
delicious. It was great. Thank you. Do we have to do another one?
Figure
No,
out something
no.
different to do for his patronage.
Brandon, I will set
For
you
the love
up
of the
on a
Lord.
date. I'm gonna set you up on a date with Mia.
There you go.
That's you, right?
what?
The man that just donated $3,000.
You want me to set you up with Brandon?
Where does this come from?
You ate
I don't know. I think
banana.
he likes.
Oh, was he the
Petite
one that paid
Latina
for the?
women.
Oh, I understand.
I
that,
just got that
understand.
impression from him. Yeah. Brandon, do you want me to set you up with Mia? Just you know.
Wow, this is my first time on the podcast not drinking.
Wow.
Well, look how that went.
Oh, you've been tanked all your previous appearances.
Fucked up.
What we were talking about?
Oh my god.
We were talking about who
You
should
see-
pay on the first date.
Oh wow.
Like
that was
I
a
would
while
take
ago.
down before every podcast about like 2 Tito shots, and then in this cup I would get like 2 cans of the tall Michelobs.
Michelobs, yeah.
Because I would be so nervous beforehand. I was like, I can't do this. Yeah, I was like, I can't do this sober. I need something in my system. But
oh no, this is my water.
Clearly that wasn't working out for me.
2 cups of coffee.
But like everything I didn't want to talk about. Yeah.
Sorry.
Shared
My
with-
bad. I don't know how to pour
get it right off
alcohol.
the bat.
I'm
Right.
inept. So last point here on the who should pay thing.
no, can we just?
What you would?
We're already past that. I feel like.
Okay, all right. Let's do some super
All right,
chats.
co-host.
Well, I mean, like we're gonna circle
To Brandon
back after
Mells.
that.
Long may he reign. Oh, we have Cahill. We have Cahill here. Can you hide that? I don't know if I read this. Opinions on this: dating apps significantly lower your self-esteem, especially if you're an average man. The idea there's so much access to women, but somehow you're not good enough, gets to the hearts of many modern-day men. I do see a little contusion on my hand. I'm just gonna say.
Shut up!
Don't.
I'm a little contused. I don't know if that's
Your
a
little
word.
fragile,
Nurse, is that a
dainty
word?
hands.
Oh, I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
med
not a
tech.
nurse,
My
but
bad.
I don't think that's a word. Mm-mm.
A contusion's not that.
Brandon Mells donated $100. Okay, Mia, I'm taking you out next week. You'll be down in Santa Barbara on the 5th to the 7th. Also, I'd you, Brian.
Mia. Are you
Keeko's
down?
super Keeko.
By the way, she's 5 feet.
I am 5 feet. I am mid-tier because I play the piano, according to Brian.
Mid-tier?
Yeah, you said that last time.
Oh, right.
You said
Because
need
you
to-
preferred string instruments.
Yes.
That's right. You don't play cello or
Right.
violin,
I'm
which is
just a
kind
pianist,
of a bummer.
so.
Okay, dude, Brandon, thanks so much for the patronage. Wait, okay, so there's going back to Cahill. Did that one come up earlier?
No, that's new.
The idea there's so much access to women, but somehow you're not good enough, gets to the hearts of many modern day men. That's from Cahill. He was asking for opinions on this, so I was hoping
I could
someone
see
would
that.
speak.
I agree.
Dating apps in particular are incredibly like self-esteem bashing for men. You look no further than the statistics that came out from Bumble and from Tinder. Just look at the graph to see the swipes for women versus the swipes for men. And also just take into account your experiences on dating apps. I know all of you have been on them in some capacity at some point. You open up your app to men in your inbox who have reached out to you. Men open their app, hopefully, to a woman who has decided to match them.
Raven DT donated $100. Technically, piano is
That
a
is
string
kind
instrument.
of true, yeah.
Whoa.
It is a string instrument.
Still percussion, though.
Your brain.
My
Yeah, I was
city
gonna say.
college music instructor would be
Freak.
very upset that yeah, okay. Sorry, you were saying
about the dating apps. Like,
yes,
a man opens up his app, hopes that a woman who he has liked previously has now matched with him. Women are opening their app to a sea of men who have already liked them,
Very true.
and they're now just selecting which one they are going to match with. That is the way it works. Again, what's the dance that he talked about earlier? A woman markets herself, a man makes the first move, a woman then has to accept that move and see if she wants to proceed any further. That's the mating dance for humans. So, as a man, when a woman is able to literally just take the preferences, like she doesn't have to go out and find a 6 foot tall man. She can literally just swipe on all the 6 foot tall men who have already liked her within a certain radius and mileage, right? Men who are not hitting the standards on paper are going to it's going to be the exact opposite effect of the girls who are average to below average who still have a ton of guys in their inbox. Their egos are going to be inflated. Men's egos are going to be completely deflated.
Back to what you're talking about like when you asked earlier about when you asked like do you approach men like would you advocate for women approaching men on like a regular day out to fix that chasm?
100%.
And do you think that chasm between men and women feeds into inceldom?
You mean
like being an incel, being involuntarily celibate? Do you think that chasm feeds into like incel rhetoric?
I think so, because I think a lot of men lose hope to a point where they just decide it's not even worth it anymore.
They're too ugly.
Whereas if there were girls, well, we can get into that in a second. But if there were girls who were willing to approach men who they found to be cute, just to be like, let's see where this conversation goes. Or maybe I can tell him I'd like to get coffee with him. Like, a lot of men would probably be willing to say yes.
Really?
A lot of men. Like it's the men who have like immense abundance who might see a girl who approaches him and be like, I'm gonna pass on this one, because a lot of the girls who are like hyper attractive, who he's probably dating already, don't feel the need to approach men. But women who aren't getting that same degree of attention, who see a man who they wish would approach them, go up and approach, he's probably going to at least be flattered, and he's probably going to say yes if he's not a hyper attractive, traditionally hyper attractive man.
So the extrapolation is like take the chance, basically.
The same way I would talk to a guy.
Right. So because of how modern dating has shifted and changed, you would now advocate for women to be the ones to approach.
Absolutely. I think that the issue here is that can be especially helpful for shy guys. I think one of the big issues here is that because women, again, are emotionally stimulated and emotionally aroused, men are attractive on the approach. Just the fact that he's approaching, has the balls to approach, like him making that move automatically elevates him in your eyes. So that's kind of an interesting one, and a reason why I wish I could get more men to be comfortable just like approaching, getting rejected. Mm-hmm. But if you want to solve the problem of these men feeling the shame, feeling the fear, women absolutely need to be willing to approach more often.
And face that same rejection.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Now, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go for it.
I was going to say just the one comment on inceldom. Mm-hmm. Again, I try not to talk down on incels.
Sure.
I think that abandoning hope on anything is a bad move. Mm-hmm. But what I will say to most men who consider themselves to be unattractive, I've said this before, you are 12 weeks in the gym and one shopping spree from taking yourself from being like a 3 to a 6.
So true.
And if you do that for a year, you're an 8.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
And by the way, the characteristics you'll develop as a result of that, the discipline, the hard work, like just the dedication and the overall just willingness to take care of yourself, those are going to be traits that you carry over into other aspects of your life. And the moment that you start attracting women, that is the most tangible measurement of confidence that we have for men in the modern world.
Yep. It reminds me of like the best thing I've heard Andrew Tate say when he says, like, when he has men reach out to them saying like, oh, I'm so depressed, or I'm so like, no one likes me, whatever. And he'll tell them, get in the gym, go to the gym, get a 6-pack, or, do whatever. And I get what he's saying, because either one or two things will happen. You'll go to the gym, you'll become more attractive, you'll get more girls, your problem solved. Or the latter, which isn't bad either, is you'll get more confidence in yourself and you find something worth living for on your own, to where it's still a positive win-win situation. So yeah, the gym, a nice outfit, a nice watch, it could do wonders for a man.
We still have to pull up your Instagram.
Oh.
But before you do that,
up there forever.
Chat really hates you.
No, I've been seeing a lot of they like him.
Pull up Twitch really quick first. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Just there it is, gentlemen. Ground Score Pro with the 7-viewer raid. Thank you, sir. We have Josiane, who's been on the show, dropping bits. BFF dropping bits. Thank you. Aid Schaefer, thank you for the... Oh my God, I'm such a lightweight. I'm already drunk. Okay.
I was gonna say I could see that. I feel like you got drunk as soon as it got in the air.
Pretty much.
The bottle out.
Predator, guys, follow us on Twitch. Twitch.tv/whatever. Predator, thank you for the Prime. Wolf Mugan Omni, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, brothers. We'll check back in there before we wrap up the show. Let's pull up KEEKO's Instagram really quick while we're waiting.
Why are we doing this?
Because we were gonna do it like an hour ago, and then just obviously it's still super relevant to the conversation we're having right now.
Let's do it, Nick.
We were talking about
Oh, is that Painting with a Twist?
No, it's Paint at Cabaret.
It's the same thing. I love it.
Let's scroll down just a little. Oh,
We should go again.
look at
I guess those are my most provocative photos right there.
Haram!
that's haram.
They're also like 5 years old. That's like, if you click on it, it's like 2018.
So these are kind of revealing.
You think my Instagram's provocative?
I've seen worse.
Let's be real. If you think my Instagram's provocative,
it's not terrible.
I don't think you would want your girlfriend to have Instagram at all then.
It's not that bad. I'm just saying though.
I mean,
there's-
I think I'm very mild compared to the content that
I'm
is
just
put out there
saying,
these
you know.
days.
It's quite tame.
I feel like it's pretty tame, and I have not
It's pretty
deleted
tame.
anything
Yeah, people
for
post
the
their-
sake of me being in a relationship. I have not edited my Instagram at all, except for taking my old partners off. But I that's why I'm saying when it comes to social media, I don't see myself as having to change how I portray myself because.
Word.
Like-
Okay, we don't. All right. I just know we were gonna pull it up, so
Thanks
we
for the
pulled it
shout
up,
out.
and then I was kind of. Yep, go follow her, and also your TikTok is RAGEQUIT KEEKO. But you
I
deleted
changed.
it.
I think I
think.
changed
Did
my
you delete it?
username. I
Right.
changed it to KEEKO Lane, trying to sway away from the rage quit era.
Question for you here. You said in your pre-show messages to us that you accidentally dated your third cousin, and that you're currently dating. This, you provide this, not a man who is a felon.
Because you asked me what was
fresh
like
out
the
of
worst thing
prison.
that's happened or something, didn't you? Like, what was the question? There was a question. Like, what was it?
But tell us about your
like the worst case scenario.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
it's
You
just I
dated-
went to a wedding and like my grandma was like, "That's your third cousin," and that was it.
Did you guys?
No, calm down, Brian. No,
Just curious.
just say it's small town happens.
You said you're currently dating a man who is a felon, fresh out of prison.
Mm-hmm.
But you've been dating him for what? You said a year?
Yeah, I did good. He
Or
got off
was it
parole.
7 months?
Super proud of him.
Was it 7 months?
Hmm?
Well, you said you're the current guy you're dating. You've been with him for, was it 7 months? You said, or 1 year?
It's been a year now. Yeah.
But you said, so when you say fresh out of prison, were you dating him when he was in prison?
Like he just got out of prison when I met him.
Oh, so a year ago.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought maybe you were pen pals with him. That's how you met him when he was in prison.
No.
And then,
No, he got out. We just met and we just clicked and we've been together ever since.
okay.
So.
How long was he in
Good
jail
times.
or prison?
Not very long. I think it
What's-
was
I mean, that's
like
relative.
a year and a half.
Okay.
You know
Some
what I
people are like,
mean?
oh, not very long, 7 years.
Yeah,
So-
no,
like it's relative.
yeah.
Okay,
No, not
good
very long.
times.
That's like,
You know what
you
I
know.
mean? Slap on the wrist.
Good
I
times.
guess,
Let me
for
do the
prison.
super chats
Couldn't
here.
have been too
We
bad. That
have,
wasn't
Yeah.
doesn't sound like a violent
Yeah,
crime.
no, absolutely not. No.
Yo,
No,
we
just got
have.
caught up in some shit.
Wait, did we read this one from Mr. Puffy
Once
Vegas?
you're in the system, it's hard to
Did we
get out.
read this? All right, this is a total lies BS. My friends' wives/girlfriends have hit me about SX. My entire life offered me SX. Why do all women pretend that you're not? 100% of every woman I met cheat on their husbands. I've never met a WN that was faithful.
Puffy Vegas is the guy that we looked at last
He's a fucking
on Tuesday,
Giga Chad,
right?
by the way.
We
He's a
looked at his
Giga Chad.
Instagram,
He was
right,
on
on
your-
Tuesday.
Yeah, I
So he's
think.
he's essentially saying that every woman that he's met is a cheater.
But we looked at his Instagram, and he hangs out with like mysterious, strange women all the time.
I think you need to surround yourself with better people. That's all I'm saying.
So
Yeah.
I will say, I've spent time like on bachelor parties or just like random boys trips where there have been women who literally I've been essayed. Like I have women come up to me and they literally tell me, "You're the reason I'm going to cheat on my husband." Okay, like overtly they do corner you. Okay, like it happens a lot. I was even talking to a friend of mine earlier. He sent me screenshots. He met a girl yesterday, got her number, said, "Hey, do you want to get coffee?" I can't. I'm actually about to get on a plane to go to go to Italy. Full disclosure, I'm going with a guy that I may or may not be in love with, but I'm intrigued. But I'm intrigued by you, and I'd like to keep talking.
The gall.
Okay, so like imagine being that guy who's going to Italy with her, doesn't even know that she's just like talking to another guy who intrigues her. All right, he probably thinks, "Oh, she's great. Oh, she's coming with me. Oh, she's being super sweet. Oh, she's being super cuddly. Oh, we're like having sex on the trip. We're spending time touring together." Meanwhile, there's a guy waiting back in New York City for her.
Well, that's why the saying is men don't cheat more than women. They just get caught more. It tends to be women are a lot better at. You ever heard that saying before? Like, we always say men are the cheaters, men are the biggest cheaters, blah 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 blah. But a lot of research shows that women cheat almost just as much. They just don't get caught as easy. Whereas men cheat and then the woman finds out because they, it's super
It's
obvious.
because it's
whatever.
much easier for women to cheat.
To add to that,
They do it more. They're more sneaky.
what are your thoughts on like being open with cellular devices? Like, would you ever pick up her phone or look through it or something like that?
I mean, I have no reason to do it with her because she gives me zero reason to. But again, I think pattern recognition is something that is something you got to take into account. Like, maybe something like, who you been texting all day? Just a question, right? And then at a certain point, if you want to make that confrontation, make it. But again, different people are very different. I think people who have had their trust violated in the past, who say, listen, it's not that I don't trust you, but I have just had situations in the past. It would make me feel better if you just gave me access to your phone. I completely support that. I've never been screwed in that capacity, but I completely understand why people would have it, and I actually support it. If the women don't want to cooperate with that, so be it, but that's for them to figure out.
Okay. So, by the way, Mr. Puffy Vegas, a woman is DMing me on whatever. Her name is Puffalina. I was wondering if I could get you set up with her. You're Puffy Vegas, she's Puffalina. That's actually her username. Let me know if I can get you set up, Okay. We have...
Can I make a point to verify that?
Sure, go ahead.
I think that women that behave like that are absolutely pathetic. People need to take accountability.
Yes.
And if you want to have successful relationships in this life, you have to stop being a complete degenerate when it comes to
you were
how
confiscating it like a teacher.
I was really confused.
It was that 1/2 glass of champagne.
Yeah, right.
That one sip.
But they're pathetic because...
Yeah.
Because women behave like sex is this disposable thing that if they engage in it more and more often, that they're somehow being what's the word I'm looking for?
In their divine feminine energy.
Yeah, sure.
Empowered.
Yeah, exactly. Empowered. And at the same time, they're wanting this man to commit to them, and they're trying to find somebody that is going to play the traditional role in the relationship when they're just out here being promiscuous and not acting traditional in any sense whatsoever.
How does that relate back to what you just said? I'm confused.
I would actually say, what she just said, had me thinking more about my response to you. I would venture to say that openness with devices should actually be a non-negotiable, that it's totally okay.
Same. That's how I think.
I have nothing to hide from her on my phone. She has nothing to hide from me in her phone.
Yeah.
Do I feel the need to consistently check it? No. But I honestly think that if you're in a full, long-term committed relationship with future prospects, it shouldn't even be a remote question. If someone were to ask you, can I see your phone? You should be able to be like, yeah.
Here.
It should be a no-brainer, non-negotiable. If you're hiding something, or if you're being fishy about that, something is 100% off.
Yes. A lot of men will DM me and be like, I'm nervous that this girl I'm dating might be cheating on me. Do you recommend that I look at her phone? I'm like, you're already too far. If you can't lay out your phone, and then for example, when I was in a monogamous relationship, when we were living together for almost 4 years, phones were I just picked his up if I needed to use it, or he picked mine up if you need to use it. You know when you know. And even the slight instinct that you got to check your phone, you're already past that point, in my opinion.
Pattern recognition is not key. Insecurity.
Yeah.
I think that's a very important thing for people to remember.
I was honestly so fortunate in the relationship I'm in right now that my boyfriend actually lost his phone 3 months into our relationship. And well, he was there was a problem with his phone insurance or whatever, so he didn't have a phone for honestly almost 2 months. He didn't have a phone, and he was using my iPad a lot because it has cellular, you can use it. But what happened was, since he logged into his iCloud on my iPad, all of our stuff has kind of gotten synced together. So he has access to he gets my text messages and my all my social media notifications, and I sometimes get his too. Which I kind of liked, because right in the beginning it allowed for no secrets or
transparency.
Yeah, it was full transparency. Not even because we wanted to, but it just ended up being that way. So now I know he has full access to all my messages, and I have full access to his, and it's just no even question about it.
Wait, question, KEEKO. What if you were on your boyfriend's phone, right? And
we're so drunk.
What if you're on your boyfriend's phone, right? And you're checking his shit. And then, boom, Grindr pops up. What do you do?
Oh,
Grindr. That took me a second.
I would go to him and be like, I'm very disappointed that you felt the need to hide this and start something like this. you put my sexual health at risk, and that shit's not cool. And you're a pussy because if that's what you want to be, then be that loud and proud. Don't do that on my time.
What's going on behind the scenes there? What y'all doing? Madison, what you doing back there? Hey, Madison, get back in your seat. Madison.
Are you Michaela now?
Yeah.
Madison, get back in your seat right now. You can't eat over there. I demand you starve on camera. I demand eat your popcorn. Haven't you been eating your popcorn?
Anti-LGBTQ. It's not anti-LGBTQ. I just feel like I have the right to not be in a relationship with a gay
You're
man.
making
anti-LGBTQ.
I feel like that's like a
Madison.
personal
That's
right.
not anti-gay. That's ridiculous.
Like that's just sorry.
That's some sus. No, objectively.
Sorry, I don't want to be with a man.
Hey,
that's
you two, Nicole.
secretly
put your
going to pound
put your
town
butt
with other
in
men.
that seat right now.
You gotta say fanny.
Right now.
Guys,
Brian's drunk now.
All right, all right, we got to do some super chats. So here's what we're gonna do.
God, you're on a good one. Did you even have like half a glass?
Well, no, this is just his third character. He had the condescending girl. He had the uppity guy, and now he has this.
He has Dr. Evil
All right.
too.
Yeah.
Bye, Felicia. Donated $50. Concerned about being screamed at or labeled as a creep for simply greeting a girl.
What in the hell?
Potentially causing her discomfort. However, I'm all right with the receiving respectful rejection.
What is it called? What do you call when it's something? This whole podcast is scuffed now. We're just scuffed.
Listen,
They're tainted.
listen up. I'll tell you
Are
this
you
much.
trolling your
I'll tell you this
own
much.
Podcast?
She's from Alabama, so she knows
What's
what
up?
They did Todd Chrisley.
Listen,
They called you Todd Chrisley.
who's that? Who's Todd Crystal?
Oh, he does sound like Todd Chrisley. Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, let's not talk about it. Let me just say, bye, Felicia. Thank you very much for the. Appreciate it.
What are
we
they?
have
Can I ask the
Puffy
question?
Vega. Excuse me, KEEKO. Raise your hand if you want to ask a question. There you go. I call on KEEKO. Go
When
ahead.
Why is it so like Joe Biden all of a sudden?
when they send comments and it just ends up as a link, what are they trying to say?
Are you speaking? Are you making fun of me right now?
I'm just trying to make the same energy as you.
Wait. So what was the question?
Wait,
what
y'all
are they
making me
saying about
homesick.
you?
Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
Wait, what are they saying?
No, but like I'm actually like, serious. Like when they.
Wait, so so you're gonna, because your accent's a bit tame, but if you get a bit more drunk, is it gonna come?
Probably
be a bit
when
more,
I get excited or when I get passionate, I get really country.
Well, your
What-
voice just sounds like,
Like a-
sunflowers and
My God.
cowbells.
Exactly like this from now on.
She's like laundry. When you
She's
talk,
just like.
Sweet as pie.
I picture like a clothesline.
Yes.
Here's what I see when I hear her, when I just see her, whatever. You're like a cool breeze on a hot summer day.
If
That's
this
what's up.
It's precious.
I'll take it.
It's
Brian's Riz level is at a zero.
What the?
I'll say a 1, maybe.
Excuse me.
The real Brian just came out for a second.
All right, we have Puffy Vegas here, our good friend Puffy Vegas. He lives in Vegas. He
He just
puffs.
said the same. He
He
just tried to
puffs.
fix his spelling errors. We already went over this.
Oh,
No.
Oh, he's a
Never-
liberal. He's a
what?
liberal woman. Who's a liberal?
all right. Let me read this here.
No,
Never
well,
met
it's
a
a very
woman.
liberal
Excuse me.
You already read this.
I did. Did I read?
I think this was a different
He just
No.
changed the
Never met a
words.
woman in my life that was faithful. I don't think a woman can be faithful. Every woman I have ever met, women that will not sleep with the man on the first night if he gives her who she pees.
What?
Yeah.
Well, Puffy Vegas isn't faithful himself.
All right, we have testing tolerance. Black shirt is wrong. There is no point in checking each other's phones and can only cause harm. I've dated at least 3 women who later I found out had husbands or boyfriends. They
That's
all
the whole
use
point. It
separate
shouldn't
phones.
cause
Literally
harm.
it.
A partner's clean phone means nothing.
I don't.
I'm testing
How
tolerance.
disconnected are you to not realize your partner has a whole other phone? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
are you even in their life?
that they're working overtime to hide that kind of thing. Like, again, are we talking about the Fringe case here? Something like that. Like how often do we really think that that's going on? Like, I understand that women can hide things. I understand that they can delete DMs. I understand that they can do those things. I don't want to make it seem like it's something that is like completely and utterly abnormal, especially in the modern dating world. But again, like, I think you can tell when you're dating like a total freaking narcissist, a total sociopath. Absolutely. Okay, like, again, pattern recognition.
All right, we have
Pattern recognition. That's it.
Marquavius Martin.
Yeah.
It will be Michelin star and will change your life. Oh, I can't do it. Fuck. Okay. Priya, don't wear your safari outfit. Wear your hair up. Brian, wear your hair up as well. Brian, you have to bring a girl. I can't do it right now.
To defend Priya, I
don't
like
want
her
you staring
safari
at.
outfit.
I don't
So
want you staring at us while we eat. Bring Madison if you must. If we bring Madison, we got to bring Frankie.
So can I say something about my outfit?
Yeah,
people
do
in
it.
no. I don't care if they're dissing it, but people in the chat think my shirt is denim and it's not. It's satin.
She wants to clarify that piece of information.
Can
That changes a
somebody
lot.
who's in the chat, maybe Brandon can do this. Brandon, I don't know if you're still watching. Okay, I don't know if you're still watching, but
Okay, Trump.
Can you make a photo with Priya with one of those like old school safari hats and send it to our Instagram, and we'll show it on the stream, or somebody like just a little Photoshop, a cheapo Photoshop. Thank you, man.
To be fair,
yeah,
if Priya had like a show on Animal Planet, like I'd probably watch. Honestly,
if Priya had a show
on
Priya
Animal
and her
Planet,
horses. You look
like
like
if
you'd
she
be
was
on
a
Animal
true
Planet.
safari girl
I
with
would
the
watch
hat,
that.
I would watch.
She's a horse girl.
Word.
I would watch.
Yeah,
But
I
hey,
would watch
Martin,
her.
thank you very much. We're gonna talk about
That is a
this.
very
I'm gonna
horse girl
email
outfit.
you, sir.
It is a very.
I will
horse
email
It is a
you
very
to
horse
get
girl
this
outfit. Not in a
set
bad way
up.
at all.
All right, we have Puffy Vegas.
Positive.
Bryant question to
Oh,
the
he
girls,
just
no
disrespected
BS.
the fuck out of you. He put a Y and a T.
Major disrespect. The biggest disrespect, though, is when they do brain. That shit is rude.
Is it disrespectful, or does it just show their lack of
ability to to check their grammar?
It's all of the above. Bryant, question to the girls, no BS. Can a woman, why not?
He's
Not
spelled it
cheap. I
different
don't
every
believe it is possible. Can a woman not, this guy's drunk too.
Yeah,
not cheap.
Dude, what
Gross.
is our boy?
Not
He
cheap.
has been cheated on. He's tried to say
Can
the
a
same
woman
statement
not cheat?
three different times.
Yes.
Husband-
Doing the
Get it
cheating,
out
guys.
there.
Maybe there's a language barrier.
Guys,
He lives in
yeah.
Vegas.
I'm trying to throw
Vegas
out
in
anything.
and of itself is a different country.
yeah.
We need Mr. Puffy to call into a show, and we need to get the scoop on what's going on with Mr.
Give
Puffy.
him a hotline to call right now.
He is an amplified version of what a lot of men think.
Actually,
though.
I'm just going to
like
call him.
Like that whole concept. This is like, we go back to that thing I said earlier about like the female version of chivalry. One of the things that women can do as a duty to their man, you need to, more so than him, you need to go out of your way to showcase loyalty to him.
Yeah,
That
I
is
agree.
something like because of what you said. You said women cheat just as much as men. They're just better at hiding it. It's because of their access to it. Okay. Women, their barrier to cheating is so much lower because men are pursuing them. They don't need to go out of their way to pursue somebody else.
Okay, that's a good point.
Okay,
That's a good point.
so women going out of their way to demonstrate loyalty to their man in very, very overt ways, that is also something that.
But that doesn't
fall into
always
that.
work with high value men, right? That have like a bunch of options. Because I've recently dated like a man that I considered a high value man, and like, you know how you were discussing earlier about like approaching a high value man at the bar and how he might reject you because he has options of like other beautiful women. Like, how does that fit into what you're saying like right now?
What do you mean? Approaching versus loyalty. Those are two very, very different things.
I lost my train of thought, but the question was there. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I just want to say, Puffy, I tried on Instagram. I tried calling you from the whatever Instagram. So,
Goodness.
what, are you still in the chat? I'll call you from. We'll put you on the stream right now, Puffy, if you want. All right, bye, Felicia. Pepe Le Pew replaced Chris Brown. Dope. I think
What was
that was when we were talking about like Chris Brown. Yeah. Thank you, bye, Felicia. Appreciate it. Puffy Vegas. I've never bought women anything you don't have to buy women. Wait, why is there?
Why are you gaining an
Why
accent?
is there a why? Okay, if a woman likes you, 90% my days are just come over. Basically.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me?
That's actually kind of true though.
What does that mean? I don't know.
That means that if she actually likes you, 90% of the time, it's not even about taking her out on dates. It's like,
Just
hey, let's come
come
over and
over.
chill. And again, at a certain point in time, if she likes you,
true.
that is exactly what it is. And it's not, hey, let's Netflix and chill. No, it's like, come over, let's spend some time together. No, we don't need to go out.
I
Just, like, just
love
come
that.
over.
I prefer
Me
that
too.
most of the time.
Yeah, but once I know somebody.
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely not for a first or
Yeah,
second,
If a woman
third
actually
date.
likes you, it's easy to tell, and therefore
trying
it
to
is
tap.
just 90% of the days is like just come
Let's
over.
just hang out. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. No, I completely agree with that. But I think his argument is
The first date.
like it seemed. I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's finding women that he's going to get into some sort of relationship with.
Yeah,
for the
remember
reason
when
that he thinks
we
they're
looked at his
unfaithful.
Instagram last week and like
Yes,
he
I
had like so
remember.
many different like random women on there. Like you're not like demonstrating like really what
He's
you want.
allowing women to cheat
Puffy,
on
I
their
don't
husbands.
think that you're surrounding yourself with people with decent moral values.
I would ask,
truthfully.
what would it take for you to trust a woman? That
There
would
you
be
go.
that would be my
Yeah.
very simple. Because again, like maybe you can't trust anybody. Like not to get too deep, but like what would it take? Like what's the barrier for you to be like, it's good enough. Like it's good enough. I can trust. Or are you just out completely?
Self-reflection is key.
Whoa, that was deep.
So deep, right?
So deep. Okay, we have by Felicia. Approximately 24 people are killed each year by champagne bottle corks. Depending on the conditions, a cork would need to be under 3 bars of pressure to travel at 60 miles per hour. Oh, yeah, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. My hand is still contused. Okay. Puffy Vegas, thank you, man. This woman is just joking. No man would be offended about what you wanted to pay. Every man I've known has had women paid for dinner. Why do you not believe the truth? You are the reason why I would never pay for any women. Wonin.
Oh my god. How did you spell the same word differently 3 times?
Michael Sartain said it best. Grammarly. Get it.
Grammarly. There's a
Quickly.
free version, folks.
We have, by Felicia, some men concerned about being screamed at or labeled as creepy for simply greeting a girl. Toby Addison, a blind man, was bizarrely asked to leave a gym after being accused of checking a woman out.
Joey Swole.
Good points. Good point. This is
I'm not
related
pregnant.
to men's hesitation to approach, I suppose.
And we don't get to just blame our hormones and say, oh, my testosterone was acting up. Can't do that. Yeah.
Well, men do make some blanket statements like, oh, that's just my nature. This and that is another way to say my testosterone's always on that high level. But I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing. But it's not only women who are blaming their biology for their ways that they are.
Sure,
I think it
but-
happens on both ends.
But it's considered to, basically we're considered to be like predatory.
Yes.
Like this whole
For
situation.
natural instincts.
Like it's not just like, oh my god, you're being a nag, right? Like it's like you are being predatory in a setting where women are now like made to feel uncomfortable, and it's just like, all I did was check you out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because,
that's a different
because that's
conversation.
literally what men do is
Yeah.
objectify you in order to see if they want to approach you and maybe date you. And it's literally just the way that we're wired, biologically.
We have Trenton Kingsley here. Hey, thank you, man. Thanks for the long podcast, Bryant. Makes work easier. Add some colors to the whatever merch. Billy Ray, thank you too for your videos. Madison, 07 always. Lovely to see you. From Trenton Kingsley. Thank you, Senior Trenton
Thanks,
Kingsley.
Trenton
You seem
Kingsley.
like a stand-up guy, Trenton.
What a Chad. What a legend. Okay.
Who started that?
What, Chad?
Chad.
It comes from inceldom.
Yeah, it is.
on
Oh,
Reddit.
it is actually. That's right.
Yeah.
You're correct. It dates back
Actually-
to. It dates back to actually. You know, since we're on the top of incel, don't you think?
The government.
Don't you think it is kind of not ironic, but like a crazy coincidence that this podcast takes place in Isla Vista, which is where I won't say incel culture brewed,
Oh my
but it is where most
God,
incels.
Keeko.
Wait, inceldom was created in New Hampshire by a governor on Reddit.
No, but
right?
hold on. The
I
most
think
where
a
incel
woman
culture is now,
actually started-
where they say like the incel, like their king, their warrior is Elliot Rogers.
Jesus Christ.
That's where
All
their
right, let's
biggest
not
thing
let's
is.
not let's not talk about.
That's not one of our prohibited words or topics.
Yeah, but it's just
That's like a big part of this whole.
little
Actions are
complicated.
prohibited topic.
let's just
His actions.
let's
is
not
a
talk
prohibited
about.
It's not any of the words that were.
Yeah, but I don't really feel like talking about like a
I'm sure you
mass
don't.
shooting.
Well, I wasn't getting at that. I wasn't going to go into details about what happened. I was just bringing up how I thought it was.
Thank you,
weird
Val.
Valiev
coincidence.
donated $100. Puffy, my God, stop messing with drunk women on the strip and go to church. Ian cutting into
Facts.
my ammo budget now. Kept up the good work, Alabama. If I had sock media, I shoot my shot, but I don't. Sad face locked Aragar.
Wait,
What does
Loktar?
Loktar Ogar mean?
For the horde. For the horde.
media, he'd shoot his shot.
Oh, I'm thinking about deleting my social media.
She's
too,
thinking
so.
about deleting her social
Roll
media.
Tide.
And as far as the origins of Chad, according to Google, it's rooted in the Old English name Chiada.
That's
It
not
means
what we're talking about,
protector or
Brian.
defender. Just saying. I'm just saying. Don't worry about.
Chads and Stacy's and all those blonde, blue-eyed,
And all the
attractive
betas.
ladies.
So we've gone through all the super chats here. We've gotten liquored up.
You're the only one intoxicated here.
That's not true.
Okay, fine. I will.
You're a lightweight, Brian.
I will revise my statement.
It's good.
I'm liquored up. Thank you to Cheers, Brandon Nels. Before we wrap up, would anyone like a final word?
This has been my favorite podcast episode I've been on yet.
Has it?
It has. This has been lovely.
We didn't really argue much. Maybe we should have.
I know there was
Because
a cat
the
fight last
man
time.
you had on the other side, it's why I'm not. Fuck. Why am I talking?
Wait, did you not like Michael Sartain?
Huh?
Do you not like Michael Sartain?
I think
Wait, were you on the?
I've never been on with Michael.
I don't think you were on.
The Michael Knowles podcast I liked a lot as well, but I feel like sometimes he's a very well-educated, well-spoken man, but at points he'll try to say things to trigger the other side that goes unseen, where he will say things blatantly to get a reaction out of people that won't be seen as such. Michael Sartain, I think he is another one of the very well-spoken men on the other side, but he has a lot of things that he says that are easily contrary. Like, even when he was on here with his girl the first time he came on here, there was a few things that they said together where I was like, like he's talking about, oh, Instagrams have to be a certain way, and I don't want my girl posting this, that, and the third. But then if you go on his girl's Instagram page, it's
Yes,
Exactly.
I totally
Okay,
agree.
well,
Except,
that's-
but he did
you-
say that
why are
he
we
like
talking
was a
about Michael
he was a
Sartain?
bikini
He's
model like person, so he was like totally okay with that. 'cause
Well, let's
that was
not
her
talk
profession.
about the man while he's
We're not
not
trashing
here.
him.
Let's
We
not
love
talk about
Michael.
the
He was
man
a
while he's
gentleman.
not here at the table.
we're not trashing it.
Shout out Michael Sartain.
We're going to
Gentleman.
talk
The one that
Mr.
drives ML what is his name?
Puffy
LLDR?
Vegas. Yeah, that guy.
Sustain
LRD.
abuse. I don't know who Zerka is. This
He
is a
just
new
like
name for
started
me.
popping up recently.
This is a new one.
I'm going to put you and like the most disagreeable people we've had on the panel with Zerka, I think. I think we'll do that.
Okay.
There was a fight that broke. out
Puffy
last
Vegas.
There was a physical fight?
time. No, not a physical fight. I mean a discussion about a physical fight, a cat fight,
Okay.
quote unquote.
Oh, I did
Puffy
see that.
Vegas can talk to the panel. Dude, check your Instagram, check your DMs. I've been trying to call you. So
panel
we can fucking,
wrong.
but
He's
you're
called
not.
panel.
It's through Instagram though, Puffy Vegas. I feel like Instagram calling is dog
Okay,
shit.
hold on. I was gonna ignore this. I'm not pregnant. Let's not start. I'm not pregnant.
Wait, he sent it twice?
I've just gained weight.
It's just the angle.
I mean, come on, Kiko. Let's not.
No,
Actually, though.
I'm purposely trying very, very hard to
get-
gain weight.
to
Like
get
this
thick?
is, huh?
You trying to get thick?
I'm trying to get thicky.
I'm trying to also get thick.
Thicky, huh? You're trying to get
with the
thick?
help of my
Thicky.
boyfriend.
Yes.
He's encouraging it. But
Okay.
I have gained weight. I've gained 20 pounds since the last time I was on.
Really?
Yes. I have gained 20 pounds, but it's
Good times.
not
Good
due to
times.
pregnancy. I have an IUD.
Oh, speaking of IUDs, who here's on birth control?
You are
Show-
Brian?
I
no,
just
show
got off
hands.
this month.
You just got off?
This month.
That's
Which
nice.
when did you get off of?
Do you feel
The
amazing?
pill.
Okay.
No, it's been a rough month.
I'm sure it'll take some time.
Acne
Yeah.
all over, but we've been doing a lot of research, and I felt like a hypocrite being on birth control.
You look
with
great.
The content I post.
You look
Do
great.
you feel like being a hypocrite on birth control with the content you post because of why?
Because I feel like birth control perpetuates hookup culture. So, and it also is horrible for your health once you look into it.
Yeah.
It's, if you read the book Beyond the Pill, it'll change your view on everything. It's insane.
Did you feel like emotionally unstable or something?
No, I
like
actually
that?
felt great on birth control.
Yeah.
But I have
It's a rough come down. You said it's been a difficult
Well, it
month.
definitely
Yeah,
it
just with,
screws
like-
with your hormones
Yeah,
so
when
much.
you come off with, like, you're like,
a
oh
good
my
one.
gosh, I feel emotions again. That was the weird thing.
So you were kind of numb before? Because I've never been on birth control ever. I've never.
I wouldn't
like,
say I was numb. It's just like I'm more in touch with my body now, and I can feel the different times of the month. And also, like, I started breaking out because my hormones just kind of freaked out.
That's interesting because I think maybe the very last episode they had with Michael Sartain, or maybe the one that you're on with, whatever one it was, he said that his girlfriend had just gotten off, and it's been amazing, and she feels great, and it's been a world of a difference.
A
and
lot of
blah,
people
blah, blah.
do.
Yeah, I can see
I've
both
heard
sides.
that.
But let's be careful when you say it perpetuates hookup culture, because it can. I definitely see that sense. But not every woman is on birth control because of hookup culture, because she wants to just sleep with every man she can.
I think
Hold on, let me finish my point.
the stabilizing hormones things is not true.
That's not
actually,
even the
once
point
you
I was
look
going to say.
into it.
But let me continue my point. It could be for multiple reasons.
Cat fight.
One,
Round
not
two.
even close. One, we know that not every time a woman can make her own informed decision. So it is a sometimes backup plan. So she doesn't have to do other things that she doesn't want to do. Two, I don't want to start convincing a bunch of women to not take birth control, because that can also have a very negative effect going
we're
into
not
things.
doctors,
So just let everyone make their own conscious decision and not.
But I think a lot of people aren't informed of what birth control is actually doing
Yeah.
to their body.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
I feel like
doctors
if you're
just
not-
hand you this pill, I was not informed.
No.
But I think that's
I-
kind of
they-
common sense. Like, I mean, it's a
No,
hormonal.
No, they're
pill.
incentivized.
It's
The
not-
doctors
they
are
tell you that it's-
incentivized.
they don't- A lot of people aren't even realizing that they're synthetic hormones, and that the synthetic hormones actually do much different things than your real hormones would do. So read Beyond the Pill.
Sorry, I thought that was maybe.
Read the book.
That's maybe naive of me to feel like that's common sense to understand putting something in your body that's literally trying to change
And
how your body
also,
works
you-
is
all
going
of
to have
your-
effects.
All
I
of
feel
your
like that's-
nutrient supplies, once you come off birth control, to get those nutrients back, I'm not a doctor, I can't really explain it well, but there is such a deficit that the only way to get those nutrients back in my body are going to be through supplements. You can do it through diet, but it would take months and months and months because the supply is just like so low in your
Can I
body.
ask you a personal question? So have you taken like blood tests to figure out like deficiencies?
I'm
and-
actually doing that this week. I'm in
Good for
touch
you.
with a neuropath.
For blood
Neuropathy?
For blood work?
Neuropathy?
Yeah, they recommend different blood tests, and also in the book that I'm reading, they tell you the whole panel. that
It's
you
like a
should do.
neuroscience / like homeopathic
no, neuropath.
person.
It's like a, yeah, it's like the natural doctors.
Homeopathic medicine. Got it.
Okay.
My
Yeah.
whole point is this podcast, the viewers are mostly men, right? We all know that. They don't make a lot of
Please
do their
don't-
own research,
please don't
so it's not.
assume their gender. KEEKO.
Let's not. I'm saying, like you said, you're not a doctor, so when it comes to those things, let's not start saying things and pushing things, because I don't want these men to now go on and be like, "Oh, get off birth control! Don't do this." I heard this on this
Well,
podcast.
but
So that's what I'm
you
saying.
should.
It's touchy.
The
It's
reason
not, we're not doctors.
Another
here.
big reason I got off is because like our next step in our relationship would be marriage, and when you're on the reason that a reason that divorce rates are elevating or increasing is because when women come off birth control is typically when they get married, and their hormones change so much that when they're married they're not attracted to their spouse anymore.
Pheromones. And it's also a selection thing. There are studies, and one of the studies is mapped out in the book, but there is a study that was performed that showcased that women who were not on birth control, so have natural occurring hormones, they will mate select with men who have the most different immune systems to them imaginable, because it makes their kid more immune to more things. Women who are on birth control would select for the exact opposite. So there are like very, very natural selection oriented things and sexual selection things that the pill will fundamentally change about you. And a lot of women, like she said, will literally just pheromones change and they are no longer attracted to their husband.
And
That's
also
a
the
really
one
interesting
thing-
topic I've never heard of before. I would love to do more
Yeah.
research
Wait.
about that.
Beyond the
before I
pill.
comment.
Beyond the pill.
Who's on birth control right now?
I just want to say
Show of hands.
I just want to say
That doesn't really go with
the
statistics,
for
it makes
the
sense to me.
Brian for the
Doesn't really make sense.
hookup culture point. If you look at a graph when birth control came out, the instances of premarital sex skyrocketed within those few years.
Which would be a very, very positive correlation to hookup culture being perpetuated by
But
it.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that, like, listen, you're not a doctor, so let's not promote not taking your medication, because women take medication and birth control for period cramps,
but there's
PCOS,
way more effective ways to actually get rid of
absolutely.
period cramps.
I'm actually.
You actually shouldn't have period cramps.
I'm not on birth control. I'm on the same page as you. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here, where it's like you don't want to push someone to not take medication that they need. You just want to encourage them to kind of do the research on their own.
Informed decisions.
Yeah. Right.
That's totally fine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's stray away from just saying this and that, because
gotta have informed
you guys will be the same people to be like, sorry, not to try to go there,
not
but it'll be the same
informed.
people to be like pro-life.
What can you do if you're not informed? You gotta be informed.
So like you're saying, you're telling women don't be on birth control, don't do this and third, but then also
sex.
they don't have a choice to do.
They do have the choice.
Trying to move it along.
No,
They do have the choice. Have safe sex.
A condom
There's
is not
ways to do it.
100%.
When a condom combined with taking your temperature every day is very
tracking
effective.
your
it's
ovulation.
Not 100%. It's actually, you're getting a very close percentage to birth control.
I didn't Listen, hold on, I'll hold it.
Check that out.
Never seen one of those.
Please, guys, safe sex. It's really important. Make sure your chick wears a condom. Make sure, guys, female condoms are.
That's not to prevent pregnancy. That's to prevent STDs of the throat.
No, this isn't a dental dam, my dear.
Oh my God.
This is a female condom.
Aren't the statistics that it's like really not that high of
I don't know, but
I've never seen one. I'm so curious.
the circumference is large.
Is it?
And that's your preference.
Right.
Huh? No, bro, don't throw women with Audis under the bus like that.
I'm not. I'm on your side.
Listen,
here.
Audis doesn't have to do with the like, you know.
I know.
You could be tight and have an Audi.
I'm aware.
Please do not disrespect. Please stop being such a misogynist, okay?
Listen, I'm BLM, okay?
You are a misogynist, my dear.
I'm big labia
As
matters,
a feminist,
so.
I will not stand for your misogyny.
The
What
roles
is
are
considered
reversed.
a big
Happening.
labia? What's
How
an
dare
average
you.
labia?
Yeah.
I don't know. He asked me last time if I had an innie or an abby.
What's a big labia versus
The
a
bigger the
average?
better.
This came up last time, where she was,
Are
where
we
the girl
really-
that fought
do we
with me
have-
was like, "How low do you go?"
Who did you fight with?
The girl that was sitting on the end. What was her name?
Oh,
In
the
bikini?
light skinned girl. I
Hashtag
have a question.
BLM.
Coming
Do you
for my throat.
Do you purposely put?
Huh?
Do you purposely put light skinned girls in the first seat now always, so it kind of looks like it's me? No, but there's been a
Wait,
few
what?
panels where I'm like, I wasn't on that panel. I'm like, oh, that's just another light skinned girl. But I'm
Do I
like,
purposely what?
put the light skinned girls in this first seat now, so it looks like I'm sitting here on like a quick glance.
All right. Wow. Okay.
What face is that?
I don't know.
How do you choose the seating? On a real note,
I've been sat here every single time.
I try to make
That's like your spot.
Yeah. He puts who he thinks is gonna be the most like combative and vocal in this seat.
you were
Yeah.
right.
And then he
last
tries to
time.
separate us onto like arguing on both sides. And he thinks more trad wife, conservative on that side, and the more 304 liberal, not normal. I remember the second time I came on here.
She's got me.
This is
She's
no
got me.
nothing.
Wow,
But I
Ben.
remember it was me,
Wow.
and then it was like OnlyFans,
Yeah, I know.
and then
We
me.
were the only one.
And I'm like, this is why everyone keeps commenting that I'm on OnlyFans. And I'm like,
I thought I was going to learn so much about OnlyFans tonight, and
this is
Wait,
rare.
this means-
Like, usually
It's not happening.
you are not the.
Yeah,
this-
the
You're
only
usually
one.
the majority.
This
so,
would mean
right.
that I have been demoted, as I was sitting there last time, and now I'm sitting here.
That's what I was
Thanks,
very
Brian.
interested with when he said you're
It's
putting
'cause
on
you're
this site. I was
argumentative, so
like,
you're on this
but you're
side.
kind of
Like, I found the seating interesting. I was like, I was over there last time.
you're hard to read, which is good.
She almost got her ass whooped last show.
I did. By two very strong,
By two
independent
women.
feminists.
Oh, they're friends. They're friends.
Speaking.
Oh, no
I went to their
wonder.
Instagrams and they have pictures together.
They were tag teaming
Just really
like crazy.
one last thing here about birth control.
Of course I'm being safe. I pull out.
Of course.
72% effective.
Wait,
Of course.
is that Nick? Is that Nick or Brian? Nick,
Wait, what?
I see you. She thinks she's got it figured out. Who commented that?
What?
What's your name?
Put some respect.
What's his name?
Put some respect on Nick's name.
What's his name?
Put some respect on Nick's name.
Yeah.
It's Nick.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't make me
Right,
feel like
it's
I'm.
Nick.
Where's
All right.
Eric?
He is. no
Fired.
longer no, no.
He's no longer
Eric
with us.
is no longer with us.
Like in life?
No, he's alive. He's
He's
alive.
alive.
He's still alive, guys. He's still alive. Don't worry.
No, it was fine. There was some work. He has another job. There were work conflicts. He put in his 2 weeks notice. It was amicable. We wish him the best.
We miss you, Eric.
We miss you, Eric. We miss you and your presence. Thank you very much. Okay, let's wrap up here. Last call. Does anyone have anything final?
I do.
What's up? What you got?
Okay, so I came on to just tell my fellow Christian singles that use your singleness season to thrive, and because you can use it. People usually mope about it and waste it, but you can use the single season just to really devote to God, and it's going to change your life, like for real. And your foundation will be set, and God will send you that person when He's ready. So don't worry about dating apps or when this person's going to come, but like even Paul refers to it as a gift. So yeah, I just want to say that.
That's beautiful.
As a girl, that is great advice. A guy will certainly show up at some point.
Yes.
Oh, as my advice to men,
Ooh, pause it.
I have advice to men. I feel like a lot of people have lost this during COVID, but
The fuck up!
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Angry.
Go ahead.
my advice would be to get out there more. Join groups, not just for the sake of finding a relationship, but just to get out there more. I know too many men who, and not just men, women in general, but I guess men or women can get away with it more, so that's why I'm speaking to men. Get out there. Don't just go to work and go home and watch a 5-hour podcast. Go out, find a hobby, maybe go to church. I don't know, like do something that you enjoy, so maybe you could find someone there, is what I would say.
I don't know.
Pick up pickleball.
Great advice.
Sounds like
Maybe,
a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
work.
Pickleball's so much fun.
If you see
Like
yourself,
fun.
and to men,
Super
if you see yourself as a 5 and you're afraid of rejection, that's something you have to overcome and just kind of put on a little bravado and get yourself out there, and don't just settle for nothing or accept the fact that there's like this chasm between men and women. Like, put in the effort and
Try a new haircut. Maybe
like,
that's what told me
I
about
totally
a
agree
good
with you
haircut.
said. Like,
You're doing
a
a
few
new
months in the
doing.
gym, a shopping spree does wonders. Working on your personal character, spending time with yourself, like you just said, like focusing on God, and whether or not your version of God is Jesus or whatever it is, I think that's really important to work on yourself first before you
No,
put yourself
man,
out there.
that sounds
Can
like
someone
a lot
take
of
this
work.
device away from him?
Yeah, no, we need to confiscate this
You
soundboard.
proved this podcast that you do not have enough.
Y'all jacked up
Like-
on Mountain Dew. Making bad decisions. Sorry. I'll take that.
Oh my God.
Raven
Okay,
DT
yo, thank you,
donated
Raven.
$100.
You guys do after shows?
Says the girl who is too afraid to
No.
approach men. I see you.
I thought
Listen
I wasn't gonna say it though. I did
Okay,
think about
I'm
it.
a little afraid to approach men. Sue me, all right? All right, I'm working on it, all right? I'm a work in progress.
I think rejection is a good thing for people to go through. It builds character. It humbles you for both men and women, and you just need to put yourself out there.
It's just like how I teach my kids how they have to learn how to lose and not always win or get everything they want.
Yeah.
It's good.
This has been a
Good slice of
wholesome
humble
podcast.
pie.
Very
This is
wholesome.
not what I was prepared for at all, but
What?
you know, it's all good.
What
were you prepared
I
for?
came all the way
She wanted the cat
here
fight. She wanted the cat
from
fight.
Michigan.
I don't know. I expected something. I don't know.
What?
Gotta start it.
I feel like this has been a very productive panel, in my opinion.
Trust me.
Well,
About it.
you just, I don't know.
It's good. It's all good. I just thought there'd be more OF girls that were bigger than me. So.
Oh my!
She was
I
trying
love
to
the
market.
honesty. I love the honesty.
No, seriously, because I want to know more about business.
It's like, I'm on here for clout, so
Well, I mean, if you
that's
watch his
not why
podcast,
I'm here. I'm
though-
actually here because I like Brian. To be honest with you, I watched many of his shows and thought he was great. So I applied. No, not like that.
Did you make
No,
him
not
some
like that.
artwork?
Not sexual way. Like, I like him as a person. I like his values.
sweet.
So I traveled here because I like to listen to him.
Sweet.
The fact I do have to give it to you, Brian. Out of all the red pill podcasts, you are one of the more enjoyable.
That's very true.
Yes.
Yes, that is
Yes.
very true.
Definitely.
And I thought about.
I could
bringing
tell you don't hate
every-
women.
I thought about bringing you a ring. I was going to get you a fake ring and bring it. I was going to, I had ideas.
He loves when women simp over him. So.
He does. Oh, yeah. And he loves when they do the, the masculine duty. So if you propose, I might just ring him in. That might be his dream.
If you pay on the first date, mama, I don't fit into his quota.
He'll fall on his knees for you.
Yeah, wear sweatpants on your first date.
Do you want kids, Brian?
Yeah, I want kids.
You do?
Not my kids, but
I'd like.
How many
You
kids,
want
Brian?
kids and big labia. That's what I know about you.
Let's not put those two together.
Oh yeah, wait.
Yeah, let's not.
Well, on the bright side, you might get both.
Wait,
simmer down.
That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying.
Hurrah.
No, I know that. I know
Donated
that.
$100. It's okay if she doesn't approach men. That's where I come in. So Mia, coffee next week.
Are you white and nerdy? Oh. In which case, sure.
What's that song?
Gotta get him white or nerdy or something. I like him white or
No,
nerdy.
but
Do you guys all think that you guys are more attracted to a certain race, or is it not a thing to you?
Yeah, I used to be afraid of
Vietnamese women. Oh, sorry.
Are you a passport for
I
a
would
low
say
key?
yes,
I'm just
but
kidding, I'm
I've
kidding, I'm
dated
kidding,
and
I'm
been
kidding.
attracted
I'm
to
kidding, I'm
people of all
kidding.
races.
No, you're a
If I were
passport
to
for a
like
low key.
describe to you my dream guy, then yeah, I would have a specific race.
Because I used to say to you like, oh, I had a type of
What?
race, but when I really look at my track record, it's all over the place.
Yeah, exactly.
The only thing I could say in common is usually they do have tanner skin, if it could be a white tan man or a light skinned tan man or a Hispanic tan man. I do usually get drawn to that and like the brown,
I'm a
darker
brunette
features.
girl. Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever been like, oh, he's blonde and blue eyed. Like that's not my.
When I was like hyper feminist, like in my like 18 to 20, like age range. that's when I would be too afraid to admit that I like dated based on race or like that I had a certain type, but I'm not afraid to say it anymore. It's like, it is what it is. We all have our preferences.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it to have preferences.
Did you say yes to Brandon?
I said if he's white and nerdy.
Oh, if he's white and nerdy. And then we start talking about racial preferences?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus.
The disdain in your voice.
Cool. Okay, so did everyone else answer? There was another question there.
You were just doing closing comments.
You were asking me a question, right?
I
asked
talked
you a
about big
question.
labia, and then that was pretty much
I
it.
asked if you wanted kids.
Big labia check?
I said I had an innie. Why would you ask me?
Wait. Oh, no, the kids thing. The kids. Was that
Yes.
you or was that KEEKO who asked? Yeah, I'll have 7 kids would be good.
7?
Oh, God.
Wow, you're
Okay, Elon.
Yeah, you better get started.
Cracking.
You better get
You're
started.
behind the ball.
Shit, I got time.
Brian,
I
is
got
that the?
Yeah, he is a guy.
Is that what
so
the
he does
lapel
have
means?
friends.
Oh, that's
No.
Oh yeah. 7.
How much was it to reveal what the lapel means?
I don't. Well, the price was get my Clips channel to 1 million subscribers.
Oh.
Then I'll reveal it. I think that was the price. So.
You say 7 a lot.
Huh?
You like pick the number, like 7's your default number whenever a number is brought up.
Can't
7's a good number.
That thing though. Wait, but what was I saying? There's a Bible verse.
Let's go.
There's a Bible verse, and
Right,
it goes.
oh, no.
Maybe you know it. It goes something along the lines of, "Children are like, children."
Wow.
Children are like arrows in the hand of a warrior.
That's beautiful, Brian.
In his
Something-
quiver.
What's that?
In his quiver.
Wait, hold on.
Arrows in a
Children
quiver
quiver. Hold on, let me.
You just told me not to mention, but I know
Okay.
that's what I was gonna say. You guys talk to me about children
This
labia.
is Psalm 127, 3-5. Children are a heritage from the Lord, offspring a reward from him. Like arrows in the hands of a warrior are children born in one's youth.
Preach.
Hey, see,
Preach.
I did it.
Amen.
I did it when I was young. I did it right.
Oh, blessed.
I do agree
Hold on.
with that.
Blessed is the man whose quiver is full of them.
Did this just turn into church right now? What's going on?
You should be on an episode with
There's
James.
also like the
Right?
Christian,
You're at
Yeah.
church
like
the whole
the
time.
quiverful
I know.
movement.
I can't do it.
Maybe
I was
that's
scared
for
he was gonna
you.
be here.
Me too. Me too.
I just
I
feel
thought I
like
might light on fire or
Couldn't
something.
handle that
I
tonight.
would like 7 children because I feel like my family's not huge, and I want to
start that.
I want to have a big family.
I do too.
That's wholesome and
I
sweet.
want to have a big
Okay.
family, but I
Yeah.
also understand economics and how the system works. So
Yeah,
I want
7
a big
children
family,
is
but
like
to the point where
Elon
I can
style
still
at
have
this
a
point.
very
Afford
fruitful life.
them,
Yeah,
yeah.
For sure.
So 7's a little pushy. 3, 4, we're shouting real good.
I asked
Oh,
God
wait.
if I could have 4 kids, 3 boys, 1 girl, when I was at a very, very young age, right? I forgot to ask for my partner, though. So God gave me what I asked for. He just didn't do it right. You know, it's like, cool.
That's actually crazy.
But
So, right? I have 3 boys, 1 girl. What are the odds?
Hey,
But-
you got what you asked for.
I got what I asked for.
But a little too well.
A little too accurate.
You know.
wait, here's the thing. Let's say how many children do most of you want? Like 2 or 3 or something?
3.
Let me ask you a question though. Let's say your husband really wants a son, and you end up having 2 or 3 daughters.
Right.
And he's like really wants a son. Do you keep going?
Are we financially?
If we could financially afford it, I would try again. But we're stopping at 5.
Because me,
5 is
I
crazy.
have to
I
have
kind of agree with that.
at least 1 son.
I get that. 'Cause
I don't
would
care
want
if
a
we
daughter.
have
Carry on the
7.
name. To carry on the name.
No, I just want a son.
Wait,
I get it 'cause
what's
I want
the
a daughter.
reason?
Like I just want a
I
daughter.
want a son
Right.
really
I just
badly
want a
too,
son.
so.
I want a son.
What if you
Because I feel like I couldn't
I
relate
wanted
as
one.
much to a daughter.
See, my boyfriend always says, I just know I'm not going to have any daughters. I know I'm only going to produce sons. And I'm like, you keep saying that?
And you're gonna get
gonna
all
get all
daughters.
daughters. I'm
Yeah,
like, yeah,
right.
and I don't want all daughters, so shut
Women
up.
are more. Women are just more complex in so many ways. It would be, in my opinion, it would be probably fairly easy to raise them when they're younger because they're just like less aggressive and rowdy. But the moment that they like get to the point where they're like hitting puberty and the
It's
hormones are
done.
coming, I would imagine it would be unbelievably challenging
Hell on earth.
But I mean-
to parent a daughter relative to a son.
But
that
a
age.
son,
makes you-
like a
you're
daughter,
more
the
nervous with a
worst
girl.
thing you could happen with a daughter, she's a hoe. The worst thing you could have with a son, he's a mass murderer. I mean, it's like, it's two very, like, a hoe and a mass murderer? I'd rather have a hoe daughter than a freaking mass murderer.
It's almost as if men and women
But how?
are fairly
But the
different.
statistics.
This
But my point is though, like I feel like a lot of people do say that all the time, like how scared they are to raise a daughter and da da da. But I feel like people are
You
they're
definitely.
negating how hard it is to raise a son. Not because I feel like they're going to become this aggressive, violent man, but I feel like so many people place so much more effort on their daughters instead of their sons, and that's why we have so many emotionally unavailable men who don't know how to regulate or are forgotten. Because it's just as important to raise your son as it is to raise your daughter. This is your son. You're raising someone who's hopefully going to one day court a daughter and raise a family with him, and we all are saying how important it is for that man to be sound. So I feel like it's really big deal with raising young men, especially in this generation we're in now when there's a lot of things targeting them against their backs and stuff like
Yeah, I
that. So
agree
I
with
feel
that.
like I'm very scared to raise a son, especially because I don't think my boyfriend would ever do this to me if we had families, but I could not imagine having kids with someone, having sons, and then them leaving me and having to raise these sons as a single mother on my own. That's terrifying.
Well, this begs the question: gay son or thought daughter?
That's what people would say.
Okay. Let's wait. Hold on. Let me see. Did we get any more chats? Let me just double check. Okay. Nope. By the way, can I put in a good word for Brandon, the guy who's going to take you out on a coffee date?
I mean, he already paid
Because
like
that's-
$4,000 tonight. That's a pretty good word on its own.
That is a foregone conclusion. The coffee date. There was one time we were in a locker room. And
You
let
fought
me
off a
just
wild
say, this
beast?
dude's like a fucking tripod. Like, what the fuck, bruv? Huge. It's
Talk him up.
huge.
Talk him up. Hype him up.
Giant.
So you actually know this
That would be
person.
painful. I don't
Can we
like that.
mute
No woman
Brian's
likes
mic?
that, Brian. No woman likes a, larger than average.
What's
You know
the
what?
price
people
for
do,
somebody
but they're
muting
lying.
somebody's mic?
They're lying.
They're
I
lying.
agree.
500, I think. I don't 500.
I feel like there's your
All right,
man.
let's
But yes,
wrap up.
Brandon,
Let's wrap
yeah,
up.
man.
All right. So, should we do an after show? You want to?
Sperm decides the gender, not the egg. I mean,
You
who
wanna do like
even
a,
debated that?
If it's really short.
I think we just wrapped.
I
To be
got
honest,
work.
I think we
What's
got
the
it.
after show? What are you guys doing now? Like, what's
The after show? We dim the lights, and then it's like kind of more chill. You just shoot the shit for. If
But
anybody
we've been
has
doing
to
the
leave,
past 2 hours.
No. Like if you don't have to stay for it. How about Madison?
do it.
Do you want to do like 15-minute after show?
If it's 15 minutes.
She's
Nothing more.
so down for this after show right now.
Someone said we should
Yeah.
smoke a blunt for
Okay,
the
cool.
after show.
I'm down
We'll
for
do the-
that. I'm down
Well,
for that.
if everyone's gonna stay for the after show, we might as well just
I feel like we've already been
This
doing
on
an
for
after
15
show
more
the past,
minutes.
like 30
Right?
minutes to
That's
an hour.
kinda how
As
I
soon
felt,
as
too.
the champagne bottle came out, it was basically the after show. Yeah, we haven't really been on topic. We got a little bit for the birth control for a second, but
This
we've been.
guy is on fire.
Who, Brandon?
On fire. Hold on.
Hit me up.
So,
We got to get Brian's tolerance up. I don't think it's possible. It's a
I
little
don't
too
drink
late.
like I rarely drink, so
You took
it's-
like 2 sips.
It's rare. Okay, guys, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. We are going to do a very brief after show, 10, 15 minutes. We're going to, by the way, if anybody, I know it's late, so if you don't have to stay for the after show, FYI, you can excuse yourself. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously and kindly super chatted, donated, and supported the show tonight. You guys were, I very much appreciate your patronage tonight. Thank you guys. Thank you to the wonderful panel for joining us, many of which who came from locations exotic, far and wide. Thank you from distances far and wide. Thank you to our chat mods. Big thank you to Britt, who's helping with timestamps. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. We'll be live again Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific, with our next dating talk. 07's in the chat if you're leaving, and if you're sticking around for the brief after show, I suppose you can also do some 07's in the chat. Go follow Billy Ray, check out her clips, follow DM Dating for all the, we got it right. Okay, we got it right. They got, we were going to pull up some of their videos, but they have some like really fucking bass stuff, so go check them out. And go check out Mia's
Man Ask
coffee
Mia.
shop.
Mia.
Check out Madison's. She collects war antiques. Check out Priya's safari equipment. Check out Michaela's
Roll Tide.
Medical advice.
bourbon.
Alabama stuff, yeah.
Bourbon, I guess. Check out Nicole's.
Do you drink bourbon?
I don't know. Okay. All
Nicole's
right, guys.
Instagram
After show
stories. Like, we went through half
starts
tonight.
now.
Oh wow. Oh, that's cool. Oh.
It's way nicer.
Yeah, we
like
could-
this all the time.
Brian, this
You have
lighting
socks. This is way better.
is way
So much
cuter.
better.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is 10 times better.
I look so much
That's how
better.
we
Keiko,
started the after
The
show.
reason why this was your favorite podcast is because, and I'm not saying this to pat my back or pat anyone else's back. First of all, I don't think we've ever had as many people who lean more toward this side on a panel.
True.
So that's for one. Secondly, a lot of the conversations were not like aggressively culturally divided. I think there were actually quite a few, way more than I could have imagined, actual somewhat productive dating conversations that occurred where I think I specifically saw a lot of you have your eyes open up and go, oh, wait a second, that actually kind of makes sense, which is usually not, this is, again, not against him.
It's just how it
That's not usually how the show goes. There's usually a lot of really, really like hotly divided topics in dating and then like aggressive cultural shit, right? Your trans debate. Crazy stuff about like patriarchy. I was hoping we were going to talk about Barbie. That would have been fun. But like, but like that kind of, but yeah, it was actually a conversation about the interdynamics of dating. That's not necessarily going to make for the most like crazy viral content.
Right. Like I've been on this podcast. This might be like around my 8th time now, and there's about 3 podcasts I was on that go around, and it's because we hit on those hot topics. So I've been on here before where it was very cordial, kind of how it was tonight, but it was boring, and I feel like I didn't really learn much, and we really just blabbed about nothing. Whereas tonight it was kind of a bit more productive to where it was my favorite. But yeah, it's like those hot topics get hit. We bring up the Bible, we bring up trans, all these different topics. Especially when half the side of the panel is this is their livelihood, right? This is what they do every day in and day out. Go on podcasts, tweet, and TikTok about parabonding and the Bible and these things. Whereas me, he just DM'd me to come on this show, and I said sure, never even watching or viewing it one time. This isn't my livelihood. This isn't what I do for work or a career. So like for them, it makes sense for them to be sitting up all day researching these topics and these facts. Whereas me, no, I'm not going to go home after and Google Psalms this or parabonding this because it doesn't affect me on my day-to-day life. I'm a bartender. Like I don't make this content. So that's where we would bump heads a lot, is because they would pull out all these facts or whatever, and I'm just pulling out what I experience as a normal person. And yeah, that's kind of where we would bump heads.
TTS, by the way, has been reduced to 20.
That's part of the after show.
And so if you guys want to TTS, we bumped it all the way down to 20.
Let's ask more questions.
Good.
By the way, I think that your story, I know it was 5.5 hours ago, your story is probably going to get you onto the podcast to talk about the things that you want to talk about.
You're going to go viral,
like,
sweetheart, don't you?
Oh, it's terrible. It's absolutely everything I didn't want to talk about, we talked about within the first 2 minutes.
It doesn't
Can I say?
Like, I didn't want to talk about having my kids or anything like that.
People respect that.
No.
But I will say, like, the way you talked about your family was, like, incredibly respectful, wholesome. I could tell there's a lot of love shared between you, your kids. It sounds like you've gone out of your way to put an effort into making sure that, like, they have both parents in their life to the best of your ability. You're very open about the reasons why you think you may have failed them and failed yourself. You didn't say anything horrifically bad about the men that you dated.
Right.
I thought that was, like, a very, very, like, objectively good story for people to hear.
Yeah, honest.
Because I don't think you're by any way propping it up as, like, the example of what of how people should start families and raise them.
And there's a lot more people in her situation that like to lead on, especially in America.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, that's a conversation that can get so freaking loaded so freaking fast. And, like, he wanted to move it on to, like, okay, let's get, like, relationship status, age, and all, and then we're into the dating conversations.
Right.
But, like, that is a 5.5 hour podcast in and of itself.
There's like 10 people that just said you're a simp.
So that I'm a simp?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
For having a beautiful girlfriend and
Said
being
I'm
respectful.
Already, we're
losing
going to
attraction in
answer
real
this
time.
question.
He talks like this all day, every day. I would have lost attraction a year and a half ago.
Like,
What previous or current guests on the show would you want to be on the panel with in the future?
That's a good one. No idea.
I would like to be on with.
Yes, I was just about to say Destiny. Yeah.
Nah.
I'm sure you wouldn't.
I was on with him. I can't.
Yeah, he's too.
He's a
like,
very
I would like to
educated
be on
man.
with Pearl.
Oh,
I have some
yes.
recent disagreements.
Pearl.
So many
I'm glad
people
you
have
do, because
so many
Pearl
people have
is
disagreements with her.
Such a joke to me. I mean,
she's a grifter
she's
through
a
and
grifter.
through.
Can I
She's a
ask
grifter.
why?
And that's one thing I don't agree with Destiny. Destiny tries to
He
say that she's not
entertains
a
it.
grifter.
He
What's a
entertains
grifter?
it.
That a grifter is someone who they're just doing it for views.
She
they don't
admitted-
believe what they believe. They just see it as a way to make money online.
She admitted in a video in a car that in her car that she was just like looking for ways to make money, and then
She's been exposed multiple times.
Yeah, she's literally admitted it, that like she was just looking for ways to make money, and that she found that like getting into the red pill space and saying wild things
That
like
woman,
divorce should
repeal
be
the 19th Amendment.
we have to take away all of women's rights, that divorce should be banned, like all of this stuff. She doesn't believe anything that she says. She doesn't lead with good faith. She doesn't
tries
lead
to be
with
this
good heart.
trad wife.
I think there was a lot of like, it's almost like Tate. Like they point out things that are wrong, and there's value in that. But just recently, I don't know. She kind of lost me.
Yeah,
what
I agree.
What'd she do recently?
I feel like there's been a lot of
I don't wanna,
I feel like she should have lost.
She's going on the
but-
extreme.
There was just comments about underage stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that I just she
She's
deleted
just-
the
Well,
tweet.
that's why I think that she's bad faith. She takes it too far. She doesn't
Yeah.
understand the ramifications of
Yeah.
what she's saying. She doesn't actually personally
Like at
believe
least
it.
Andrew Tate's a good grifter where you could
Yes.
believe it. Like
Yes.
it's believable.
Yeah.
I
You
don't know him.
It's hard.
I hear
It's
about him
like
all
you
the time on
almost
the show,
don't
but I
believe
don't
he's
know him.
grifting because he's so good at it. Whereas like with Pearl, she
So
tries to be
obvious.
this trad wife, and it's like so obvious
do
that
like
it was
Tate.
like this tomboyish girl that just threw on a dress. Like
She
everything
didn't-
she
who
said.
didn't know how to be
What's like an
feminine.
example of something that she said that his...
She said that we should ban divorce. She
said
said
that 16-year-olds are more
Brandon Mills
attractive than
donated
26-year-olds.
And
That's
she's literally
reasons
28, unwed.
Gives men a bad name.
Brandon Mills said, DM do
DM
Mia. Also, Pearl gives men a bad
Pearl
name.
does give men a bad name. I totally agree with that.
And women as well.
You have
Sadly.
some, I know
Oh, yes.
we actually have a little bit of a disagreement on this one.
well, no, it's a bit because again, I'm taking the words very literally that she's saying.
He doesn't have a Twitter, so he hasn't seen the tweet.
Her Twitter's the
I-
worst.
I've seen it. Like she's showing me the stuff where it's like, hey, like don't get your kids in sports because that's feminism, because you're giving your kid over to someone else who's going to be potentially raising them,
And she's
things
an
like that. Yeah, I would never say it because I would love for my kids to play sports.
It's the best thing
because-
you could put your kids in. The best
because
thing you could do for your
some
kids.
of the
is
best
put them in
lessons that I've
sports.
learned in life has been through athletics and through
coach.
sports, right?
Team.
Just
Team
basic
sports.
competition, teamwork, the role that you play in whatever like endeavor you're going towards, right? The respect for authority, climbing the ladder, being a leader, like all these different
Having
things.
to, what is it?
Hard work
The D word.
for the sake of like one specific
Goal.
goal, right? And then there's like micro goals, like there's all these different things you learn. So that's the kind of thing where I'm just like, I hope that that's just a message to kind of get the point across that women are a little bit more absent from their kids' lives than they used to be. But when you say it literally, if you actually believe that, I fundamentally disagree with that. I think it's too radical.
You'd hope that she'd be like that.
But she's literally saying that women don't have the right to vote. Like, women shouldn't have the right to vote.
She was saying that, like, feminism is so bad that we should go back and, like, to first wave feminism and, like, repeal all of that. I think that's ridiculous. I think fourth wave feminism is the problem, and fifth wave feminism is where we come back to our femininity.
Amen.
It's a very thing. Things have to get as bad as they can possibly get before they can get better.
The pendulum.
She has sort of a black pill take on a lot of this stuff.
Yes.
But on the other hand, she's also like, I know that she either already released or is working on a documentary about divorce. And you should see some of the interviews that she has done with people who have gone through divorces. Like, you would be like the red flags that she raises for men in terms of know this before you get married, know this before you start dating a woman, know that when she does this, she might be trying to trap you to get, like, she showed text messages or talked about text messages of women talking to their friends being like, oh, I'm trying to get him to hit me, but he just won't. Like shit like that, where it's like, these are real things.
But do you think she's good faith?
Do I think she's good faith?
Because, like, I agree with you that those are important topics to raise, right? But do you think she's doing it in good faith is really the question.
Well, again, I don't want to pass any judgment like that. I think that I think that she started doing something because it was something that she probably cared about, and then she got bigger, and now she has a platform, and she sort of found meaning in it, and now she's like, what's the most impact that I can have without being untruthful, right? Without being false.
By pushing
so if she's pushed, so again, is she pushing an agenda? Maybe.
Of course she is.
I don't
she
think
admits
but
to it.
I don't think she's grifting, right? Like a grifter is literally taking something that you don't believe and just pushing it for the sake of pushing it because it's going to benefit you.
Well,
I don't think she believes, so she's pushing.
That's what we're saying.
And you can think that. But
she admitted it.
She admitted to it.
She admitted it. And in her car video, when she's talking about, like, moving to London, how she wants people to in London to contact her for, like, employership or whatever, she mentions that.
Testing tolerance donated $20. Black shirt. I worked in the cell industry for years. We have the data and I have the anecdotes to convince me. It's better to check their purse and their cars. Women have learned to hide things in ways that men don't think of. You can grant good faith.
There's a lot of stuff in my car you might want to check.
And what's this? What's this in context of?
I don't understand
the
this.
cheating. I spoke earlier when we said women are better at hiding, cheating.
From the checking the phone.
Yeah. Again, like would I encourage people to be observant? Again, I don't know how many times I have to say pattern recognition. Like, you can't just live like an unconscious, like,
But so many
blind
people
life.
are not self-aware enough to do that.
I don't know. Like, I'm like hyper aware of my surroundings.
Same.
All the time.
Have you noticed?
Like, it just, so if something was off, if something was different, like, it would resonate. And then if it remained different or got even more different, strayed further from equilibrium, like, you just call it out. I don't know what to tell you.
I think the overall, like, meaning is if you feel a doubt in your mind about something, just ask them instead of trying to sneak around and check their phone or sneak around and check that. Have a conversation. As soon as that feeling comes up, though, instead of being like having these doubts in your mind, not saying anything about it or doing anything about it, let it festering inside of you until you basically convince yourself that they're in a full-blown relationship with somebody else, and then do something about it. It's like, no, as soon as you notice something is making you feel a certain way, nip it in the butt, ask them about it, get your answer.
I don't know, like, again, like, everyone who keeps talking about this, I don't know what to tell you if you simply don't have a barrier at which you are willing to trust a woman. Like, I don't know what to say. Like I said earlier, it gets deep. How much can you really trust anybody? At a certain point, if you want to be in a relationship, if you want to do something long term, if you want to build a nuclear family, if you want to have kids, stay with that woman, like, you either decide that you're going to take that risk or you don't. I'm willing to take that risk. Like, and again, I'm going to be observant of my surroundings and look for things, and I'm obviously going to vet somebody very, very diligently before I decide to commit to them long term, especially as a man whose assets would 100% be on the line if divorce were to ever come. But again, it's just a matter of being conscientious and just being very, very purposeful with your actions and how you go about this and how you pursue it.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How would you advise a woman to go about approaching a man in public in any capacity?
I mean, it shouldn't be nearly as difficult as it is for a man to a woman. Like a man, like I don't think a man's going to be creeped out by a woman.
It's not going to be predacious.
So like I don't know, just go up and start. I know I know it sounds pretty basic, but like if you just go up and start a conversation with a man, as long as it's not in the middle of the day and you're like, hey, would you like kiss me for $1? Where they clearly know it's like some TikTok thing that you're doing.
So what's a good like opening line? Like what's a good like compliment? I genuinely
I have a
want to
question
know
about this.
Always like I go to like to clarify.
Ronnie Footballer donated $20. Ronnie C from last stream, great pod. Priya skydiving / Universal after a first date drink on. Priya nice shirt matches the blue eyes. I can't have the eyes, but I'm sure our kids can. Brian sent the safari hat photo on DM. PS in Portuguese and Indian.
I don't know. Did you send it to the whatever page? I don't know if I see it. I forgot to do this during the outro. I don't know if he's still in here. What?
Frankie donated $20. If you truly want to successfully formulate and maintain a nuclear family, you need bacon. These
are grown-ass men.
They have too much time on their hands.
Grown-ass
men.
But I genuinely want to know.
That's making me really hungry.
Like,
I mean,
I have a not a counter, but
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so you know.
Wait. One real quick thing here. Salute.
Brian, we love you, bruv. Donated $20. You
Like
Can
these
you
are the
make
men
TTS
messaging Billy that they
$1,
can't
please?
find
I am
a
poor and
woman.
I
Like
can't
this is what I
stand
mean.
for
Like
bruv.
some things you do to yourself. Okay. This is my point.
Can we get back to the point, please?
No woman is ever going to see that and be like, I want to hit up Brian. I love you,
I
bro.
genuinely want to know what a good pickup line for a man is. Like, genuinely.
The $20 is a terrible idea.
Nice
Salute
cosplay.
to
Mia.
Brandon
I'm so
Mells.
introverted,
I
probably
forgot
the
to
way
say
I
it at the
get in a
end of
relationship
the
would be
show,
an
but salute.
ambivert /
How
extrovert
do you
would
say it?
find me and adopt
Salute.
me.
Salute.
My
Salute.
thoughts are that
Brandon
I've
Mells.
been called
Thank you, Dee.
not Wednesday but Thursday and a.
My boyfriend said you look like Wednesday.
Why does everyone say I look like Jenna Ortega?
do.
Listen, I'll take it. She's beautiful and great. But I actually want to know, what is a good pickup line? Because when I'm in mass and we're at a young adult mass and we go to a bar afterwards, we're supposed to mingle. The men are over here and the women are over here, and the women are super like quiet and whatever, and the men are just like in a separate whatever because they don't want to be predacious, right? But I am a very outspoken, outgoing woman. I would like to know how to build the confidence to talk to a man.
Can I tell you what my like go-to like advice pickup line for
Yeah,
any guy
absolutely.
would be?
Well, this is for a guy.
Like, but it should work for a girl too. Like, hey, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? You do that, they're either going to say like, no, you're not, and you follow it up with like, I'm sure you were talking about something, and they start the conversation for you, or they go like, oh, we were just talking about, and now you're into the conversation.
I'm sure you're
like
talking about something.
that is one that is like fairly easy. But again, pickup lines, it's not. An opener is just about getting their attention, getting the conversation.
I know, but
going.
I'm nervous.
At a
Okay,
certain
I'm
point-
nervous.
What is the line that you said? What is the line that you said to you?
Hey, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? That's it.
So Dan and I were out in, was it Philadelphia?
Boston
with his friends, and they were talking about how they can get girls' numbers, and I was like, I want to see how quickly you could get a girl's number. So
I was encouraging my buddy to go get a girl's number. He said, no, why don't you do it?
So I was like, so his friends, so you were like, are you okay with that? And I was like, yeah, I want to see if you could get their number. So I stayed back with his friends, and he walked up to a group of girls, and within like 45 seconds, used that line and got the number.
Have you ever like done the same thing?
No.
Raven DT donated $20.
I'll get through the super chats after this,
Sorry,
and then we'll wrap.
I missed Latina's name because I tuned in a little late. To pick up a guy, hi, I'm Jenny Ortega. I thought you were really cute and I wanted to know if you would like to grab a coffee sometime. Either now or later if you're busy at the moment.
That's sweet.
All right.
Again,
Wait,
guys
can I
are
give
guys
her-
are much
I wanna
easier.
answer her, too.
Guys are so much easier.
I know. You
Hold
asked
on.
him.
We got to wrap up. So
Well,
let
can
me
I just please just a real quick?
Okay, make it quick, please.
What I've noticed when I was bartending and had to like, man would be sitting at the bar and try to get tips. A joke about anything. I know you don't want funny people, but like say you're at a bar, right, and someone falls or anything, like just making a not super mean joke, but like just making fun of something, like just like real quickly. Not even having to say hi first. Like if you see someone, maybe sit close to them if you can. Something happens, and then just be like, I don't know, like get a load of this guy. I can't think of him in my head, but like that usually they really dig that, and you can start a great conversation off of that, and it can either go platonic or relationship wise.
Yeah, I agree with that.
KEEKO, top performer, of course, black shirt. At a certain point, you have to trust a woman, but men vastly underestimate their ability to see red flags. Check for that second cell phone, guys. Don't be tracking your woman or looking attract her socials like a P word, probably. Okay. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, let me get through these. We did this one, correct? Correct. All right, this one or no? Yo, Mr. Capitosio, good to see you, man, in the chat. This was arguably one of the most beautiful panel in a long time, and only one OF girl. Have any of you played Dungeons and Dragons? Just show of hands. Have you played?
I'm really embarrassed. No, the new movie's really good though.
She has over there. Okay, there you have it. All right, we have Ransom G here. Y'all be blessed beyond belief to meet Rollo Tomasi. Changing my life for the better, but I have my issues too. Would love to see Billy, Priya, and KEEKO meet him. Also, Nicole, did you like the Rich Cooper interview? Well, as far as Rollo, actually, we were going to have him on
Is that the old guy?
the show with Mike Sartain, yeah. But yeah, maybe in the future.
You were going to have him on Tuesday?
Yes, yeah, but
Wow.
he couldn't make it.
Yeah, Rich had me on his podcast, and I liked it a lot.
Rich is great.
After your appearance here or before?
After they saw me here and said, "Do you want to come?" and I said, "Sure."
Oh.
I liked being on his show.
Rich is awesome.
Yeah.
What did he talk to you about?
Gosh, what did we talk about? We talked about monogamy versus polygamy. We talked about marriage. We talked about relationships. Yeah, it was much more about like relationships. Like, what are your views on marriage? What's a marriage dynamic? Like, how do you see that? We talked about girls' trips. Whether we're pro or con girls trips, are girls trips different from guys trips? We kind of went into all of it, but I really enjoyed being on his show. He is a good listener, and I liked it. I would go back. I think I might be going back, but
okay,
yeah, it was cool.
We have Glizzy McGuire with the 25. Hey, thank you, Glizzy McGuire. We have Mike Y. Who's that beautiful girl with the hat? That's Madison over there.
Just on every episode.
And we have Marquavius Martin. There's a vicious rumor going around that Priya's shirt is not actually silk.
I didn't say it was silk. I said it was satin.
Ooh. She had to clear that up for you real quick.
All right, cool. All right, that's it for the super chats. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to wrap up. Last call, please hit the like button on your way out. As I previously mentioned, we will be live again Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific with our next dating talk. Shout out to Brandon once again. Salute,
Brandon.
for the very generous patronage tonight, man. Much appreciated.
Do you say that unironically a lot?
All the time.
What was the other
I
thing?
have a boss named Brandon.
Oh, can we pull up the Twitch really quick?
Unironically.
Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. If you have one, twitch.tv/whatever.
Technics donated $20. Be honest, be direct, and stop worrying about feelings. They may not like it, but it gets the point across. Communication will lead to successful relationships more than anything else. When in doubt, speak or peace out. Great panel, Brian. Keep it up, ALM.
I think that's great advice when things need to be addressed.
Thank you, Technics. Appreciate it. ALM. That's our previous all labia matter, but we switched it to big labia matter. Okay, we have Soft Bod Jod. Thank you for the Prime. XG Unreal. Thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Twitch Prime. Appreciate it, guys.
Fast food restaurant.
Frank Castle now.
Okay.
Brian, what's
guys,
Frank Castle?
It's like, don't worry about it. Okay, guys, we'll see you again Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys, and we'll